A better home." His voice broke, and he lifted up the soggy hanky to his mouth again. "I can't believe I handed them over to him. May God forgive me." Matilda leaned forward and took one of his fragile hands in hers. "I promise I will not stop until I know who was involved and where those 12 boys are now. You have my word," she said, looking him directly in the eye. He smiled, but his lips shook with emotion. "Thank you." Matilda and Christian drove away from Peter's cottage in Edale in silence. Christian turned into a nearby pub car park and turned off the engine. He was about to get out when he remembered the pub was closed. "It seems strange, all the pubs being closed." "We can't even go for a coffee either," Matilda stated. "I need a drink," he said. "The more we talk to Peter and Guy, the worse it gets. Imagine how scared Peter would have been, having petrol poured over him, poor man." "It sounds like Tony Bates instigated it," Christian added. "Who did he contact that meant Peter needed to be warned off in such a violent way?" Matilda shook her head. "I really don't have a clue. Unless Bates was in league with Richard Ashton, it would be just like Ashton to have a chief constable in his pocket. It's not like we can ask him. Bates is dead." "And his death is looking mighty suspicious." "You think Ashton arranged to have him killed?" "He died in a fire. Peter had petrol poured over him and was threatened with a fire. The two are similar." Christian turned to Matilda in his seat. "But Ashton is dead. Bates is dead. There's nobody to stop us from throwing this case wide open. We've got Guy's statement, we've got Peter, who'll definitely go on record saying there was abuse on a massive scale at Magnolia House. We can launch an official inquiry now," he said, almost elated. "But someone is pressing Ridley to stop us investigating," she said firmly. "There is still someone out there who doesn't want this seeing the light of day." "Who?" "I don't know, Christian," Matilda said, almost frustrated. "Finn and Scott are going through Ashton's background. Hopefully that will throw open—" "That's not going to tell us anything," he interrupted. "The bloke knew everybody. He's probably got contacts in his diary going back decades. Are people listed under their real names? Are they deeply hidden under pseudonyms or in plain sight? I don't know how the bastard's mind worked." "Christian, you really need to calm down," Matilda said. "This is not going to be solved overnight. Let's just hope that whoever was at Magnolia House in the 90s has seen the news about Richard Ashton's death and will come forward with their statements of abuse." "And if they don't?" Matilda didn't answer that. She couldn't. She could feel the knot in her throat when she swallowed. There was a deeply rooted sense that this was not going to have a happy ending setting up home in her stomach, and it was making her feel constantly sick. She couldn't eat. She was hardly sleeping, though that was nothing new, and her head felt heavy. She was enveloped by sickness and depravity, and it was squeezing the life out of her. Chapter 28. Monday, 23rd of March, 2020. "And therefore, I urge you at this moment of national emergency to stay at home, protect our NHS and save lives. Thank you." Matilda and Adele watched in rapt silence as the Prime Minister of Great Britain and Northern Ireland announced a national lockdown in which everyone should stay at home. All non-essential shops and other premises, including libraries, playgrounds and places of worship, would close, and all social events, including weddings, christenings and other ceremonies, but excluding funerals, would no longer be allowed. It was something they were both expecting. It was what the whole country was expecting. But hearing it was a shock, and even after the broadcast, Matilda and Adele sat in silence as they took in the grave language used in the statement. It's given me chills listening to that, Adele said. She turned to Matilda and saw a tear run down her face. She rushed over to her sofa, sat beside her, and put her arm around her. Matilda, what's wrong? I don't know, she said, reaching for a tissue from the coffee table. I don't know why I'm crying. It's just, all of a sudden I felt so emotional. Like you said, it gave me the chills. Who'd have thought when we saw in the new year that in just 3 months the whole country would be locked down? It's difficult to get your head around, isn't it? It is. Matilda wiped her eyes. I'm so glad you're living with me, she said with a smile. So am I. We'll be fine. Besides, nothing's going to change for us, is it? We still have to go to work. True. Are you sure you're okay? Matilda blew her nose and nodded. It's been a strange day. Something's going on with Christian that I can't get out of him. We've got this bloke living opposite the back of Richard Ashton's house, who Scott thinks definitely knows something, but who's keeping his mouth shut. And I still can't get Sian to change her mind about leaving. On top of all that, a buffoon who refuses to comb his hair has just locked us all down. It could be worse. How? Matilda looked to Adele. She thought for a moment. There could be an asteroid hurtling towards Earth. Matilda laughed. I suppose that would be worse. I'd better ring my mum, see how she is. I'll pop across and see Scott, Adele smiled. Matilda called her mum, but it was engaged. She was probably talking to her sister. Matilda leaned back on the sofa and watched the muted television as the news presenter analysed the speech. She thought of Peter Ogilvy and dialed his number. Peter, it's Matilda. Have you seen the news? I have. Uncertain times ahead. Yes. I know you have Guy looking out for you, but if there's anything you need, I'd be more than happy to get some shopping for you. That's very kind of you. Thank you. I could probably set up a roadside stall with all the fruit and veg Guy's brought me, and I've been stocking up with canned food over the past couple of weeks. I should be fine for a while. That's good. My treatment's been cancelled. I received a call this afternoon. Oh, I'm so sorry. Have they said when it will be rescheduled for? No, not yet. As soon as it's possible to do so, I've been told. The thing is, my immune system isn't that great. I've survived cancer twice, and I've other things wrong with me, and age isn't on my side. I very much doubt I'll see another Christmas. Matilda could feel the tears coming on again and grabbed for another tissue. You can't think like that, Peter. You need to be positive. You need to tell yourself you're going to get better. Mental strength is vital in these things. Do the words pot, kettle and black sound familiar to you? Matilda, even with treatment, it's highly unlikely I'd survive the year anyway. I'd like to have seen justice done for the boys at Magnolia House, but I can't see that happening. However, I have every faith in you, Matilda. She shook her head and was so pleased he couldn't see her. She wished he wasn't saying this. I know you'll take the baton and run further with it than I ever could, he said, his voice filled with tears. Matilda put her head in her hands. She tried to think of something to say, anything that could encourage him, but she couldn't find the words. Matilda? Are you still there? Peter asked. Yes, she sniffed. I'm still here. Don't worry. I will do everything in my power to make sure the abusers are identified and brought to justice. She quickly ended the call and berated herself for making a promise she had no idea how to keep. She was working within the parameters allowed for a DCI, but those above her were being underhand and breaking every single rule to keep their secret hidden. If she wanted Peter to see justice prevail before he died, she'd need to up her game and throw the rulebook out of the window. Chapter 29. Murder of Businessman Reveals Cover-Up of Sexual Abuse by Danny Hanson. Millionaire property developer Richard Ashton was found dead in his period home in an affluent part of Sheffield last week. And so began an investigation which has revealed historical child sex abuse and a police cover-up spanning almost 30 years. The mogul, 61, a controversial figure in the business world, was found by his housekeeper lying in a pool of blood, having been castrated. The manner of his death is obviously linked to Ashton's personal life. However, investigating officers led by Detective Chief Inspector Matilda Dark in the Homicide and Major Inquiry Unit at South Yorkshire Police have been stymied at every turn as they try to unravel the complicated layers of Ashton's past. A police source said, "We're uncovering crimes committed by Ashton which were reported in the 1990s and never investigated. Witnesses were threatened and intimidated, and evidence was conveniently lost. Richard Ashton was a man who used his power and influence to devastating effect, and the powers that be turned a blind eye and allowed him free rein. Richard Ashton, awarded an OBE in 2013 for services to industry and his charity work, was patron of many children's charities. He established the Fresh Start Foundation, which awards apprenticeships in the building industry to young offenders as an alternative to penal punishment, and the Homes for Life scheme, which helps first-time buyers find their way onto the property ladder. However, it is his work at Magnolia House Children's Home in Sheffield which has come under police scrutiny. Magnolia House was opened in 1991 by Reverend Peter Ogilvie and closed 10 years later when Reverend Ogilvie took early retirement from the church due to ill health. Records show Richard Ashton was the principal financial backer and used his own money to purchase the building from Sheffield City Council and make it habitable for wayward boys. The question is, why? Former residents of Magnolia House have gone on record stating Ashton sexually abused a number of boys at the home, that he brought his friends with him to choose for themselves which boys they wanted to rape. Even when Magnolia House was closed down in 2001, the abuse continued, with Ashton holding sex parties in his own home. While the evidence against Ashton is mounting, DCI Dark and her team are being ordered to ignore what is clearly a cover-up and look for Ashton's killer elsewhere. Yet even an armchair criminologist could tell you the murder bears all the hallmarks of a sexually motivated crime. So why the cover-up? Richard Ashton was a Freemason. So is the Chief Constable of South Yorkshire Police, along with many other people of influence who knew about Ashton's crimes. Who else was involved? How many of the boys at Magnolia House were raped? There are many questions that need answering, and nobody is willing to allow DCI Dark to ask them. We're uncovering sexual abuse on a massive scale, the police source continued. We thought after the Rotherham sex scandal, the Rochdale abuse, and the unmasking of Jimmy Savile and Cyril Smith as perverted predators, we would be applauded for uncovering more abuse. But the cover-ups continue. Those who knew about it are just as guilty as those who committed the offences. They should all be exposed. Not all the victims of Magnolia House have been identified, and it is hoped more will come forward. In order to seek justice for these boys, we all need to shout as loud as we can. The forgotten children of society need a voice. We already have one virus spreading across the country. Don't let the virus of silence be another. Chapter 30. Wednesday, 25th of March, 2020. Matilda was woken by the annoying buzz from her vibrating mobile dancing on the bedside table. She peeked her head out from beneath the duvet, saw it was still dark, and turned over. Whoever was calling her could do so during daylight hours. If it was urgent, they could ring 999. The vibrating stopped, and immediately started again. "Oh, she said, as she scrambled to free herself from the tangle of duvet she'd managed to wrap around herself during her fitful sleep. She blinked hard as she tried to focus on the screen, but couldn't make out the name of who was calling. She swiped to answer. "Yes," she said. "Matilda? It's ACC Ridley." "Oh, sorry, I was asleep. What? My office, 9 o'clock sharp." He ended the call. The bluntness of his tone was enough to wake Matilda up. She stretched out a hand in the dark and turned on the lamp and pulled herself up. What was he talking about? Why the urgent call to announce a meeting in the middle of the night? She looked at her phone. It was 3 minutes after 7. She had 4 missed calls, 3 of them from Ridley, the other from Christian, and an email from Danny Hansen, which she deleted without reading. She placed her phone on the bedside table and tried to organise her thoughts. Why had Ridley called so early and barked an order at her? Something must have happened. She grabbed for her phone again and went to the BBC News app. The national news was full of pandemic-related stories, and the country struggling to get used to living in lockdown. She clicked on the regional news section, but there was nothing there that warranted such a command by her boss. There was no chance of her trying to get back to sleep now. It had taken till 2 o'clock to nod off in the first place. She flung back the duvet, swung her legs out, found her slippers, and stumbled downstairs to make her first industrial-strength coffee of the day. "Jesus Christ, Matilda, what have you done?" Adele said as she entered the kitchen. "What are you talking about?" Matilda was chewing on a slice of toast and had a second mug of coffee in front of her. "I didn't think you talked to the press, especially Danny Hansen." "I don't." "So you didn't speak to him about Magnolia House and Richard Ashton?" "No. Why? What's happened?" Adele handed Matilda her phone. The browser was open at an article on the Guardian's website. Matilda read through it quickly, her eyes widening with each line. "Oh, my God," she said. "You didn't know about it?" "Of course I bloody didn't. Jesus Christ! No wonder Ridley called so early. I cannot believe he did this," she said, putting her head in her hands. "Who?" "Christian sodding Brady. There's no one else who would be so reckless." Adele had poured herself a coffee and pulled out the chair opposite Matilda. She sat down. "The article doesn't name him, though. He won't get into too much trouble, will he?" "This is Danny Hansen we're talking about. He's a slippery bastard. He'll come back further down the line when he wants information, and he'll use this as a threat. Oh, Christian, you stupid, stupid man." "What do you think Ridley will say?" "You mean after he's roasted me?" "I'm not entirely sure. I think I might ask my mum to phone in sick for me." It was strange walking through the station and not seeing any civilian staff walking the corridors or cooped up in offices. It was quiet, and as Matilda made her way to ACC Ridley's office on the top floor, she noticed an eerie atmosphere. She didn't like it. His secretary wasn't there, so she simply knocked on the door and waited to be called in. She smoothed down her best jacket and ran her fingers through her hair. She felt nervous. It was the first day of big school all over again. Matilda knew he'd be angry, and she had no idea what she was going to say. Hopefully, when she opened her mouth, the correct placatory words would come out. She was summoned inside. Matilda opened the door and knew straight away she was screwed. Sitting a safe distance apart from ACC Ridley was Chief Constable Alistair Maynard. He hadn't been in the job long. He took over from Martin Featherstone following his resignation after the shooting in January 2019. But Maynard arrived with a reputation as a high achiever who expected his officers to toe the line, get the job done, and listen intently to every word that came out of his mouth. What he said was gospel, and any deviation from what he wanted was met with swift and severe reproach. "You are so dead." Matilda tried to smile at them both, but her face, frozen in fear, wouldn't allow it. She waited to be offered a seat, and nodded to them as she did so. Their faces told her nothing, though Ridley looked like he was about to explode. Maynard was a slim man in his early 60s, with a smooth, bald head, dark brown eyes, and an intense glare which Matilda could feel cutting into her. He looked commanding in his uniform, buttons highly polished, collar stiffly starched. It was frightening just to look at him. "I know why you've called me in here this morning," she said, her voice higher than she would have liked. "The Guardian in the article... the article in the Guardian," she stuttered. Her palms were sweating, and she could feel a prickly sensation creeping up her back. "I had no idea it was going to be printed. I will naturally launch an investigation to find out who spoke to the press." "That won't be necessary," Maynard said. His voice was low and deep. She had only spoken to him on 2 occasions, but she was sure his voice wasn't as booming then. "I'm dealing with this personally. After all, I am mentioned in the article." "Right. You know this Danny Hansen, I believe," Ridley said. Unfortunately, yes. He's done quite well out of you over the years. I've tried to shake him off, but he's like a terrier with an ankle." "You haven't spoken to him recently?" Ridley asked. "Yes. He called the other day and asked about Ashton. I politely told him to go away, told him statements are released through the usual channels, that sort of thing." Matilda kept stealing glances at Maynard. He was stony-faced. If he hadn't already spoken, she would have sworn he was a cardboard cutout. "Matilda, this could only have come from your team." She nodded. "I'm aware of how it looks. I haven't spoken to my team yet, but I will do." "You take full responsibility for your team?" "I do," she said reluctantly. "Therefore, the book stops with you?" Yes, I suppose it does." "DCI Dark," Maynard began. "As you are aware, we're currently living in a period of great uncertainty. This pandemic is going to have unknown consequences for a long time to come. The government is throwing money at the economy to keep it going through the lockdown. When it recovers, this money will need to be paid back, which means budgets will have to be tightened. Since the announcement of restrictions, we've already seen a decrease in violent crime, and we expect it to keep dropping in the coming weeks. I'm afraid a dedicated unit for homicide and major crime is no longer feasible in the current climate." "What?" Matilda asked, looking perplexed. "You have 4 weeks to wind up any ongoing cases you have and prepare to hand them over to CID. "You're closing us down." "We are." She turned to Ridley. "Not 10 days ago I had a meeting in this very room with you where we went through the applications for the 2 new DCs we were promised." "The world has changed a great deal in the past 10 days, Maynard said. "This has got nothing to do with budgets or the pandemic. You just don't want me asking questions about Richard Ashton," she said, feeling her hackles rising. "The Richard Ashton investigation will continue with a team looking for his killer." "And what about my officers?" "D.I. Brady, D.S. Andrews and D.C. Cotton will be moved over to CID, Ridley said. D.C. Novak will still be given support when she is ready to return, As D.S. Mills has already handed in her notice, we thought it prudent to place her on gardening leave with immediate effect. And what about me? There was a beat of heavy silence. I'm afraid there is no position available for someone of your rank within CID, Maynard said. We are therefore issuing you with 4 weeks' notice. In that time you will take on no new cases, but concentrate on the handover of current cases to CID. After that you will be made redundant. This will not have any effect on your pension. Matilda stood up. You can't do this, she said. Her words were spoken calmly, but she was minutes away from exploding. DCI Dark, as Chief Constable of South Yorkshire Police, I can do anything I wish within my remit. My main goal is to maintain the safety of the people of South Yorkshire. And I can only do so when the budget is spent correctly. The money used to fund your unit will go to frontline officers to tackle issues raised by this pandemic and beyond. Matilda couldn't find the words to speak. She stood, rooted to the spot, hoping the ground would open up and swallow her whole. You can leave now, DCI Dark, Maynard said. Matilda looked to Ridley. He turned away. She wanted to cry. She wanted to scream. She wanted to jump across the desk and punch Maynard in his bony face until it was just pulp. She nodded, turned, and left the office with her head held high. Chapter 31. I think as long as we keep the windows open for ventilation and have the desks further away from each other, we should be fine, Sian said, as she went round the suite, opening the windows. I suppose we'll just have to make sure we only get up from our desks when it's necessary and mask up during briefings. The canteen's closed. It was strange seeing that all locked up, Finn said. I hated not going to the gym this morning, Scott said. It sets me up for the day. I feel all sluggish and unsettled. Sian looked across at Christian. He hadn't said a word since arriving. He simply pulled out his chair, flopped into it, and stared into space. They'd all seen the article on the Guardian's website, and they were all in agreement it was Christian who'd spoken to Danny Hansen, but until he or Matilda mentioned it, they continued with work as usual. "How are the kids, Christian?" Sian asked. He looked up. "Sorry?" "The kids. How are they doing?" "Oh, fine. They're enjoying having a lie-in." He gave a painful smile. "Are they having lessons remotely?" "Yes. The school's setting up something to start next Monday." "It's good they're not going to miss out on their education," she said. The conversation was stilted, and Sian kept glancing over at Finn and Scott, raising her eyebrows and nodding her head towards Christian, asking them to join in. They remained silent. Nobody wanted to be the one to bring up the article, even though they all wanted to talk about it. The door was flung open and banged against the wall. Matilda grabbed it and slammed it closed. The whole room shook. Her face was red and looked as if she could power the whole station with the amount of angry energy she was emitting. "What the hell have you done?" she growled at Christian. "I am so sorry," he said, looking up like a child who'd been found out after stealing a fiver from his mother's purse. "Really? Are you?" She turned to the others. "I'm guessing you've all seen the article in The Guardian." They nodded. "Did you guess it was him who leaked it, or did he tell you?" "We kind of guessed," Scott said reluctantly. "And Danny Hansen of all people," she said, screwing up her face as if she had a bad taste in her mouth. "Why, Christian, why?" "The case wasn't going anywhere. You said yourself we need the boys of Magnolia House to come forward. This was the only way I could think of to do that." Why didn't you come to me and tell me what you were thinking of doing? I knew you'd say no. Yes, I would. But we could have sat down and found an alternative plan together. I told you this was going to be a long and slow burner of an investigation, and you've just ruined it. I haven't, he said, looking guilty. Danny said, Don't, she snapped, holding up her hand to silence him. Don't mention that man's name. I feel my blood pressure rising just thinking of him, and right now I'm ready to explode after what you've done. Matilda looked at Christian, took in his hangdog expression, the dark circles beneath his eyes, and the aura of sadness emanating from him. What's going on with you, Christian? What are you up to? She asked, her voice calmer. I don't know what you mean. When we went to see Peter Ogilvy, and Guy was there with his dog, the dog came running up to you and you said, Hello again, Toby. You've met Toby before. When? Christian blinked rapidly a few times. The other day. Why? I went to Guy's flat. Why? To talk. And did you find anything out? Yes. No. Not really. Well, which is it, Christian? Yes, no, or not really? Matilda asked, losing patience. Look, we just chatted. And what about when Jennifer called me at 1 o'clock in the morning, wondering why you hadn't come home yet? Where were you then? I'm trying to get Guy to open up to me. I'm drawing him into my confidence, he said, unconvincingly. He's already told us a great deal about what happened at Magnolia House, Sian said. I want him to... Look, don't judge me, any of you, he snapped. Look, it'll be fine, Christian said, his voice and facial expression belying his words. Someone will come forward, we'll get the evidence we need, and once... He stopped when he saw Matilda's face turn dejected and looked to the floor. What? Do you know what the consequences are of what you've done? Matilda said. Her voice was low, but there was strong emotion behind her words. If it's revealed it was you who talked to the press, you'll lose your job. You'll lose your pension. And you could very well serve 6 months in prison. What? It's that serious? Finn asked, shocked. Absolutely. Danny won't tell anyone, Christian said. Maybe not now he won't. But he'll come back for more information, and when you say no, he'll hold this over you. You've screwed up big time, Christian, and I won't be able to help you now. What do you mean? He asked, looking furtive. Matilda took a deep breath and let out a heavy sigh. I was summoned into Ridley's office. Sitting next to him was the chief constable. It's safe to say neither of them were too happy with the article. In fact, I'd say they were fucking furious. So much so, they've decided South Yorkshire Police can no longer afford a dedicated homicide and major crime unit. What? Scott gasped. They're closing us down. Matilda nodded. We've got 4 weeks to prepare our ongoing cases and hand them over to CID. What about us? Finn asked. You and Scott, along with D.I. Brady, will be merged back into CID. As Sian's handed in a notice, she'll be going on gardening leave with immediate effect. Unfortunately, there's no place for me on CID, so I've been given 4 weeks' notice. Oh, my God, Sian said. The room fell silent as they took in what Matilda had said. Christian slumped down onto his desk, his head on his arms. When he looked up, the colour had drained from his face. I am so sorry, he said to them all, genuinely meaning it. You knew how serious this was, Matilda said to Christian. For crying out loud, when Peter Ogilvy persisted in reporting Sean Evans's murder, they had him tied up and poured petrol over him to scare him off. Did you honestly think there wouldn't be consequences for talking to the press? "I didn't think they'd close us down," he said. "No, you didn't think, full stop." "Is there nothing we can do?" Scott asked. "No," Matilda composed herself. She took a few deep breaths and walked over to the window. She immediately turned her back on the uninspiring view. "Well, we've had a good run. This unit was set up in 2010 as the murder investigation team. We've solved plenty of murders in that time. This isn't the ideal way I wanted it to end, but we can't pick our hand, can we? I'm going to pop out for a while. I don't fancy watching you all clearing your desks." Matilda headed for the door with long strides. Her head was down, and she didn't make eye contact with anyone. The room descended into a dark silence. Nobody moved. It was a long, excruciating minute before anyone said anything. "Well, I think it's safe to say I didn't see this coming. I suppose I might as well get off home now." Sian leaned forward, picked up the framed photograph of her kids, and put it carefully in her bag. She opened her top drawer, removed her mug and other personal items she had. "You going right now?" Scott asked. "With immediate effect," Matilda said. She stood up and grabbed her coat from the back of the chair. There were tears in her eyes. "What you going to do?" Finn asked. "I'm not sure. Belinda mentioned about me setting up a dog walking business. I'd be losing weight and making money at the same time. Belinda suggested calling it Donnie Barco. I prefer Lady Chihuahua's lover." She gave a forced laugh. "Well, it's been a pleasure working with you all over the years. I'm going to miss you." "We'll miss you too," Finn said. "If you—" "No," she said, deciding against what she wanted to say. She didn't seem to want to leave all of a sudden. She smiled, but her bottom lip was wobbling. She turned and walked out of the suite. Before the door had managed to close behind her, she came waltzing back in, pulled open her bottom drawer and emptied out the contents, chocolate bars, packets of biscuits, bags of crisps and nuts, into a carrier bag she'd pulled out of her handbag. "If those at CID think they're having my snack drawer, they can piss off," she said, turning and leaving the room for the final time. "What do we do now?" Finn asked. Scott thought for a moment. "We go back to attending burglaries, arresting druggies, and if we're lucky, we might pop along to a school to inform little kiddies about the dangers of online chat rooms. Well, my Open University degree is going to come in very handy," Finn sighed. "Look, I'm really sorry," Christian said. "I honestly didn't think this would happen." "What did you think would happen, Christian?" Scott asked, sitting back and folding his arms. "We're dealing with a conspiracy here. We're facing a barrier of silence longer than the Great Wall of China, and you just went and told the world what we're trying to do. Not only have you fucked up this investigation, but you fucked up the careers of every single member of this unit. So, thank you very much for that," he spat. "I'll see you tomorrow, Finn," he said, before storming out of the unit. "Don't expect me to say anything," Finn said. "I'm only a DC. I'm not paid to have an opinion. I think I'll come back later to clear my desk." He grabbed his phone and was already calling his wife as he left the room. Christian was alone in the HMCU suite. He looked around him and sighed. In just one phone call, he'd ruined everything. Chapter 32. Matilda was sitting in Adele's office. Even though half her face was hidden behind a disposable face mask, she looked glum. There was a Rubik's Cube as an ornament on a shelf. She picked it up and began moving the squares to get the colours to align. Adele pushed open the door. She was fully scrubbed up and wearing a Jupiter ventilation mask. "You shouldn't be here," she said. Have you ever managed to complete one of these? Matilda asked. Surely it's the most annoying thing ever invented. She tossed it down onto the messy desk. I've got bodies coming in by the minute, Matilda. Why don't you go home? What am I going to do, Adele? I've been fired. No, you haven't. You've been made redundant. Same thing. No, it isn't. That job was my life. I'm aware. So, what am I supposed to do? Sit around in my pyjamas all day, watching daytime television and eating cereal for lunch? I'd love to do that, Adele smiled. Matilda, I know you're disappointed. I would be too. But you're in a much better position than anyone else who's lost their job. Look at all those people who've been furloughed, or those who live from paycheck to paycheck each month and are going to struggle to pay their bills during the lockdown. You know, telling someone about people worse off than them never helps, Adele. It makes them feel worse for feeling bad in the first place. Yes, I have money in the bank, so I'm not going to lose my house. But I've lost my identity. I've lost my career. I have sacrificed everything for my job, and they've taken it away from me. Adele, Nutwells have delivered. We could use a hand to help fit up the portable storage units, Donal shouted from somewhere out in the mortuary suite. I need to get on, Matilda, she said. She watched her best friend, looking pained and dejected, standing on a cliff edge. Would you like some advice? Matilda looked up. Yes, please. OK. Well, first of all, the toxicology result from Richard Ashton came back. She picked up a file from a confused-looking system only she knew the key to. He was drugged with fentanyl. It's a powerful analgesic which would have rendered him immobile while the castration took place. So, he was awake and knew what was happening but unable to do anything about it. Absolutely. Even more so, given the amount of alcohol in his system. Now, here's my advice. You've been given 4 weeks' notice in which you've been told to prepare your ongoing cases to hand over. So do as they ask. Spend the next 4 weeks investigating Richard Ashton. Find his killer. They'll give you a motive, and add that to the evidence you've already got from the fruit and veg seller and the retired vicar. You should then be able to present a decent case direct to the CPS to have them open an independent inquiry into Magnolia House. On the back of that, you can either make the Chief Constable change his mind to keep the unit open, or get a job elsewhere. Either way, you're a hero for uncovering historical child sex abuse. Matilda's eyes widened in excitement. Why didn't you tell me this when I came in? Because I shouldn't have had to, Adele exclaimed. You're a DCI. You've been in the job long enough to know what you have to do in order to survive. Don't let something minor like redundancy stop you. You're right. They're expecting me to go quietly. They're in for a bloody shock. I'm going to make so much noise they'll hear me in... Where's far away? Australia? Matilda grinned. No, it's not ladylike to shout that loud. She jumped up and grabbed Adele by the shoulders. Adele, you're a marvel. If we weren't masked up and in the midst of a pandemic, I'd kiss you. Thank goodness for small mercies. Matilda made her way to leave the office before Adele grabbed her. By the way, if you see Scott before I do, tell him Donal is on his team, she said, winking. How do you know that? I asked him. You asked him? Are you allowed to question staff about their sexuality these days? I didn't. He questioned me. He heard you and I were living together and asked me if we were a couple. It's a good job I didn't kiss you then, she smiled. Are you matchmaking between Scott and Donal? I want Scott to be happy. He's so lonely in that flat on his own. Love in the time of COVID. It has a nice ring to it. Matilda left the mortuary suite with a bounce in her step. She removed her mask and cleaned her hands with sanitizer by the door, and took out her phone to call for an Uber to take her home. She had some serious, sneaky plotting to do. There was a cab 3 minutes away. No sooner had she booked it than her phone started ringing. It wasn't a number stored in her phone's memory, and she didn't recognise the number. "Hello," she answered. "DCI Dark. It's Kenneth Burr, the Police and Crime Commissioner." She smiled. "I remember, yes. Sorry, I don't have your number stored." "That's quite all right. It's probably for the best. I've heard what happened this morning. Someone has spoken to the press and your unit is being closed down." Matilda hardly needed reminding. "That's right. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm not sure where that decision has come from. I'm guessing it was the Chief Constable himself. Personally, I'm in favour of dedicated units. Not only are they a focus for the detectives, but they're a comfort to the public at large. Matilda, what are your plans?" Matilda looked up and down the street for her Uber. It wasn't in sight. It was so quiet, it was almost eerie. "Right now I have no idea," she answered honestly. "May I make a suggestion?" "Of course." "Don't let this stop you. Yes, you're being silenced, but you know who by, and you know how to stop it." Matilda frowned. "I'm not sure I do know who's silencing me." "You do. If you give it some serious thought, you'll work it out. Don't let them win." The call ended. Matilda looked at the blank screen of her phone. She tried to recall the conversation, but couldn't. The Chief Constable had closed down her unit to put a stop to her looking into the historical sex abuse. The question was, why? The answer could only be that he was involved in it himself. If closing down the homicide and major crime unit didn't work, and Matilda continued digging, which she had every intention of doing, what would he try next to shut her up? Chapter 33. Danny Hanson was proud of his article appearing in the Guardian newspaper. It wasn't trending on Twitter, but he read a few comments people posted, nearly all of them mentioning the castration rather than what the article was hoping to achieve. He had been in two minds whether to mention Ashton having his balls cut off. Now he wished he'd left it out. But, to quote the old journalism adage, if it bleeds, it leads, and Richard Ashton had certainly bled. Danny's bubble was burst by an email from the head of the BBC News, telling him they wouldn't be requiring him to front any news bulletins for the foreseeable future. The reasoning was the pandemic, and the BBC wanting their presenters to do as little travelling as possible to help stop the spread of the virus. He couldn't help thinking of Christian's warning of a cover-up, and wondered if someone was trying to stop him writing more articles about child abuse by taking his freelance jobs away. He hoped The Guardian wouldn't scare as easily. Danny couldn't afford to live in London. When he was presenting for the BBC, he called on his mates to lend him a spare bed or a sofa for a few nights. He'd kept his flat on in Sheffield and used it as a base for when he was wearing his investigative journalist hat. Sheffield was ideally located in the country, so he could often return home from wherever his stories took him at the end of the day, even if it did mean a long train journey and not getting home until the small hours. Journalism wasn't a glamorous job. He'd applied for posts abroad and, despite acing the interviews and making a good impression, he was always sent a rejection email a few days later. Fingers crossed, a story of the magnitude of historical child sex abuse could open doors for him. He'd love to present a report from a war zone. That was the goal. He checked his inbox for any emails from readers of his article. None. It was only lunchtime, so there was still plenty of time. He closed his laptop and went into the kitchen to find something to eat. His cupboards weren't exactly bursting at the seams. He should have started hoarding food when the pandemic was first announced, but he honestly didn't think things would go as far as a national lockdown. He grabbed for a can of beans and wondered if he had any bread in the flat, when his mobile started ringing. He ran back into the bedroom, unplugged it from the charger, and swiped to answer. "Danny Hanson," he said. There was a long silence before the caller spoke. "Hello. I'm ringing about the article you wrote in the newspaper about Richard Ashton. You are that Danny Hanson, aren't you?" "I am," he said with a smile. I was at Magnolia House in 1995. I read about Ashton being found dead. I've been thinking of nothing else since it happened. I didn't know whether I should go to the police or not." The man's voice cracked. It was quiet, shaky almost, and there was a hint of fear. "Do you have information about Richard Ashton's murder?" "No, nothing like that. I don't. I've no idea who killed him. I was abused by Richard and others at the home. You said in the article about other people coming forward. I've spoken to my wife about it. She knows everything that happened to me. She thinks it would be good for me to speak officially, like." Danny had to bite his lip to stop himself cheering. He could interview him in depth, get him to reveal everything that went on at Magnolia House. He could picture the double-page interview in The Guardian. Maybe, if he filmed it, the BBC would show clips of the interview as he set out to expose the scandal. He hoped this bloke was good-looking. It would help if he was photogenic. "Are you still there?" the man asked. "Yes, sorry, I was just grabbing a pen. I'd be more than happy to sit with you, take a statement. Have you put your side of the story across?" "I'm not sure with this pandemic and everything." "We've got everything in place to protect you from that. I can meet you wherever you like. We can conduct the interview outdoors and sit far enough apart so we're both protected." Danny crossed his fingers and swore on the Pulitzer Prize for public service he hoped to win one day that this man agreed to go on record and open his heart. He hoped the man was a crier. "Okay," he said reluctantly. Danny punched the air. After half an hour, Danny had taken down the basic details from Owen Fothergill. He went to Magnolia House at the age of 8, following his mother's rapid death from stomach cancer. He'd never known his father. He lived at the home for 2 years until he was fostered and later adopted. He was now 33 years old and worked as a supermarket manager. He lived in Gledless with his wife and 2 young children. He told Danny many times that he and his wife were happy, but Danny wondered who he was trying to convince. The sexual abuse had affected him in ways he couldn't decipher. He was overprotective of his children and rarely let them out of his sight. He didn't trust the teachers at the school to look after them, and never allowed them to sleep over at a friend's house if he didn't know the parents. He hoped talking about his own childhood would help put his demons to rest. Danny arranged to meet him on Friday. When he ended the call, he fired a quick email off to his contact at The Guardian to inform him the article was working, and was about to head back into the kitchen to prepare his lunch when his phone rang again. The number was withheld. He swiped to answer. "Danny Hanson," he said in his usually bright and confident manner. "Hello, I think I might have some information for you about Richard Ashton and the abuse at Magnolia House." Danny was struggling to hold on to his emotions. He could almost hear his own award acceptance speech. Chapter 34. Matilda's house was in silence. Adele had come home late and gone straight to bed, taking a rapidly put-together sandwich with her. She was shattered. The coronavirus pandemic, added to her already hectic workload, was having a draining effect on Adele and all the mortuary staff. Matilda was, therefore, left alone with her thoughts, and they were not pleasant ones. Sitting in the dining room, a notepad open in front of her, looking up at the wall of photographs of the boys from Magnolia House, she wondered what her next step would be. How could she get to those boys, now grown men, and convince them to talk to her when they'd been ignored and forgotten for almost 30 years? Her silent mobile vibrated on the table next to her. She looked down at the screen. The number was withheld. She had a dark feeling about this. "Hello," she answered hesitantly. "I wasn't expecting to see a newspaper story about the abuse already." Matilda's heart sank. It was the killer. She knew it. "That didn't come from me or my department. It was leaked, somehow." "It's out in the open now," he said. His voice was quiet and slurred. "It is." "I'm in so much pain," he said. He sounded it too, as if every word was an effort. "How can I help?" "I don't know. I don't think you can." "Ashton abused you, didn't he?" "Huh?" "And there were others too, I'm guessing?" "Yeah. The thing is, I'm not the only one. It wasn't just me who was abused. But I feel so alone in all this. I've tried reaching out. I've tried talking to the others, but they don't want to know." "People deal with these things in so many different ways," Matilda said. "Some want to talk, some don't." "I want to talk," he said softly. There was pain and fear in every word he uttered. "Would you talk to me?" It was a while before he replied. "I don't know you." "Does that matter? Sometimes it helps talking to a stranger." He gave a hint of a chuckle. "You sound like a therapist." "Oh, God, I do, don't I?" "Have you been to see a therapist at some point?" "I've seen them all," he said, tired. "Would you like me to tell you something personal about me? Would that help?" "I don't know. It might." Matilda finished what was left in the wine-glass next to her and wished there was another bottle to hand. She took a deep breath and blew it out. Regulating her breathing used to help in composing herself. It didn't this time. She could feel herself shaking. "Last year, I was shot. I was in a bad way for a number of months, and when I came home, I felt guilty for doing so when so many of my friends and colleagues didn't. I remember reading about that. I went to see a therapist. I'm still seeing her now. She says I'm suffering with survivor's guilt, among other things. I couldn't understand why I'd survived when my colleagues, my friends, my father hadn't. I wanted to swap places with any one of them so they could live. But I can't. It doesn't work like that. Even now, all this time later, I'm still in pain. I still have flashbacks and nightmares. It doesn't go away, does it?" "No," he said. It was evident he was crying. Matilda wanted to say more, but thought it best to remain silent and see if he would react. "How—" He started to ask something, but suddenly stopped himself. "Go on." "No. Please. I'd like you to ask." Almost a minute went by before he spoke. "How do you feel about the man who shot you?" Matilda swallowed hard. "He's dead, and I didn't really know much about him, so I don't have many feelings towards him. But I know he didn't orchestrate the shooting. That was down to his brother. He's in prison and he'll never be released, but... But what?" Matilda didn't want to finish her sentence. She wiped away a tear just as it was about to fall. But you wish he was dead too? The killer asked. Now it was Matilda's turn to leave a long silence. Sometimes. It's the same with me. The men who abused me, they're untouchable. I know they won't see the inside of a prison cell, even if I come forward and give a statement. They'd be able to afford fancy lawyers, and it would be their word against mine. And I know for a fact I'd be a mess in the witness box. I know it seems that way, but I'm on your side. I can help put them behind bars if you give me the names of those involved. It's too late. No, it's not, she almost pleaded. I've already started killing them. And a jury will perfectly understand why you felt you needed to do so. But you can stop any time. I want to, he cried. I don't like what I'm doing. This isn't me. I know it's not. You're a good man. I used to be. But they've turned me into someone I don't recognise, someone I don't like. Let me help you. It's too late. It's not. They say killing gets easier after the first one. It doesn't. But there's no other option open to me. There is. I promise I will help you, Matilda said, her voice rising slightly. Can I call you again? Matilda closed her eyes. The conversation was coming to an end, but she needed him to know he had an ally. Of course you can. Any time. You're a good woman, Matilda Dark. Everybody says so. The line went dead. Matilda let out the breath she'd been holding and slumped onto the table in front of her. She felt exhausted. Chapter 35. Thursday, 26th of March, 2020. It seemed strange for Matilda to be at home on a weekday. She had woken up to an empty house. Adele had left for work early, and Matilda pattered around the ground floor with heavy legs, wondering what had happened. She tried to think about the conversation she'd had with the killer last night. He was in agony. If only she could get him to trust her. In the kitchen, she put 2 slices of brown bread into the toaster and flicked on the kettle. While she waited for it to boil, surrounded by silence, she wondered if this was what her life would be like in 4 weeks' time. She could do anything she wanted to with her day. There was a whole library of books waiting to be read, and the sun was shining. There was nobody stopping her sitting in the garden with a hardback and a packet of Jaffa cakes until the sun went down. Toast buttered, tea made, she went into the dining room and sat at the large table, facing the wall of photographs of the boys from Magnolia House. I'm being silenced, she said to them, after swallowing a mouthful of slightly flavoured cardboard. Nobody wants to know about you, but you're all victims. You should be heard. Everyone should know your names and what happened to you. But when it comes to sexual abuse, people would rather turn a blind eye and pretend it didn't happen. I can't accept that, she said, pushing the plate of toast away. You're all victims, she said again. The problem is, I think one of you might also be the killer. Which one? Tell me, please, for the love of God. At 10 o'clock, the doorbell rang, and Matilda pulled open the door to find Sian on the doorstep, punctual as ever. How weird does this feel? Sian said, stepping into the house. Both of us out of work. You were leaving anyway, you traitor, Matilda smirked. I phoned Christian last night, Sian began, taking off her coat. We had a good long chat. He's wrestling with something but wouldn't tell me what. He is very sorry for going to the press behind our backs like that, but felt there was no other way for the case to progress. In a way, he's right. Yes, he is right. He just went the wrong way about it. We're in the dining room. I have something to show you. Matilda led Sian into the dining room. Sian stopped when she saw the photographs on the back wall. Her mouth fell open. Are these all the boys from Magnolia House? Matilda nodded. They look so young. 8, 9, 10, around those ages. Sian stepped closer to the wall and studied each picture. They don't look happy. When I first saw the photos, I thought the opposite. I saw boys excited about a game of football, but the more I look at them, the more I see the pain and sadness in their eyes. They all look incredibly sad. It's like, I don't know, it's like they've had their innocence ripped from them. They have. I don't know if all of them were abused or just a percentage, but they were at Magnolia House for a reason. Something happened to them that took them away from their parents. They'd already been through one kind of hell, and Richard Ashton was putting them through another. Sian turned to Matilda. You're right. We can't keep quiet over this. I don't know how the Chief Constable at ACC Ridley can even think of telling us to stop digging. I don't think Ridley had much choice. None of the words he said yesterday were his. There's something else too. She took a deep breath. The killer called me last night. He called you? It wasn't the first time either. What did he say? He told me about how much pain he's in, how he's tried speaking to therapists to figure out what happened to him, but he's unable to find an answer. He really does sound tortured. Jesus, what are you going to do? I don't know. I suppose I should keep my fingers crossed and hope he'll phone again, and I'll give it another go. Try and get him to give himself up, I suppose. Poor bloke. I never thought I'd feel sorry for a killer, Sian said. Me neither. That's the thing, though. He's not a killer because he's enjoying taking a life or having power over someone. He's not like Steve Harrison or... She stopped herself. Or my Stuart, Sian added. No, Matilda said flatly. He's up here, isn't he, the killer? She asked, looking at the wall of photographs. Almost definitely. And we need to find out which one. Yep. So, what's the plan of action? Sian said, pulling out a chair and sitting down. You want to help? I've got just under 4 weeks before I can start Zero Bark 30. I've got to do something to keep my mind occupied, Matilda smiled. I have an appointment to interview Billy Maitland at Stafford Prison tomorrow. Would you like to come with me? Well, I had planned to stare at my living room wall and cry, but I can do that on Sunday, she grinned. What do you think he can tell us? I don't know. I'm hoping he'll be able to give us names as to who else within South Yorkshire Police knew about the cover-up with Sean Evans's murder. Hopefully, that will lead to discovering who Richard Ashton's pervert mates were. I've been having a look at the Chief Constable's timeline, and he's never done anything out of line. He's worked his way up from being a PC. He's the perfect example of a dedicated copper. Did Maynard and Ashton know each other? Sian asked. I don't know. I've found nothing that can connect the two. If they were both involved in this, on such a massive scale, they will have avoided each other at all costs in their everyday lives, won't they? They'll have made sure they weren't at the same social functions. True, but other people will be able to connect them. There will be mutual acquaintances. Then that's who we need to look for. Matilda pulled out a chair and sat down. We still need to be careful over the next 4 weeks. There's nothing stopping us contacting the adoption services and trying to track down the 12 missing boys, or finding out who were legitimately adopted from Magnolia House and talking to them. Also, we've got the PCC on our side. He's given me his mobile number in case we need him. Sian pulled a face. He's a politician, though. He's independent of the police, and his views carry some weight. I think we should use them if we have to. Fair enough. Are you supplying refreshments here? I can't run to a snack drawer, but I've plenty of coffee and a double pack of dark chocolate digestives. You're only offering one type of biscuit? Amateur. I'm going to miss your banter. I suppose if you don't get your job back, we could go into business together and open a private detective agency. Mills and Dark. Maybe not. It sounds too much like Mills and Boone. Dark and Mills? Actually, I've been thinking of going back to my maiden name. I've been talking about it with the kids, and they'd change theirs too. I know Mills is a fairly common surname, but they're not keen on being linked with a serial killer. Matilda smiled. It's good you're thinking so positively. Well, I've been down about it all. I felt shocking and beaten myself up that I should have known, but the truth is, I didn't. I thought I had the best marriage in the world. I thought we were a strong couple. There's sod all I can do about what he did, but I can try and make the future for my kids and me as happy as possible. Matilda stood up and went to leave the room to make the coffee. She stopped in the doorway and turned back. I think you should change your name. New start, new you. Absolutely. But first, we have to solve the first case of the Bultitude and Dark Detective Agency. That's never your maiden name, Matilda said, wide-eyed. Sian laughed. No, it's not. I'm joking. It's Robinson. Oh, thank God for that, she said, relieved. The doorbell rang. I'll just go and get that, then I'll make the coffee. Matilda headed for the front door with a smile on her face. She had known Sian for more than 20 years. They'd been through a great deal together in the past couple of years. Sian had been stabbed, shot at, and had her husband unmasked as a serial killer. Yet she was still able to get up in the morning, smile and make jokes. Be more Sian. Matilda opened the door. Her face dropped at the sight of Danny Hanson on her doorstep. "What the hell are you doing here?" she spat. "I've had a phone call. Well, I've had several phone calls, actually, about the article, but one of the calls stood out among the rest." "What are you talking about?" "I think the killer called me." "What?" Sian came out of the dining room. Matilda let him in. Matilda turned to face Sian. "I don't want that reptile in my house," she hissed. "Look at his face." She turned back. Danny looked petrified. Chapter 36. Danny Hanson was a very handsome man. His thick, dark, wavy hair was perfectly coiffed. It was messy, yet stylish. Matilda had seen him on the news many times, reporting from an outdoor location, the wind whipping his hair up in a frenzy, but it always managed to settle into a neat position. Whenever he appeared on television, Danny Hanson and Danny Hanson's hair were always trending on Twitter. He could be reporting on the most banal subject imaginable, yet people would tune in simply to ogle the man with the smooth skin, the fine cheekbones, the deep, dark, soulful eyes, and the gorgeous hair. Matilda wanted to slap him the second she set eyes on him. He may have been popular with viewers, but Matilda knew the real Danny Hanson. He was a journalist, so she instantly disliked him. But she knew his bravado was all an act. He couldn't handle the gritty side of his job, and balked at the depravities of human nature he was supposed to report upon. She despised him, even more so when he posed as a doctor and took photographs of her while she was in an induced coma following the shooting. And now he was sitting in her living room, drinking her coffee and invading her personal space once again with his lecherousness. "Danny, have you had much response to your article?" Sian asked. She could see the sour look on Matilda's face and thought it better to take the lead and give Matilda time to settle down. He placed his mug of coffee on the table in front of him and licked his lips. From his satchel, he took out his iPad and began to scroll through. "Yes, I've had more than 20 calls and emails from men who said they were at Magnolia House in the 90s. I'm seeing one bloke tomorrow to interview him. The others are cagier about being interviewed. Some have said they'll email me a statement about what happened to them." "And you think one of the callers was the killer?" "Yes. He's called me 3 times now." What has he said? He's frightening the bloody life out of me, I don't mind admitting, he said, looking from Sian to Matilda, then back to Sian. It's not just what he says, it's how he says it. I don't know, he sounds haunted, like he's in pain or something. In pain? Not physical, obviously, but more emotional pain. He's given me a name, he said, looking scared. Matilda and Sian exchanged glances. Go on, Sian prompted. The thing is, this man is someone you both know. When I tell you, it could have major repercussions. Danny, why do you think I'm at Matilda's house in the middle of a weekday? Our unit has been closed down. Matilda has been made redundant. What? Is this true? He turned to Matilda. Of course it is, Sian said. Whoever is pulling the strings does not want us asking questions about Richard Ashton and his child abuse past. We're being silenced. So, what are you going to do? Sian almost smiled. They want us silent, so we'll shout. Whose name did the killer mention, Danny? Matilda asked firmly. Danny glanced back down at his iPad, then looked back up at Matilda. Alistair Maynard. Both Matilda and Sian's mouths fell open. The Chief Constable? Matilda asked. I don't believe it, Sian said. Neither did I. I asked him more than once if he was sure, and he said he was 100% positive. What did he actually say? Matilda sat further forward on the armchair. He said he was at Magnolia House in the 90s, that Richard Ashton abused him, and he brought some friends round to the home too. He didn't know their names at the time, but he's seen Alistair Maynard's photo in the papers since, and it's definitely him. He said he'd know his face anywhere. Bloody hell, Sian exclaimed. Did he say anything else that might give you a hint as to his identity? Matilda asked. Nope. To be honest, I'm glad when the calls end. I'm not a psychiatrist. I don't know what to say to him. Matilda opened her mouth to say something, but stopped when a thought popped into her head. She stood up and went over to the window. What is it? Sian asked. He said something last night. I don't know why I've just remembered it. He said that people say killing gets easier after the first one, but it doesn't. Wait, the killer's calling you too? Danny asked. Matilda waved him into silence. He was talking in the present tense. Killing gets easier after the first one. It doesn't. He's already killed again. He's killed another of his abusers? Sian asked. I think so. Do you have another victim? Danny asked. Not that I'm aware of. Matilda looked at Danny. She really loathed him and everything he stood for, but the fact that the killer was calling him and other victims were contacting him following his article meant he could be useful. Matilda chewed on the inside of her mouth. She could taste blood. She could also taste the words on her tongue that were about to come out of her mouth, and they tasted worse. The fact that she was even contemplating sharing information with a journalist was enough to make her want to slam her face through the window. She returned to her armchair and sat on the edge. She leaned close to Danny. The urge to pick up the heavy Le Creuset coffee pot on the coffee table and insert it into him was too great to ignore. She sat on her hands. Danny, why are you here? Why didn't you phone me or go to the station? I've tried calling you. Your mobile's switched off. Bugger! I must have forgotten to charge it last night. I called your office and it just rang out. I called CID and they said you were working from home today. Did they? She turned to Sian and raised her eyebrows. How considerate of them. So, what's going on then? What are you going to do? We have the names and photos of all the boys who were at Magnolia House throughout the 90s, but we have no way of contacting them. Despite your article leading to us being closed down, It's the best way to get in touch with them and find out just how prolific the abuse was, and who else, apart from Ashton, was involved. Matilda closed her eyes and took a breath. Now, as much as I'm hating myself for saying this, if you share what you've got, when all of this is over, I will give you all of what I've got. I'll even sit down with you and give an interview and help you write a book about this whole thing. Danny's eyes lit up. Weren't you writing a book about Carl Megan? Sian asked. Not now, Sian. You'll not renege on your offer. Sian is my witness. She's the most truthful person I know. She'll hold me to it, even though I'll try to wriggle out of it, Matilda said, hating herself for making a deal with a hack. You're on, he said greedily. With great reluctance, Matilda took Danny into her dining room, and while he was studying the photographs, Matilda linked his iPad up to her wireless printer and began to print off the interviews and emails he'd received from callers in the wake of his article. So how many of these boys were abused? Danny asked Sian. We don't know, she replied. Hopefully we can match your interviews with some of these photos. Are these phone calls accurate? Matilda asked, flicking through the printed pages. As accurate as they can be. My shorthand's always been rusty, and I tend to lose track when someone is telling me how they were gang raped when they were 9 years old. Are you all right? Sian asked, genuinely concerned. Matilda looked up. Yes, I'm fine, he shrugged. I just can't understand how people can do this. It makes me sick just thinking about it. I hate to say it, but this is good work, Danny. All of the blokes you've talked to are on our list of boys who were at Magnolia House. Are you working on the assumption that the killer is also one of the abused boys? It certainly sounds like it, Sian said. And he definitely castrated Ashton. Yes, and he rammed his penis and testicles into his mouth, Matilda revealed. Bloody hell! Danny crossed his legs and winced. Please tell me Ashton was already dead when he did that. Nope, still very much alive. I suppose I shouldn't show sympathy to Ashton, but what a horrific way to go. So, what do you want from me? Matilda looked up at him. I want you out of my house. Well, interview this Owen Fothergill tomorrow, get his story, and ask him if he's willing to make a formal statement with the police. It's fine having people email you and call you up, but we need official statements taken by a police officer. If they're willing, we can do it here. We need names. That's the key. We need to know the names of the men Ashton brought to Magnolia House and who attended his parties. Danny nodded. But will they have given their real names? Probably not. So ask for detailed descriptions. Did anything stand out about these men? Accents, height, weight, hair and eye colour? Any tattoos, birthmarks, piercings, scars, distinguishing features? Did they have a lisp, a lazy eye, wear glasses, jewellery? It's like a game of Guess Who, Danny said, laughing. I remember playing that as a child with my sister. I don't recall ever asking, is your person circumcised? Matilda said with an icy stare. You want me to ask that? He paled. You need to ask everything that will identify the abusers. Look, if you don't feel comfortable asking these questions, tell them to come to me, Matilda said. Don't mention my unit has been closed down, or that someone is trying to silence us. But tell them we're a dedicated team who are trying to put together enough evidence to make sure the abusers are in prison for a long time. That's the angle you need to drive home with the victims. I will, he said, looking nervous. Look, Danny, forget you're a journalist for now. Forget about writing a story. We need to get as many statements as possible, build up the evidence, then you can go public. I'll even arrange an appointment with Adele's publisher friend if you want. Okay, he beamed. What do I do if the killer calls me back? Nothing. Let him do the talking. Sympathise with him. Tell him you understand how he's feeling and allow him to direct the conversation. But Try to get him to open up to you. Become his friend. But he's a killer, Danny said, the shocked expression appearing back on his face. Yes, but he's also a victim. Matilda pointed to the wall of photos. He's up there. He's been abused. He's frightened. Danny nodded. He looked at his expensive watch. I need to go. I'm supposed to be interviewing a GP about COVID at 2. He gathered up his things and put the iPad in his satchel. I really appreciate this, Matilda, he said. I know we haven't seen eye to eye over the years, but I really do have a great deal of respect for you. Matilda raised her eyebrows. Really? You have a funny way of showing it. I'll see you out, Sian said. She led Danny out of the room, turning back and winking to Matilda. Matilda gathered up the printed statements and tried to put them into some kind of order on the large table. Well, Sian asked as she came back into the room, what do you think? I think we might finally be starting to get somewhere. All thanks to a scuzzy journalist. Matilda screwed up her face. I hate myself for including him. He's dedicated. You can't fault him for that. I don't have to like him, though. I bet you £100 when all this is over, you and he will be friends, Sian smiled. There are times when I could really go off you, Matilda said. Chapter 37. Friday, the 27th of March, 2020. I think you should go with the whole K9 yards, Matilda said, as Sian squeezed into a tight parking space outside Stafford Prison. Gregory suggested The Bark Knight Rises, and Anthony said I should go risque with 50 Shades of Greyhound. Matilda laughed. That's a good one. She opened the front passenger door of her Range Rover and stepped out. There was a chill in the air, and she shivered. The comfort of the heated seats and scented air freshener was replaced by a sense of dread and apprehension when she looked up at the depressing red brick monolith. HMP Stafford had been operating as a prison since 1793. It was a Category C prison, and in 2014 it became a sex offenders-only prison. I always feel nervous when I arrive at a prison, Matilda said. It's not because of the people inside. It's the actual building. They scare me. It may look archaic and primitive, but it's Category C. They've got it cushy, Sian said, as she handed Matilda her car keys. You should see the cell Stuart's in. He's got his own TV, a Blu-ray player, and an ensuite bathroom. He's got more mod cons than our Anthony's got in his halls of residence at university. You've been in touch with Stuart? Matilda asked as they made their way to the entrance. No. Gregory was interested when he first went inside and did some research online, looking at all the cells and what happens inside a prison. Does he want to go and visit him? He did at first. I was willing to take him, but then he changed his mind. I think Belinda might have talked him out of it. Matilda linked arms with Sian. It's not been easy, has it? No. Still, we plod along, don't we? It's good you have people around you who'll support you and look after you. Sian looked at Matilda. I'm not retracting my resignation. Damn. Nice try, she said with a smile. Besides, I've nothing to come back to. The unit's being closed down, and I doubt they need another DS in CID. If I managed to get the unit reinstated, would you come back? Sian thought momentarily. I don't think so. Besides, I'm looking forward to getting Jurassic Bark off the ground. Now that one's good, Matilda smiled. Matilda and Sian had to wear face masks and keep their distance from the prison officer as they were led to an interview room. How are you coping with the lockdown? Sian asked. We're a prison. We're used to lockdowns, the officer said over his shoulder. I should be asking how you're coping. It takes more than a pandemic to keep detectives off the streets. It's just assumed we carry on as normal. We've had to buy our own face masks, Matilda said. Well, what do you expect when you put a cartoon character in charge of the country? Matilda stifled a laugh. So, what's Billy Maitland like? Model prisoner. You don't hear a peep out of him. He should be out before the end of the year, coronavirus permitting. They were shown into a room and the door was locked behind them. Prison interview rooms were seemingly designed with the pandemic in mind. Matilda and Sian were on one side of a desk, the prisoner on the other, and in between, a thick sheet of glass separating them, ostensibly from harm should a prisoner become violent, but it helped in keeping germs away too. Matilda hoped this wasn't going to be a repeat of the interview with Nigel Tate. She could still feel her flesh crawling. From the opposite side of the glass, Billy Maitland was led into the room. He looked older than his 49 years. His hair was shaved to a buzz cut and greying at the temples. His face was craggy. Dark lines beneath his eyes and heavy eyelids were evidence of a man struggling to sleep. Matilda wondered what was keeping him awake at night. He pulled out a chair and sat down with a deep sigh. He looked defeated by life, drawn and grey. "Good morning, Billy. How are you?" Matilda asked. Billy looked up and his eyes widened. A hint of a smile appeared on his dry lips. Someone was asking how he was, probably for the first time in years. "I'm doing okay. Thank you for asking," he said in a soft voice. Matilda smiled. "Is there anything you need?" The smile spread. "No, I'm fine, but thank you." "Have you been told why we're here?" "You want to talk about Richard Ashton and Magnolia House," he said, blinking hard. "Yes. Billy, in 1997, a boy, Sean Evans, was murdered at Magnolia House. The crime was reported on 3 occasions, and no actions were taken. The home was run by Reverend Peter Ogilvie. He reported the murder a 4th time and went straight to Chief Constable Tony Bates. Do you remember that?" He nodded. Sian was sitting with a pen poised, hovering over a pad on her lap. "You were a DS at the time. What happened?" "I remember Bates coming into CID to talk to the DI, but he wasn't there. I can't remember why. So he spoke to me about it. He asked what actions we'd been taking. I said none. I hadn't been given any orders to investigate." "So CID weren't looking into Sean Evans's murder?" "No." "Who was your DI?" "Alistair Maynard." Matilda's mouth dropped open. Alistair Maynard was now her chief constable, who had closed down her department to stop her looking into the sex abuse, and had also been identified by the killer as an abuser. It was not looking good for Maynard. She looked over to Sian, who started writing. "When Maynard came back into the office, I went to see him. I mentioned that Bates had been looking for him, and told him about the Evans murder, and he told me to leave it as he was dealing with it." "Did anything happen after that?" "No. To be honest, I was that busy. I didn't give it much thought. You deal with what you're given, don't you?" "You certainly do," Sian said. "You knew Richard Ashton, didn't you?" Matilda asked. Billy looked down at his hands. He was scraping at the loose skin around the tip of his thumb. His fingernails were bitten down to the quick. They looked sore. He nodded. "How?" He shook his head, and it was a while before he answered. "I'm not a paedophile," he said, a lump in his throat. "I like women who are younger than me, that's all. The reason why I'm in here, Rachel Price. She told me she was 17. I swear on my mother's life, I had no idea she was really 15. Matilda looked uncomfortable. No offence, Billy, but you were 46 at the time. Even if she was 17, she was still too young for you. Who's to say? He asked animatedly. If she'd been 29 years older than me, nobody would have batted an eyelid, would they? I suppose not. She lied. She was rebelling against her strict father. It all came out in court. She saw me on Tinder and thought she'd use me to stick 2 fingers up to her father, and I get put in prison for it. I hold my hand up to sleeping with an underage girl, but I wouldn't have done it if I'd known her real age, and that's the truth. She lied. Okay, Billy. Matilda put her hands up to get him to calm down. I believe you. Look, if you help me, I'll let the parole board know, and that should help with your release. Billy looked Matilda in the eye again, and gave her a slight smile. He seemed to have warmed to her. Thank you, he said, in his low, soft voice again. How did you know Richard Ashton, Billy? He shrugged. I don't know. He came to me. He said he'd heard I liked young women and asked if I wanted to attend a party. Did he say young women? Yes, he did. Look, I was 26. I was a newly promoted DS. Looking back, I was a cocky wanker, and I was told about a party where there would be young women. I was single. Who was I hurting? What happened at this party? I'd been lied to, that's what happened. I was told to go to Magnolia House. I knew it was a children's home, but Ashton said he owned it, and the top floor was practically his playroom. I got there, and there were other blokes there, having a drink and looking sheepish. I'm shown upstairs and sent into this room, and there's a fucking lad sitting on a bed. I turned to Richard. I asked him what the fuck was going on. Do you know what he said to me? He had this grin on his face that chills me even to this day, and he told me to do whatever I wanted to him. What did you do? Matilda asked, when Billy fell silent and showed no sign of continuing. Nothing. I was scared to death. I was way out of my depth and didn't have a fucking clue what was going on. What was I supposed to do? I wanted to leave, but didn't know if Ashton would be waiting for me outside. In the end, I just sat there. I tried talking to the boy, but I didn't know what to say. He looked just as scared as I was. Then all hell broke loose. What do you mean? I don't know how long I'd been in that room. Felt like years. But suddenly the door burst open and the lads dragged out. There's pandemonium. Young lads are being pulled out of rooms half-dressed and hurried downstairs, and I'm stood there like a spare part, wondering what's going on. Were there any other men there? Did you see them? I saw them. They were doing up their trousers or putting their shirts back on. I didn't want to look at them. What happened? Some were saying how they couldn't be seen to be there, whatever that meant, and ran down the stairs. I followed, but Ashton grabbed me. He asked me to go into one of the rooms. There was a bloke on the bed who was pissed, and Ashton wanted me to help him out, take him home. How did Richard seem? He was calm, smiling, acting like nothing had happened. What had happened? The boy, Sean Evans, he was dead. Did you see him? Billy nodded. I didn't know it was him, obviously, but I saw a young boy face down on a bed. I could tell he was dead. Could you see how he'd died? No. Didn't you try to do anything? I told D.I. Maynard the next day. What did he say? He told me he'd take care of it. And did he? Was Sean Evans ever found? Was anyone ever prosecuted for his murder? What do you think? Did you recognise any of the men at Magnolia House with you? Sean asked, speaking for the first time. Billy took a deep breath and nodded. I recognised 3 blokes. Not at the time, but I recognised them later. I only knew the name of one man on that night. Go on, Matilda prompted. George Barker was there. Who's he? Shit, Sian said. He's the Labour MP for Sheffield South. He's also the Shadow Education Secretary. Bloody hell, Matilda said. Who else? Donald Eddington. Who? Sian asked. Name sounds familiar, Matilda said. Billy nodded. He was on the council back in '97. He ended up being leader for a few years. I'm pretty sure he's dead now. Who else? Matilda asked. Miles Ogilvy. Matilda's eyes widened. Ogilvy? That's right. The Reverend Peter Ogilvy's younger brother. He was the man who was pissed on the bed, who I had to take home. Wait, Matilda stopped and tried to settle her thoughts. You're telling me Peter Ogilvy, who ran Magnolia House, had a brother who attended the sex party there? Yes, Billy replied. Did you talk to him? Did he say anything? Matilda asked. He was practically comatose. I had to get his address off his driver's licence. Did you see him before you were taken upstairs? No. Matilda looked to Sian. Both were wide-eyed in shock. Why didn't Peter tell you any of this? Sian asked. I've absolutely no idea, she said. Billy, were you ever asked back to these parties? No. Did Ashton ever approach you again? No. I never saw him again. Matilda fell silent. It was a while before she spoke. Billy, thank you so much for talking to us, she said, standing up. I'll definitely make sure the parole board know of your cooperation. Thank you, he said, with a genuine smile. What's going on? Sian asked when they were outside of the prison walls and heading back to the car. Why did you end the interview so abruptly? I think it was a set-up, Matilda said. What was? All this time, I've just assumed Sean Evans's murder was a tragic accident, a sex game gone wrong, but I think it was planned. Who by? Richard Ashton, obviously. But why? Matilda rummaged around in her bag for her keys and tossed them to Sian. Billy Maitland, who has never shown the slightest interest in having sex with boys, is approached by Richard Ashton and invited to a party. And on the night of that party, a child just happens to die. Why? I don't know. So that if Ashton is questioned by police, he can turn around and say a member of the police was also at the party. If he's going down, he'll take Maitland with him. And who knows what will happen to the top brass at South Yorkshire Police. I wouldn't be surprised if that's the reason why Peter Ogilvy's brother was there too, she said, climbing into the car. Go on, Sian prompted. Peter's already questioning Ashton about the abuse. He's alerted Barbara Usher, who's also started asking questions, but she's soon got rid of in a convenient mugging gone wrong. So, to silence Peter, he arranges for Miles to be at the party so he can use his brother against him. But if Miles is a paedophile, Peter isn't going to stick up for him, is he, brother or no brother? Billy didn't see Miles with the other men before they went up to the top floor. He was already there and pissed out of his mind. When Billy was shown into that room, it was Guy Grayston who was there on the bed. Guy said it was only a matter of minutes before the door was opened and he was dragged out. It felt longer to Billy, as he was scared to death. Guy was used to it by then. It's just possible Miles was drunk and planted in Magnolia House as a set-up. I need to talk to Peter Ogilvy again. Head back to Derbyshire. What about this Donald... what's his name? Eddington, Sian asked. We need to find him too. Sian started the car and pulled out into the quiet road. So, Richard Ashton invited Eddington and Barker so he could blackmail them too. Yes. I'm not sure if Barker was an MP back then, but he's bound to have had some kind of a job on the council or in local government. The same for Eddington too. I bet Ashton invited everyone who'd be able to help in some way, if he ever needed to call in a favour. Sick bastard, Sian uttered. Exactly. And what about Maynard? I'm going to need to tread carefully with him, Matilda said while she thought. Jesus, I knew Ashton was sick, but I had no idea how bloody depraved and evil he really was. Thank God he's dead, because if he was still alive, I'd be taking a pair of scissors to his balls myself. So, what do we do now? Matilda blew out a heavy breath and relaxed. If Ashton set up that night so he could blackmail people, he's going to use every opportunity. Look into Ashton Development's history. Find out what they were doing before and after 1997. If I'm right, I bet his turnover more than quadrupled overnight after 97. Bugger, Matilda said, looking down at her phone. What is it? Donald Eddington is in a nursing home. He's got Alzheimer's, according to this article here from a couple of years ago. He won't be much use then. No. However, we still have George Barker. We'll go and pay him a visit. An MP caught up in a sex scandal. He'll crumble like a gingerbread house. Matilda turned to look at Sian, who had a smile on her face. What? Nothing. It's seeing you like this, with fire in your belly. It's nice to see it again. I'm on a mission. She rubbed her hands together. Chapter 38. Matilda and Sian pulled up outside Peter Ogilvy's cottage in Edale. Do you want me to come in with you? Sian asked. No. I'll chat to him on my own. You look up Ashton Development's history and get an address for George Barker. We'll go and see him after I finish with Peter. You've got your determined face on, Sian said as Matilda climbed out of the car. I don't like being lied to. Matilda had called Peter on the way over and asked if she could call. He said he'd meet her in the back garden, and that's where he was when Matilda went around the back of the cottage and through the gate. He was sitting at the table and wearing more layers than last time, a look of foreboding on his face. The sun was hidden behind thick clouds, and the temperature was hovering around 10 degrees. He smiled when he saw her. She smiled back, but she could feel it hadn't reached her eyes. She pulled out a chair and sat down. "How are you?" Peter asked. "How's the investigation going?" "That's what I wanted to talk to you about. I've just been to Stafford Prison to interview a former detective, Billy Maitland. Do you know him?" Peter inhaled. His face remained unchanged as he thought. "I can't say as I do, no." "Never mind, it's not important. Tell me about your brother." Peter deflated in his seat. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have kept it from you. I knew you'd find out." He leaned forward and picked up his glass of orange juice with a shaking hand. He took a small sip and placed it back on the table. "Would you like a drink?" "No, I'm fine, thank you." A plethora of emotions seemed to pass over Peter's face. He opened and closed his mouth a few times, as if he was trying to find the right words to use, but nothing coherent would come. It was a long moment before he spoke. "The day after I had the petrol poured over me in the shed, Richard Ashton came to see me. I told him what had happened. I told him it wouldn't silence me. Then he showed me some photographs from the night Sean Evans was killed. They were disgusting. I was sick. I was physically sick." Matilda frowned. What were the pictures of? My brother, Miles. He was in one of the rooms in Magnolia House. He was on a bed, naked, and one of the boys was performing a sex act on him. It was obvious from the photos that Miles was unconscious, but it was a compromising photo. Did you ask Miles about it? Peter nodded. He had no recollection of that night whatsoever. We sat down and talked about it at length, and deduced that Miles had had his drink spiked with something. One of the boys was told to, well, you can guess what. And Richard took the photographs. It was all done to stop me asking questions. If I persisted in getting Sean's murder investigated, Richard would reveal the photographs to the media and the police and say I was allowing the abuse to take place and even letting my own brother take part. Matilda softened. She'd felt angry and betrayed on the drive over, but hearing Peter's side of the story, hearing how completely helpless he was, made her realise he was a victim, just like the boys he was trying to protect. What did you do? Miles wanted to murder Richard. He was serious about it too. There was a very dark time when I wanted to join him. I've met some disturbed people over the years, but Richard Ashton is the closest I've got to meeting someone who was pure evil. Where is Miles now? Can I talk to him? You can talk to him, but he won't answer you. He's in an urn on a shelf in my bedroom. Oh, I'm sorry. He took his own life in 2000. He couldn't live with the shame of what happened. Richard held it over him, over both of us, ever since it happened. That's the real reason you closed Magnolia House down? He nodded. His bottom lip quivered with emotion. That's when you lost your faith in humanity? He nodded again. Is there anything else you haven't told me? Peter blinked, and tears ran down his face. Once again, Matilda knelt beside him and placed her arm around his shoulders. She pulled him close, resting his head against her chest. He was so slight, she could feel his bony arms through his layers of clothing. I can understand you not telling me about Miles. He's family. It was private. I will not judge you for anything you think you've done wrong, Peter. He broke himself free from Matilda's embrace and fished in his pocket for a handkerchief and wiped his eyes and nose. The tears didn't stop. How do you think I could afford a cottage in Edale on a retired reverend's pension? Richard Ashton bought it for you. Blood money, he spat. I told the church I was retiring because I was ill. It wasn't a lie. I was ill. But I'd planned to retire long before then. Cancer just gave me a legitimate excuse. I'd lost all faith, all hope. There was no way I could afford a decent place to live. I went to Richard, and I said I deserved something for keeping my mouth shut all these years. A couple of months later, he gave me the keys to this place. I hate myself for being bought like this, but my hands were tied, Matilda. I tried so many times to expose Richard, and nobody would listen. Matilda was on the verge of tears as she watched this fragile man in front of her crumble as he spilled out the horrors he'd endured for the past 20 years. I wanted to do good. That's all I ever wanted. You did do good, Peter. I let the devil in. I wish I'd let Miles kill Richard all those years ago. Maybe he would still have been alive now. I'm so lonely, Matilda," he said through the tears. "Do you have any idea what that's like?" "I do," she said, resting her head on his shoulder. "I really do." He took a breath. "I wish I'd had the guts to kill Richard myself." "Peter, we're building a case against Richard, and others, witnesses, are coming forward. Your boys are speaking out," she said with a hopeful smile. "I will make sure you're free from the burden you've been holding on to all these years," she said, gripping his hands hard. "Will you do a dying man a favour?" Peter asked. "Of course." "The man who murdered Richard Ashton is one of my boys, isn't he?" "It's more than likely, yes." "When you find out which one, when you catch him, let him go. For my sake. Will you do that for me?" Matilda looked into his eyes and answered as truthfully as she could. "I've had a text from Danny Hanson," Sian said as Matilda climbed back into the car. "He's recorded the interview with Owen Fothergill. He said it went very well, though he couldn't name any names, unfortunately. Also—" "What's wrong?" she asked, when she looked up and saw the tears streaming down Matilda's face. "I've just lied to a dying vicar," she said. "Well, it's not like you were getting into heaven anyway, is it?" Sian grinned. Matilda turned to her and started laughing. She wiped her eyes. She filled Sian in on everything Peter had told her. "So, Richard Ashton knew he was facing some serious questions, so he decided to kill a boy and make sure there were people at the scene of the crime, like a detective sergeant and a reverend's brother, so it would be covered up," Sian said. "It looks like it. We need to talk to the people who were at Magnolia House on that night." "Well, Billy's told us everything he knows, as has Guy Grayston. Miles killed himself. Donald Eddington has Alzheimer's. That just leaves George Barker." "While you were talking to Peter, I called Finn, and he's found me George Barker's address. He lives at Millhouses, so we can pop along there now if you like." "Now is as good a time as any." Sian started the engine. "I've also spoken to Christian, and he's going to show Guy a photo of Billy just to double-check he was the man who was with them on the night of the murder." "Good thinking. Here." Sian handed Matilda her notepad. "I was scouring the Ashton Developments website as well and wrote down a few items of interest. It seems that before 1997, Ashton Developments mostly bought run-down houses at auction, gave them a makeover and sold them on for profit. He was quite successful as well. However, in the summer of 1997, he bought a strip of scrubland from Sheffield City Council and built 18 homes and 2 small apartment blocks on it. The following year, he won a contract to build St Thomas's Secondary School at Tapton and the Parade of 12 Shops at the Manor. In 3 short years, he made more than £60 million. "Bloody hell," Matilda said as she flicked through the pad. "Ashton was greedy, power-hungry and immoral," Sian said. "No wonder Peter's in such a state. He's had to sit back and watch his successes. Can you imagine how he felt when he discovered Ashton was being awarded an OBE? Poor bloke." As they headed back to Sheffield, Matilda sat back in her seat and looked out of the passenger window. She wasn't looking at the view. She was looking through it as her mind ran through 1,000 thoughts. What had happened to Richard Ashton to make him so evil that he had no qualms over murdering a 7-year-old boy, simply for the purpose of furthering his empire and satisfying his own perverted tastes? When investigating a murder, Matilda felt it important to have sympathy for the victims. The number one priority was to find the killer and seek justice for those who had died. But in this case, the murder victim richly deserved to die, and the more she learned about Richard and his nefarious deeds, the more she wanted to keep her promise to Peter Ogilvy. Chapter 39. Matilda was reading from her mobile as Sian drove through the quiet streets of Sheffield towards Millhouses, where George Barker, MP for Sheffield South, lived. George was elected an MP in 2010, Matilda said. In 2012, he was on the Labour front benches and has held various posts, including Shadow Foreign Secretary and Shadow Environment Minister. He was even the Shadow Brexit Minister during negotiations with the EU. I'm liking him less and less with every sentence, Sian said. He is currently the Shadow Education Secretary and has caused controversy in recent weeks by saying that during any subsequent lockdown, children should still be going to school. Teachers have said he isn't considering their safety or the parents of younger children who take their kids to school. That's true, Sian agreed. According to Wikipedia, he's single, lives alone, and has never owned a car. He's quoted in the Daily Mail as saying he prefers to cycle where possible and use public transport at all other times. He dislikes cars and thinks there should be an extra tax on four-wheel drives for city use. Bastard. Should I park this around the back? Sian asked. I live on the edge of the countryside. I need a 4x4, Matilda stated. When was the last time you went off-roading? Sian scoffed. You use this to come to work and pop to the supermarket. Did I tell you Adele's buying a Porsche 911? Wow, really? Sian looked at her with wide-eyed excitement. You've no issue with a sports car for city centre use, then? They arrived at Holt House Grove and managed to find a parking space opposite George's house. They both looked over to the house. The windows were closed and the curtains in the living room were pulled slightly open. It doesn't look as if he's home, Sian said. We're in a lockdown. Surely there's only doctors and nurses and us pillocks and the police who are allowed out, unless MPs are classed as key workers as well. Well, they're mostly pillocks, so very probably, Sian smiled. It was eerie, walking along a deserted street in the middle of the afternoon. There was little background traffic noise, no people on the street going about their everyday life, and the only sounds seemed to be coming from the birds in the trees. Strangely, despite the worry of a high death toll from the pandemic, Matilda quite liked this new, quiescent Sheffield. She could get used to it. She rang George Barker's doorbell and banged the knocker. The sounds echoed around the neighbourhood. She listened intently for any kind of movement inside the house, but couldn't hear anything. She rang again and bent down to look through the letterbox. Anything? Sian asked. There are smart shoes in the hallway and a bicycle helmet on a hook. The doors to the ground floor rooms are all closed. Did you get a number for him? No. Round the back? Sure. Sian led the way through an unlocked side gate. Matilda cupped her hands around her eyes and looked through the kitchen window. It was neat and tidy, nothing out of place, and no used dishes in the sink. Matt, I think you'd better come and look at this. Matilda looked over to Sian, who was standing in the middle of the back garden, looking up at the house, shielding her eyes from the sun. What? She followed Sian's gaze and looked at the large bay window on the first floor above the kitchen. The curtains were closed, but a swarm of flies was buzzing around the window. Call Christian, Matilda said. While Sian made the call, Matilda looked around her for something to use to gain entry. She found a rock which fitted in the palm of her hand and hurled it at the window in the double-glazed back door. It bounced straight off the glass, and she had to jump out of the way to stop it from landing on her foot. She picked it up, and rather than throw it this time, she banged it hard on the glass until it smashed. "I don't think you should be doing that," Sian said. "I'm still a serving police officer, and there's a concern to life of the occupant of this house. Tell that to the curtain twitcher next door, who's on the phone to the police by the look of it." There was a key in the lock on the inside of the kitchen door. Matilda took out a pair of latex gloves from her back pocket and put them on. She reached in and unlocked it. She pushed it open and carefully entered the house, striding over the shattered glass. The room smelled stale, as if fresh air hadn't circulated for a few days. There was a bowl of fruit on the worktop that contained a few wrinkled apples and a bunch of brown bananas. Matilda walked slowly through the ground floor of the house, taking careful footsteps as if the floor was unstable and she could fall through at any moment. When she reached the bottom of the stairs in the hallway, she looked up. She looked at Sian, who nodded. They'd come this far. They may as well go all the way. Neither of them held on to the banister as they ascended the stairs, in case fingerprints had been left. The landing was a good size, with 4 closed doors leading off. They didn't need telling which was the bedroom they were interested in, as a couple of flies had escaped from the gap at the bottom of the door and seemed to be trying to get back in. Matilda placed her gloved right hand on the handle and turned to Sian. "Are you ready?" she asked quietly. Sian's face was grave. "No." "Right then," she said, swallowing hard. She pushed the door open. The sound of the swarm of insects was deafening, and the smell hit them like a juggernaut. They both recoiled. Despite having attended gruesome crime scenes many times over the years, and recognizing the smell of decomposition, it wasn't a smell you became used to. They covered their mouths and noses with their sleeves and carefully stepped into the room. The double bed had been stripped of its duvet, which was lying in a heap by the fitted wardrobe. The mattress was drenched in blood, as was the surrounding carpet. Lying in the centre was a naked man, George Barker, Matilda presumed. His eyes were wide open in a death stare, and a strip of electrical tape covered his mouth. She stepped closer. Compared to Richard Ashton, George Barker was a much thinner man, and it was easier to see the gaping hole in him where his penis and testicles used to be. The wound was infested with maggots and flies, feeding on the rotting flesh that had taken on a green hue, imparted by bacteria adding sulphur to the blood. The smell was rancid. Christian's arrival was announced by the sound of tyres squealing on the tarmac as he turned into the road at speed and slammed on the brakes as if he was Lewis Hamilton pulling into a pit stop. "Sian, Matilda," he called out from downstairs. "We're up here. Don't touch anything," Sian called. His heavy feet pounded the stairs. "I'm a DI. I think I know by now not to—" "Fuck me," he said as he entered the master bedroom and saw the horrific sight that greeted him. Sian was looking around the room, trying to focus on anything other than the shocking sight on the bed. Matilda's gaze was fixed on the body. "Hasn't anybody missed him?" Christian asked. "He's an MP, isn't he?" Matilda nodded. "That's something you'll need to find out. I'm not allowed to take on any new cases." In the background, the sound of approaching sirens grew louder. "That'll be thanks to the nosy neighbour," Sian said. Matilda dug her mobile out of her back pocket. She opened the camera and began taking photos of George Barker and the surrounding scene. "What are you doing?" Sian asked. "I don't trust this not to be covered up. We've lost a great deal of information thanks to the break-in at the forensic store and Ashton's tablet being stolen. I want to make sure I have this on record." "Are you any closer to finding out who's doing this?" Christian asked. "Not really," Sian answered for Matilda, who was busy zooming in on Barker's crotch. Hello, police! A deep voice shouted from downstairs. I'll deal with this, Christian said. He couldn't leave the room fast enough. Matilda, uniformer here, would better make a move. The fewer people who know we're here, the better. True. I've got enough here. She put the phone away and gave the room a quick glance. Her eyes went back to the body. How long do you reckon he's been dead for? I've no idea. You'd need to ask Adele that. Come on, Sian urged from the doorway. I'm just trying to work out if he's victim number 2 or 3, and how many more we're going to find like this. Matilda and Sian were sitting on a wooden bench in the middle of George Barker's back garden as Adele Keane and her new assistant Donal Youngblood suited up and entered the house, followed by a team of white-suited forensics. Christian approached them. He looked grim. ACC Ridley's on his way. He's discovered it was you who found him. I thought he might be. Matilda took her car keys from her pocket and handed them to Sian. Go home. There's no point both of us losing our pensions. No, we both found him. I'm staying. Sian, you're supposed to be on gardening leave. I'm not. I can just about get away with an excuse for being here. You can't. Reluctantly, Sian took the keys. You'll keep me informed? Of course. Christian took Sian's vacated seat. So, what are you thinking? Well, he's been dead for some time. A good few days, maybe even longer. Like I said to Sian, is he victim 2 or 3? There's no denying now that all this stems from the night of Sean Evans's murder. Richard Ashton planned to kill one of the kids, it didn't matter which, and he made sure the men there for the party were the ones he could use for his own gain. He made sure there was a policeman there, Billy Maitland, and he took compromising photos of Miles Ogilvy, Peter's brother. We need to know who else was at Magnolia House on that night. Maitland said George Barker was there, as was Donald Eddington, former leader of Sheffield City Council. But who else? And where the hell does Maynard fit into this? Matt, Sian called out as she re-entered the garden. What's wrong? If you've dented my car, there'll be hell to pay, she said with a slight smile. I've done nothing to your car, but your back 2 tyres have been slashed. Matilda squatted down to her haunches and inspected the left rear tyre. She stuck her finger through the hole in the tyre wall. Carving knife, do you reckon? She asked Christian, who was at the other rear tyre. Something like that. Uniform are doing door-to-door. I'll get them to ask if they've seen anyone in the past half hour or so. Thanks, Christian. This is a warning, isn't it? Sian asked. I've known I've been followed since Ridley told me to stop visiting Peter Ogilvy. I didn't listen, so they've upped their game and taken out my transport. We can use my car, Sian said. I mean, this is childish. Do they honestly think slashing my tyre is going to stop me asking questions? It's desperation on their part. They're panicking. A car pulled up behind Matilda's, and ACC Ridley stepped out from behind the wheel. He was in full uniform and put his hat on. He did not look happy. Matilda could see the vein throbbing in his neck from 50 paces. D.S. Mills, shouldn't you be tending your garden? He flicked his head sharply, indicating she should leave. Sian made to go, but Matilda grabbed her sleeve. She's with me. She's also in danger of losing her pension. It's all right, Sian said. I'll give my Anthony a ring, get him to pick me up. I'll see you later. As she walked away, she made the universal sign for wanker behind Ridley's back. Matilda stifled a smile. Ridley returned to his car and opened the front passenger door. Get in, he ordered Matilda. Should we be sharing a confined space during a pandemic? Matilda asked, her voice laced with sarcasm. In, he barked. Once inside, Ridley slammed the door and went around to the driver's side. She was about to speak, but Ridley held up a hand to silence her. He reached over to the glove box, took out an envelope and handed it to her. Written on the front in neat capitals, it said, "Don't say anything incriminating. Open this when you get home. Car may be bugged." She looked at him with alarm. He nodded. "So, care to explain why you defied my orders?" he asked. He looked sharply at the envelope, back at Matilda, then to the envelope again, willing her to play along. "I'm investigating a murder, sir," she said. "You've been removed from active duties pending your redundancy and told to wrap up any ongoing cases. In the course of my—" "I don't want to hear any more of your excuses," Ridley interrupted, raising his voice. "I've given you several warnings and made you aware of the consequences should you continue to defy my instructions. You didn't listen, so I have no option but to suspend you with immediate effect." Matilda glared at him. Ridley mouthed, "Play along." He looked frightened almost. "Do you know what? Fine, suspend me. I'm in a union, and I can afford a decent lawyer. If you think I'll go quietly, you've another thing coming." She was no Judi Dench, but she hoped she'd given a convincing performance on the spur of the moment. She placed the envelope in her jacket pocket, climbed out of the car, and slammed the door behind her. As she walked away, she turned and looked back. Ridley nodded and gave her an encouraging smile, but she couldn't take her eyes away from his. He was nervous. No, it was more than that. He was terrified. Chapter 40. Matilda. "I'm sorry for the cloak and dagger and the hastily put-together note, but upon hearing of you finding George Barker's body, I felt I had to warn you of how grave this situation is going to get. C.C. Maynard is worried and decidedly cagey about the Richard Ashton case. He knows more than he's telling me, and I've a feeling he's being pressured from elsewhere to stop this sex abuse angle from being made public. Danny Hanson's article has ruffled more than a few feathers, and I'm worried myself about how much further this is going to go. I've been told to suspend you, but I want you to continue digging. At the heart of this, there is a dead boy who needs finding and laying to rest. I'll try and help you as much as I can. Talk to Maynard. Ask him about his wife." "It's not signed," Adele said, after she finished reading the note Ridley had given to Matilda. "Well, he's hardly going to put love and kisses on the bottom, is he? He doesn't want it getting back to him." "How high up is this thing going if the Assistant Chief Constable of South Yorkshire Police is scared?" Matilda shook her head. "I've no idea." "Are you scared?" "Surprisingly, I'm not," she said, sitting back on the sofa and folding her arms. "I'm more pissed off that someone slashed my tyres." It was getting dark outside. Matilda went over to the curtains and pulled them together. There was no doubt in her mind that if she was still living here alone, she would be a bag of nerves. Fortunately, Adele was with her, and Scott was only a scream away from coming to her aid. "What did you make of George Barker?" Matilda asked, turning her back on the window. "He's dead," she said deadpan. "Thank you for confirming that for me. I was in two minds." She smirked and sat back down. "Were his testicles found in his mouth?" "They were." "Had he been drugged?" "Intelligent fingerprinting tested non-negative for an opiate. I've sent a blood sample for a full toxicology report." "What do you think this means here?" Adele asked, looking back at the note. "Ask about Maynard's wife." "I don't know. I don't know much about Maynard, let alone his family. I'm going to pop along to his house tomorrow after I've been to the cemetery." "On your own?" Adele asked, looking worried. "Probably. Look, If Ridley says Maynard is scared, then this is obviously coming from higher up. We could be talking senior politicians here, members of the cabinet. Maynard is more likely to tell me if I approach him at his house, informally, one-to-one. But if he was involved in the abuse himself, then he's more likely to be involved in the cover-up. If this does go higher than a chief constable, they'll use him as a fall guy. All the more reason for him to reveal names. What about, what's his name, the PCC bloke, won't he know? Kenneth Burr? I'm not sure. He's not really been in the job long enough to know anyone. Maybe that's a good thing, Adele said. He hasn't made friendships, so won't mind asking awkward questions. It could ruin his career if he speaks to the wrong people. But, like you said, there's a dead little boy out there somewhere. That's all that matters. It should be, but there are many who only think of themselves. I'll ask him, though. Just be very careful, Matt. What if you have an accident, like Barbara Usher did? She asked, putting quotation marks around accident. I'm not going to have an accident. It would look too obvious if I did. It doesn't matter if it does look obvious. You'll be dead and out of the way, unable to ask any more questions. Matilda frowned as she considered Adele's words. She quickly shrugged them off. Nothing is going to happen to me. They wouldn't risk it. Besides, there is a killer, one of the boys from Magnolia House most likely, going around trying to kill them. They're more likely to be scared than I am, whoever they actually are. You still don't know? Adele leaned forward and refilled her wine-glass. She proffered the bottle to Matilda, but she waved it away. She needed a clear head for tomorrow. Billy Maitland gave me 3 names, George Barker, Miles Ogilvy, and Donald Eddington, who were at Magnolia House on the night of the murder. Barker's dead, Ogilvy killed himself, and Maitland is tucked away safely in prison. Donald Eddington is in a nursing home with advanced Alzheimer's. It is possible the killer will go after him, but what's the point if he's not going to know why he's being killed? There were more men there on that night, and they have 2 options. They either come to me and admit to being involved in child abuse, or they wait for the killer to knock on their door and cut their balls off. There was a knock on the front door. Matilda and Adele froze in terror. Well, it can't be the killer, Adele said. Neither of us have any balls to start with. She went over to the window and gingerly peeled back the curtain to take a peek at who the late-night caller was. It's Christian. Matilda sighed. I was thinking it might have been Danny Hanson, she said, standing up and heading for the door. You're becoming quite pally with Danny Hanson, aren't you? Adele grinned as she followed her into the hallway. He wanted to come over earlier. I managed to put him off until tomorrow, clingy sod. Matilda pulled the door open and shivered as a gust of wind let itself in. Christian, you're out and about late. I had a call from uniform about half an hour ago. Your car's been burnt out. In normal times, having 2 tyres changed would have been simple. In a national lockdown, it was no easy task. Garages were closed, and it took a lot of phoning around simply to find a low-loader to pick up Matilda's car from Millhouses and take it to her house where she could try and find someone to replace her tyres. The hazard of living in the countryside was the narrow, meandering lane leading to Matilda's house, and the driver of the low-loader didn't even attempt it. So the Range Rover was left at the side of Ring and Glow Road. It couldn't be stolen as the back wheels were flat, but she was worried someone might try and break in. Not that there was anything left in there to steal. What she hadn't expected, and what she, Adele, Christian and Scott discovered as they approached on foot, was the burnt-out shell of a £120,000 car. The fire had been put out, yet smoke was still rising from the charred remains, and the acrid smell hung in the cool spring air. It didn't look like her car. If it wasn't for the number plate, Matilda wouldn't have believed it was hers. "Oh, my God," Adele exclaimed. "I feel like I want to cry," Scott said. "I loved driving this car." Matilda stood back from the others as they walked around it, observing the damage. This was no random act of vandalism, the same way Barbara Usher's death wasn't a random mugging. This was a deliberate, targeted attack by someone who was scared she was getting to the truth of who else was involved in historical child abuse. A stiff breeze blew, and Matilda wrapped her arms around herself. She couldn't take her eyes from the wreck of her car. She felt numb. If it had been mindless violence, she would have been angry. But she knew this was an attempt to silence her, and it wasn't working. She turned and walked away, heading back to the warmth of her house. She couldn't help but think what they would be willing to try next to get her to stop. Chapter 41. Saturday, 28th of March, 2020. Rotherham Road, Catcliffe. 0100. Heavy clouds filled the sky, blocking out the light from the moon. The road was as quiet as the grave, and he walked stealthily like a cat, keeping to the shadows, and headed for number 184, an innocuous semi-detached house with 2 cars in the driveway, bins neatly lined up, still wind chimes hanging from the roof of the porch, and empty milk bottles on the doorstep. A picture of domestic bliss. A cover for the evil that lived inside. He slid through a gap in the gate and headed for the back of the house. Weeks of watching the property at various times of the day had given him everything he needed to know about their security system. There was an alarm, but it was never activated, and a spare key was placed under a white-painted rock if someone was coming when both occupiers were going to be out. It was so easy to snatch the key and have a duplicate made. People were so wrapped up in their own little lives, they didn't realise how lax they were, how much they opened themselves up to be invaded. He unlocked the back door and stepped into the warmth of the utility room. He closed it behind him, but left it unlocked for a quick getaway. This was his most daring one yet. Richard Ashton and George Barker had lived alone, but Adam Ingalls was married. He'd been watching Adam and Paula Ingalls for a while, and they seemed to live separate lives. They went to work at different times to each other, and although Adam arrived home at 4:30 every weekday evening, Paula sometimes turned up at 5, sometimes 7, sometimes later. She seemed to be living her own life. Even at the weekends they never went out in the car together. He tiptoed through the house, taking in the scent of last night's meal. He looked at framed photographs on the wall of the stairs, showing the couple in happier times on holiday or at a family wedding. He wondered what had happened to them that meant they were living together but apart. The landing was small. He stood and looked at the closed doors, wondering which one was the master bedroom. The door to the bathroom was slightly ajar. He tried the room next to it, depressed the handle, and pushed it slowly open. The door brushed against the thickness of the carpet. It sounded loud against the eerie silence of night. There was a double bed in the centre of the room, but only one person sleeping in it. From this angle, he couldn't tell if it was a man or woman. He moved further into the room, took out his phone from his back pocket, and turned the torch on. He covered the light with the palm of his hand and let only a chink of light through a gap in his fingers. He saw an untidy mound of blonde hair splayed out on the pillow. This was definitely Paula Ingalls, as Adam had dark hair. He prayed Paula was a heavy sleeper, and left the room, closing the door behind him. In the room next door, Adam Ingalls lay on his back, mouth open slightly, a gentle snore as he inhaled. He shook off his backpack and took out the roll of electrical tape, cut off a strip and placed it over Adam's mouth. He woke within seconds. He grabbed his wrists and tied them together with the tape, and did the same with the ankles. While Adam was thrashing around on the bed, wondering what was going on, the intruder was filling a syringe with fentanyl. After he'd been injected, Adam soon began to calm down. The intruder hadn't given him as much as he'd given Richard Ashton and George Barker. He couldn't risk hanging around and Paula waking up. He wanted Adam conscious, but still. "Do you know who I am?" he whispered, as he dropped to his knees, mere centimetres from Adam's head. Adam frowned, then shook his head. "No. I don't suppose you remember me. My name wasn't important. It was my arse you were interested in, wasn't it?" Adam's frown deepened. "Oh, please don't look so shocked. You must have known your time was nigh when Richard Ashton was found dead." "I'll be honest. I thought they would have found George Barker before now. I suppose it shows MPs aren't as important as they like to think they are. As for you, well, you'll be found straight away, won't you?" Adam mumbled behind the tape. "I doubt she'll hear you. She looked pretty out of it when I looked in on her. Still, better not linger, had I?" Using the scissors, he cut open the boxer shorts to reveal Adam's flaccid penis. "It's been 23 years since that night in Magnolia House. You've obviously been able to put it all behind you, get married, and have a life, such as it is. Me? Well, I've tried, but it's not been possible. You see, when you're raped repeatedly, when you're abused, passed around and had disgusting, filthy perverts use you for their own fun, it tends to stay in here," he said, tapping the side of his head hard with the scissors. "To everyone else I seem like a normal bloke. I've got a job, I have a place to live. But you and your sick fucking friends have set up home in my head and I can't get you out," he spat. "Why, Adam? Why did you do it?" Tears were running down Adam's face. He shook his head, unable to answer. "You can't give me an answer, can you?" Adam shook his head again. "But I need an answer. I need one of you to tell me why you did what you did." He stared at Adam's petrified face, waiting for a flicker of something that would lead to an understanding of why he was abused. But there was nothing there, just the fear he had for his own life. The intruder sighed, disappointed. Another opportunity for closure lost. "It'll only hurt for a while, then you'll be at peace," he said flatly. "If only the same could be said for me." Adam tried to move, but the drug wouldn't let him. He took Adam's penis and testicles in one hand and removed them from his body with a clean, concise cut. Adam's cries were muffled by the tape. He sat back on his haunches and watched as Adam bled to death. It took less than 2 minutes for his eyes to close for the final time. Despite the initial pain from the cut, the release of death was a warm, gently comforting one. The intruder looked down at the genitals, dripping blood in his hand. It was a shame they didn't have a dog or a cat he could feed them to. The release and satisfaction of taking the life of one of his abusers didn't last long. Almost immediately, the pain and suffering returned. What was he doing? This wasn't how it was supposed to be. He lobbed the genitals onto the bedside table, took off the latex gloves, and reached for his mobile in his back pocket. He could feel himself sweating. His entire body was rigid. Panic had taken over. Maybe he should take the scissors to his own genitals, put himself out of the misery and torment he was feeling. He dialed the number from memory and willed for it to be answered. In the next room, Paula Ingalls woke up and yawned. She looked at the time on her phone. It was a little after 1:30. She gave a little smile. There was another 7 hours until her alarm would sound and the working day would begin. She turned over, pulled the duvet up around her, and fell back to sleep. Bliss. Chapter 42. The vibration of the phone against the wood of the bedside table woke Matilda. The room was already lit, and she had an Ian Rankin open on her lap. She must have nodded off halfway through a chapter. She blinked hard a few times, reached for the phone, and looked at the screen. The number was withheld, but she knew exactly who would be calling at this hour. "Hello? Can I ask you a question, Matilda?" "Of course you can," she said, closing the book and sitting up to be more comfortable. "Why do men abuse children?" "I don't know. I honestly do not know. I've been asking myself the same question recently." "Can you try and find out for me?" he asked, whimpering. "I will." "I've asked 3 people now, and neither could give me a straight answer." Matilda's eyes widened. 3? Have you killed another one?" "I just want to know why," he cried, his voice barely above a whisper. "Why me? Why us?" "Who have you killed?" "He's called Adam. Adam Ingalls. I'm just waiting for the blood to finish draining out of him, then I'll go." "You're there now? You're still at the scene?" "He wouldn't answer my question." "Are you on your own?" "His wife is in the next room." "Oh, my God. OK. Look, why don't I come over to meet you? We can discuss this and try to find an answer between us." The killer didn't reply. "Where are you?" "I'm in Capcliffe, Rotherham Road." "OK." Matilda threw back the duvet and swung her legs out of bed. "Stay where you are. I'll come to you, I promise, OK?" She waited for the killer to say something, but he didn't. She ended the call and screamed for Adele. Adele drove at speed through the dark, empty streets of Sheffield. The window was down and the cold air was blasting in, but it was keeping her awake. "We'd be so much faster in a Porsche," she said. "We'll get there. Just drive," Matilda seethed. "I can't believe I'm doing this," she said. "I'm not even sure where I'm going." Matilda had her own mobile in her left hand and Adele's in her right. She was using Adele's to type Rotherham Road into the sat-nav while dialing the station with her left hand. "Here you go. Follow the blue line. This is DCI Matilda Dark," she said into her phone. "I need you to get me an address for Adam Ingalls. He lives on Rotherham Road in Capcliffe. I need the house number and a unit dispatched to the address, but to stay back for my instructions." "Stand by, DCI Dark," the controller said. "We could do with a third phone." "Do you know where you're going now?" she asked Adele. "I think so." "Good." Matilda snatched the phone and searched through the contacts list. "Bloody hell, Adele. How many people do you know?" She found Christian's name and called him. "DCI Dark." The controller was back on the line. "Adam and Paula Ingalls live at number 184. A unit has been dispatched and will await your instructions. Would you like me to contact the DI on call?" "Not necessary. Can you send the landline number through to my phone as well, please?" She ended the call and realised she could hear Christian in her right ear. "Shit. Sorry, Christian, I'm doing several things at once. The killer's called me again." "Again? What do you mean, again?" "It doesn't matter. Look, he's committed another murder and is still in the house. Adam Ingalls, 184 Rotherham Road, Capcliffe." "I'm on my way," he said, and ended the call without adding anything else. "Adele, put your foot down. You're driving slower than my nan, and she's been dead for more than 10 years. "I've lost where I am again," she said, looking all around her. "Fuck!" Paula Ingalls opened her eyes. She was comfortable, wrapped up in the thick duvet, but she needed a pee. She knew she'd never get back to sleep with a full bladder, so trotted into the ensuite on tiptoe and let out a little gasp as she sat on the cold toilet seat. Less than a minute later, she was back in bed, punching the pillows into a comfortable mound and pulling the duvet up over her head. "There's nowhere for me to park," Adele said as she turned into Rotherham Road. "Just pull up anywhere." Matilda jumped out of the car, mobile in hand, and looked up at the row of houses in darkness. She turned to see a uniformed car turning into the road. She went over to the driver's side and showed him her warrant card. "DCI Dark. I need you to stay back until we know the situation in there. I don't think he's dangerous, but we may need to restrain him." The PC nodded. Matilda looked up to see Christian Brady brake hard behind the marked police car, almost bumper to bumper. "Matilda," he said, "what's happening?" "His wife is asleep in the next room. We need to get her out of the house without her going into her husband's room." "Jesus! Is there a door open?" "I don't know." She turned to the uniformed officers. "Go around the back, see if there's evidence of a break-in." Matilda stepped back and looked up at the house. The people in the neighbouring houses had no idea of the nightmare unfolding inches away from their beds. "He sounded really distressed," Matilda said, "more than last time." "I can't believe the killer's been calling you and you haven't said anything. How many times is this now?" "3. 3! 2 PCs came back from the rear of the house. "No sign of forced entry, but there's blood on the door handle and frame." "Which means he's gone. Shit! I'm going to call Paula and try to talk her out of there. Hopefully there's no blood to cause her alarm." She made the call and stepped closer to the house. 5 rings. 10 rings. 20. No answer. "Come on, Paula, answer for fuck's sake," she seethed. "Yes," the tired voice said. "Paula Ingalls?" "Yes." "My name is DCI Matilda Dark. I'm with South Yorkshire Police. I'd like to have a word. Could you come down and let me in, please?" "Let you in? Where are you?" she asked, sounding more awake. "I'm outside your front door. If you come to the window, you'll see me on your driveway." "What do you want?" "If you could just come downstairs and let me in," Matilda said, trying to keep panic out of her voice. "How do I know you're really police?" "Open your curtains, Mrs. Ingalls." Matilda held up her ID for Paula to see. Paula looked from Matilda to the uniformed officers behind her, a shocked expression on her face. "What's going on? Has something happened?" "Paula, I need you to come downstairs and open the door." "Hang on, I'll go and wake Adam." "No!" Matilda shouted. "Paula, please, listen to me. Something has happened. It's important you come straight downstairs and open the front door to allow me and my officers into the house. Please, don't do anything else." The look of fear on Paula's face was heartbreaking. Her bottom lip was quivering, and a tear running down her face caught the light of the street lamp outside her house. "Paula, I know you're scared, but please trust me. Look at me. I'll stay with you on the phone while you come down the stairs, okay?" Paula nodded. "Okay, good. I'll wait by your front door." "I'm in my nightie." "Paula, don't worry. I've got my pyjamas on under my jeans." "I'll be right down," she said quietly. Matilda turned to Christian. He was standing by with the 2 uniformed officers. His expression was grave. "What am I going to see when I open my bedroom door?" Paula asked. "I don't know," Matilda said. She squatted and lifted the letterbox flap. She couldn't see anything in the darkness. "Hopefully nothing, but stay calm, breathe, and I'm right here waiting for you, Paula." "Why won't you let me wake Adam up?" she asked, tears in her voice. "I really need you to open this front door right now, Paula. I'll explain everything, I promise." "Okay." Matilda listened intently, but she couldn't hear a sound, not even Paula breathing. "Oh, my God, there's blood!" Paula panicked. "There's blood on Adam's door! There's blood all over it! Oh, my God, what the hell's happening?" "Paula, come down the stairs right now," Matilda screamed. "Do not open your husband's bedroom door." "Get the ram," Christian said to one of the uniformed officers. "I don't understand what's going on. Adam? Adam, are you in there?" "Paula, don't go in that room. I'm begging you." "Adam!" Paula screamed. "Break it down," Matilda said to the uniformed officers. It took 2 swings of the ram before the white UPVC door began to split. 2 more whacks and the door was swung open. Matilda barged past the uniformed officers, climbed over the broken door and ran inside. She took the stairs 2 at a time and found Paula standing in the doorway of one of the bedrooms. Her face was white and she was screaming. Matilda grabbed her by the shoulders, turned her around and pulled her into a tight embrace. They fell against the wall and slid down to the carpet. Over Paula's shoulder, she could see the dead body of Adam Ingalls in the centre of the double bed. His mouth was wide open, his severed genitals sticking out. Chapter 43. "I'm still in my nightie," Paula Ingalls said as Matilda Dark handed her a mug of tea. "I can have an officer collect something from the house for you." They were in the family room at South Yorkshire Police HQ. It was decorated for comfort to help distressed witnesses feel at home, but it was difficult to feel comfortable when you looked through the windows and saw uniformed officers walking up and down the corridor, and the walls were plastered with posters about terrorism and sexual abuse. "Why do you and your husband have separate bedrooms?" Paula had both hands wrapped around the mug. She looked cold, despite the blanket over her shoulders. She blew on the hot drink and took a sip. "We don't get along as much as we used to do," she said quietly. "We lead separate lives, but neither of us can afford to buy each other out just yet." "You weren't together then?" "No. We decided to go our separate ways about 3 years ago. It was amicable. There were no affairs or screaming matches. We just, I don't know, reached the end of the road." She half laughed. "It's strange, though. I mean, since we decided to split up, we were actually getting on better." "How long have you been married?" 12 years. We met in 2006, got engaged in 2007, and married in 2008, she smiled. "What did you know about your husband?" "Very little, it seems," she said, her face hardening. "I read the article about Richard Ashton. I know he was castrated, and that he was a child abuser." "Are you telling me I was married to a paedophile?" Matilda leaned forward. "Paula, we're working on the assumption that the killer is targeting men who abused him as a child when he was living at Magnolia House Children's Home in Uttybridge. Did Adam have any connection with Magnolia House?" "I've never even heard of it." She wiped a tear away. "Look, he was a science teacher for crying out loud. Has he been abusing kids all this time, all through our marriage?" "I really don't know, Paula. That's something we're going to have to investigate. Did he know Richard Ashton or ever mention him?" "No." "We're going to need a list of his friends so we can contact them." She nodded. Then more tears came. "This can't be happening. We had a pizza last night. We shared a bottle of wine and watched a comedy together to take our minds off this pandemic. We said good night, went to bed, and everything was normal. Now you're telling me my entire marriage has been a lie." She placed the mug on the coffee table and snatched a few tissues out of the box to wipe her eyes. "Paula, we don't know anything yet. Don't make any assumptions until we have the facts. But I promise I will keep you informed on everything we find out. Paula looked up and gave Matilda a weak smile. Thank you. Have you noticed anyone hanging around lately? Any strange phone calls or people coming to the house? No, it's a quiet area. Have your neighbours mentioned anything about strange people coming around asking about you or Adam? To be honest, I don't speak to any of the neighbours. I don't have time to gossip over the garden fence. Nearly all the Christmas cards are signed by house numbers rather than names. There was a soft knock at the door. It opened a crack and a PC stuck her head through the gap. Mrs. Ingle's sister has arrived in reception. Thanks, Matilda said. Your sister is going to take you back to her house. As soon as we've finished in your home, we'll let you know. I don't think I want to go back into that house ever again, Paula shuddered. I can understand that. Matilda entered the now defunct HMCU suite to find Christian sitting at his desk having a coffee, a perplexed expression on his face. It was still dark outside. Matilda didn't have a clue what time it was. How is she? Christian asked. I've no idea. She didn't know if Adam had any connection with Richard Ashton and had never heard of Magnolia House. Is there a coffee going begging? I'll make you one, Christian said, going over to the kettle. Matilda, he began as the kettle boiled. How did you know about all this tonight? Matilda dropped into what used to be Sian's chair. She was shattered. The killer called me. He told me where he was. Why would he do that? I don't know, Christian. He's conflicted. He's going through something I can't even begin to understand. She took the proffered coffee from Christian and breathed in the strong aroma. She smiled. And you said he's called you 3 times now. What's he saying? Matilda shook her head. To be honest with you, Christian, he's scaring the living daylights out of me. He's in so much pain. I can hear it in his voice. He's a tortured soul and carrying so much horror around with him. He's killing those who abused him, but he doesn't want to. He's doing it because it's the only way he can think of to silence whatever's screaming inside him. You feel sorry for him? Of course I do. Despite the fact he's killed 3 men, I just want to hug him and make everything better for him, but I don't know how. Christian pulled up a chair and sat down. Do you have any idea who it might be who's calling you? Matilda shook her head as she sipped her coffee. Any accent or telltale signs? None at all. If only we knew who was at that party on the night Sean Evans was murdered. I'm sure that's where this all comes from. I thought I might have been getting somewhere after talking to Billy Maitland, but he didn't mention anything about Adam Ingalls. That's come completely out of left field. The thing is, who else is out there we don't know about? So, where do we go from here? If this does stem from that night in January 1997, then we need to know the names of all the men and boys who were there. The only person who can help us here is Guy Grayston. Christian stood up and went over to the window. It was pitch dark outside, so he couldn't see beyond what was reflected at him from the bright light in the room. From where Matilda was sitting, she could also see his reflection. It was pained. He seemed to have aged so much in the past few days. Guy's helping, but it's not easy trying to remember something you've been forcing yourself to forget for the past 20-odd years. Matilda studied Christian for a while. She looked around her at the empty room. Now was the perfect opportunity for him to open up and tell her what had been preying on his mind recently. Christian, come and sit down. She leaned down and opened Sian's snack drawer. It was empty. Cheeky cow. Christian slowly walked back to the desk and sat. I'll go and visit Guy later this morning. I'll tell him of the new developments. Why does this case mean so much to you? He looked up at her with wet eyes. I've never known you take something so personally before, she said. I know Paul Chattel killing himself in front of you last year affected you. It's only natural. Nobody should ever have to witness something like that. But you've been doing so well lately. Now, all of a sudden I don't know, there's a heaviness about you, a sadness. Is everything all right at home? He gave her a weak smile. Pandemic aside, yes. Then what's wrong? Christian's face was devoid of emotions as he stared somewhere into the distance. Yet, despite the blank expression, he was clearly in conflict with something deeply buried. Christian, you can tell me absolutely anything. I won't think any differently of you. I won't judge you. He opened his mouth to say something and closed it without uttering a word. This case is very personal to you, isn't it? He gave a slight, almost unnoticeable nod. It's opened a door to a memory you thought was long since buried and forgotten? He nodded again and bit down hard on his bottom lip to stave off revealing whatever emotion he was struggling with. Do you mind if we don't talk about it? He interrupted. You're an intelligent woman, you've worked it out. We don't need to say the words. Matilda swallowed hard. That's fine. But I'm always here for you, Christian. Always. They made eye contact. Christian smiled, and it was genuine and heartfelt. The killer wasn't the only person Matilda wanted to hug and make everything better for. Would you like a lift home? He asked. That would be great, thank you. She drained what was left of her coffee and stood up. Her legs felt heavy as she headed for the door. Matilda, I really am sorry for getting the unit closed down. She looked back and saw the genuine sorrow on his face. She shrugged. You did what you thought was right. And it's turned out for the best. We're getting victims of abuse coming forward, that's the main thing. But you're out of a job. True. I might join Sian in her dog-walking business. We could walk dogs by day and solve crimes by night. I might pitch that idea to ITV. It could be just what they're seeking for their Sunday night schedule. She smiled. Don't you want to scream at me, hit me or something? No. I was angry with you at first, but, well, like I said, it's turned out for the best. If my job means justice for all these lads, then it's a small price to pay. Why are you being so positive about this? I don't know. All I do know is that I'm tired of all the negativity in my life. Sian's talked about starting a new chapter, and if she can still smile after everything she's been through, then so can I, she said, then smiled at him. I wish I had your strength. Matilda could see he was wrestling with wanting to tell her something
This is your time. Take a pause from the words, and let the music offer you a moment of calm and clarity. Thanks for supporting this free listening experience.
kept hidden for decades but was unsure of. He clearly wasn't ready. Rather than make the situation any more confused, Matilda decided to go for levity to lighten the mood. There's something you need to know about women, Christian. and that is, we've had to fight for everything. You had your freedom and the right to vote. Women had to scream and shout in order for change to happen. Through evolution, we've learned to be tough, and I'm sorry to say this to you, but we're tougher than you now." She winked. "I'm not going to argue with that. Look at the Marvel films. Iron Man, Captain America, Hawkeye and Thor. They've all got something that gives them strength. A suit of armour, a shield, a bow and arrow and a hammer. But Black Widow, she doesn't need anything. She's got fighting strength and mental power." "You really need to stop watching those films." "I know, but they're good and mindless fun, and I've got a huge crush on Bucky." "Come on, drive me home, then you can get back to Jessica and the kids." Christian placed his half-drunk coffee on Sian's old desk and grabbed his coat. At the door, Matilda stopped, turned around, and took one last look at the office. Despite everything she was doing, she doubted it would be enough to see her team reinstated. If CID wanted her ongoing cases, they could sort them out for themselves. She wouldn't be coming back into this room again. Chapter 44. It was still dark when Christian dropped Matilda off. The house was empty, with Adele following the body of Adam Ingalls to the mortuary on Watery Street. Matilda locked the door behind her and looked up at the stairs. She didn't have the energy to pull herself up them, so went into the living room, where she flopped onto one of the sofas. The room was still warm from the log fire burning out, but she grabbed a blanket from the back of the sofa, pulled it over herself, and fell asleep within minutes. When she opened her eyes, daylight was beaming through the window. She tried to block out the sun with her hand as she sat up. She stretched and winced as her body ached. Chesterfield sofas may be comfortable for sitting in to watch a film and eat a pizza on your lap, but they're not designed for sleeping on. Her back was agony. She dragged herself into the kitchen in search of food. She was famished. She opened the fridge door and saw 3 sausage links on a plate. Usually she loved a sausage sandwich with lashings of tomato ketchup, but then she remembered Adam Ingalls, dead in his bed, his severed genitals dangling out of his mouth. "Oh, grow up," she told herself, grabbing the plate. She gently fried the sausages and put them between 2 thick slices of white bread. She sat at the table in the kitchen and enjoyed her breakfast, washed down with a mug of tea. She felt so much better having eaten and given herself energy for the day ahead. She had a lot to do. It was the 28th of March. Today marked the 5th anniversary of James's death. Lockdown be damned. She wanted to pay a visit to her husband. James and Matilda were sickeningly happy. Everyone said so. They simply enjoyed being in each other's company, had the same warped sense of humour and similar interests. They were a perfect partnership, and they both saw themselves growing old disgracefully together. Fate, obviously, had other ideas. James's cancer diagnosis came out of the blue. Before they had time to come to terms with it, it was already too late to halt its growth. It was progressive, and the headaches increased in their intensity. It wasn't long before James's sight began to fail. His motor functions were impaired, and the strong drugs that eased the pain were making him vomit. Within weeks, all that could be offered was palliative care. The end was coming. It was a bright, sunny day, and Matilda wore sunglasses as she made her way to James's grave. She hated not being able to bring any flowers, but the florists were closed, and all she had growing in her garden were weeds. James wasn't a fan of flowers anyway. He never understood how people would lean into them, sniff up, and marvel at their fragrance. Every time he sniffed one, he said it smelled of cat piss. Maybe she could plant a tree in the garden in his memory. A mighty oak tree. He'd like that. Matilda squatted down to her knees and began to pull away at the long grass and weeds that had grown around the grave. She always came ill-prepared. She found a tissue in her pocket, spat on it, and rubbed at the dried bird crap on the stone. She wondered if there was a product one could buy to buff up gravestones. Amazon was bound to sell something along those lines. James Matthew Dark, 6 October 1970 to 28th March 2015. Loving husband, son, brother and uncle. Lately, whenever I've thought about you, it's been with fondness, she said. I've remembered the good times we shared, and I've smiled. Before I've been in tears because I miss you so much, and I still miss you, and I'm incredibly sad you're not with me, but the tears aren't there. I don't know what that means. She thought for a long moment. A stiff breeze blew around and chilled her. I think it means I'm used to you not being here and I'm moving on. Part of me doesn't like that. If I'm moving on, I want you by my side. But I know that's not going to happen. I should be moving on, enjoying myself, having fun. Life is fragile. We know that more than most. And this pandemic is testament to how uncertain things are. Maybe being made redundant isn't such a bad thing after all. We'll see. I remember us saying that when we reached a certain age, we'd sell up and move to somewhere sunny and warm. She smiled at the memory. I could never imagine you settling for the slower pace of life. I wish... She stopped herself. There was no point in wishing. They never came true. She remained on her knees and stared at the gravestone, unblinking, until her vision blurred. Her mind was blank, but she felt comforted by being so close to James again. She'd stay here all day if she could. She struggled to get up off the ground and her knees clicked. When the shops open up again, I'll buy something to polish this stone up. And I'll bring something to sort these weeds out too. I'm sorry I've been neglecting you. You're always up here, though, she said, tapping her head. And you're always in here, she tapped her heart. I love you so much, James Dark. As she turned and walked away, she saw a figure sitting on a bench up ahead with 2 dogs she instantly recognised. She went over and fussed over the dogs. What are you doing here? I came to see you. I had a feeling you'd come here today. The penny dropped. 5 years ago today for Matilda also meant 5 years ago for Carl Megan. On the day of James's death, Matilda was investigating the kidnapping of 7-year-old Carl. 28th March was the day of the ransom drop. She should have handed over the case. She was in no fit state to continue as the lead investigator, but she went on as normal as if nothing had happened, and went to the wrong car park to drop off the money. The kidnappers fled, taking Carl with them. It was another 4 years before he was found and brought back home. She sat down next to him. How are you feeling? Strange. It doesn't seem to be getting any better, he said. Recovery is a long process. My husband has been dead for 5 years, and I think I'm only just about coming to terms with it, she said, stealing a glance to the gravestone. Carl stared straight ahead. He opened his mouth to speak, but seemed to change his mind. How is everything at home? Horrible. In what way? I don't like living there anymore. It's different. Mum and Dad put walls up around the house. I can't get used to them. It's like a prison. I keep seeing Gran dead in the living room. I can't get the image out of my head, he said, close to tears. Last time I spoke to your mum, she mentioned about you moving away. Yes. Dad's found a restaurant in the Lake District he'd like to buy, but with the lockdown and everything, we can't do much at the moment. I just don't want to stay there any more, he said, a catch in his throat. Matilda didn't know what to say. She leaned down to stroke both Labradors, who seemed to be enjoying the rest after walking all the way from door. How's therapy going? That's going okay, actually, he said with a smile. I wasn't bothered at first, but he's all right. That's good. You don't come and see us as much as you used to, Carl said, turning to Matilda. I enjoyed your visits. I know. I felt I should give you all some space. You need to get on with your own lives as a family without me butting in. I didn't think that. Didn't you? No. Well, I'll start coming round more then. Screw the lockdown, she said, smiling. Carl laughed. I'd better be getting back. Mum starts to worry if she hasn't seen me for 5 minutes. Go easy on her, Carl. She's worried about losing you again. I'm not going anywhere, he said. I'm not bloody allowed, am I? He stood up. The dogs copied him, and he sloped off towards the exit of the cemetery. His head was down, and he was dragging his feet. Everyone assumed, once he'd been found and brought back home, everything would get back to normal, but normal no longer existed for the Meagan family. It was difficult to see Carl Meagan as an 11-year-old boy. He seemed so much more grown up than his years. He'd been through a great deal during his 4 years away, and that had made him tougher, stronger. But he was still a child. It must be so confusing for him. She was about to shout after him, but stopped herself. She didn't know what to say to make him feel any better. She hoped he'd find peace soon. Maybe once he left Sheffield, it would be a fresh start for the whole family, and they could begin their lives again. Chapter 45. Christian had phoned Guy 4 times, and each time it had rung out until the voicemail kicked in. He called Peter Ogilvy, who told him that occasionally Guy liked to take some time out, reflect and revisit the scene where life went wrong for him. Christian pulled up behind Guy's van at the gates to the driveway of Magnolia House. They were locked with a heavy, rusted padlock, but a gap at the side of the gates next to the trees, big enough for a slim adult to squeeze through, rendered the security obsolete. He wondered how many children had sneaked through with ease to play among the dangers of a dilapidated building. The gravel drive was lost to weeds. The grounds were overgrown, and the building looked beyond salvage. Surely it should be pulled down to put the minds of those who were abused here to rest, and someone should do something constructive with the land, give it back to nature or build a new housing development. The closer Christian got to the red brick building, the more he could feel the sadness and pain emanating from it. All the windows on the ground floor had steel mesh sheeting over them, all graffitied and mottled with age. Upstairs windows had been smashed, and the front door had been replaced with heavy-duty fire doors, a shiny steel padlock holding them in place. Sitting on the steps was Guy, with his dog at his feet. He looked up at the sound of approaching footsteps and smiled when he saw Christian. "I'm guessing Peter told you I was here." Christian nodded. "I don't know why I keep coming back. I get depressed a lot. Maudlin. I think of what I've been through and it gets me down. I don't know why. But when I come here, it seems to take the weight from my shoulders. I sit here, look out at the grounds, and I remember the football matches, the rounders games, the endless summers just running around in the sun, getting high on orange juice and laughing. I don't think of what happened in the building behind me, even though it's so scarily close." Christian sat down next to him. He stroked Toby. "There's been another murder." Guy turned to him. "Who?" "Adam Ingalls." Guy shrugged his shoulders. "He was a science teacher at Catcliffe High School." "Never heard of him." "We think whoever is doing this is someone who was at Magnolia House on the night of Sean Evans's murder back in 1997. We think it's one of the boys going around killing the men who killed Sean. The only way we can find him is by identifying all the boys who were there on that night." Guy nodded. There was 7 of us. Sean, me and Paul Chattel, Keith Smith, Johnny Black. He bit his bottom lip while he thought of the other 2 names. Robert Chalk and... what was he called? Jason Cobb? No, Jamie Cobb. And you were all there on the top floor, here, on the night Sean was killed in 1997? Yes, I'm positive. No one else? No. You think one of them is the killer? I think it's likely. Guy, you know all their names. Have you considered looking them up over the years? It was a while before he replied. He nodded. I looked Robert Chalk up on Facebook years ago. He lives in Selby now. I messaged him, but it was a long time before he messaged back. When he did, well, he didn't say anything nice. He basically said he'd worked hard to put it all behind him and didn't want the past raking up. Then he blocked me. The thing is, me and Robert were quite close when we were here. We had a lot in common. I suppose I was reaching out for someone to be my friend. Someone who'd been through the same things as me, who could understand the dark days. Under normal circumstances, we might have met up, had a pint and a few laughs and become buddies again. I don't blame him, though. Why would you want to be reminded of what happened? You can't forget, though, can you? Christian asked. No, I haven't forgotten. Robert hasn't either. He's obviously fine with bottling it up, whereas I'm not. I'm trying to live a normal life, but I've no idea what normal means. He wrapped his arms tighter around Toby and snuggled into him. Tell me about Paul Chattel. Guy turned to him. Why? I'd like to know what he was like. He's dead. Does it matter? It does to me. Why? I only saw Paul when he was at his lowest point. His girlfriend had been murdered, and he was all alone in the world. He was dealing with emotions and experiences that I can't even begin to understand, and in front of me, the same distance apart as you and I are now, he put a gun in his mouth and pulled the trigger. What I saw in his eyes was hopelessness, despair, horror, torment. I saw death. I actually saw the moment death claimed him. I've never seen that before. I don't want to see it again. But I often see Paul Chattel in my mind, and I'd like to know something of him other than whatever pain was eating away at him. Guy leaned back against the wall of Magnolia House. Paul was one of the funniest lads I ever met, he said with a smile. He always had something to say, a comeback or a put-down. He wasn't nasty with it, but he had a quick wit. He was a terrible footballer, but he loved having a go and would throw himself about the pitch like he had the ball, and it was 1-1 in the final minutes of the World Cup. He gave it his all, and he'd mess it up, but he'd just laugh. He was a cheeky sod, though. We'd go in the paper shop round the corner, it's not there now, and he'd snatch a couple of chocolate bars while having a chat to the woman behind the counter like it was the most normal thing in the world. Then he'd buy a Mars, walk out, and divvy up his loot. We all made ourselves sick scoffing it all before we got back, so Peter wouldn't find out. Christian found himself smiling. He could picture a young Paul Chattel being the cocky ringleader of a gang of young boys. I'm kind of glad Robert Chalk blocked me on Facebook, Guy said. Why? If we'd got talking again and we'd swapped horror stories, I would have probably tried to contact the others. I'd have heard more horror stories, and before you know it, my head would be full of them. At least now I can sit here and remember Paul and Sean and Robert as young lads having fun in the sun, nicking chocolate, giving wedgies to the new boys, and daring each other to go down to the kitchen in the middle of the night and steal a few biscuits. It's better to remember people how they were, isn't it? Christian nodded. Can I ask you a question? Guy asked Christian after a long silence had developed. Of course. Christian turned to Guy. Their eyes met and locked. Who abused you? What? Christian asked, incredulous. Whenever you talk about Paul or Sean or the abuse, you get this look in your eye. There's a sadness inside you, and you think you're keeping it at bay, but you're not. You've become a master at putting on a brave face, and the only people who can see it are others who've mastered the same look. Christian looked away. He swallowed hard, and his shoulders drooped. It was a while before he spoke. My uncle, he began quietly. He ran a hardware shop. During the school holidays, Mum and Dad worked, and I used to spend my days in the back room of the shop. My uncle lived above it, with my auntie. She died when I was 7, and my uncle took it hard. Sometimes I'd stay over so he wouldn't be on his own as much. It was only a 2-bedroom flat, and the second bedroom was mostly used as storage, so I had to share a bed with him. I didn't mind at first. He was sad, and he often cried himself to sleep. He cuddled up to me, and I was there to comfort him, but as time went on... Shit! Christian stood up and moved away from the step of Magnolia House. Guy followed, with Toby at his heels. At the bottom of the steps was a wall, made unstable by the ravages of the elements over the years. Christian sat precariously on the edge, his feet dangling in mid-air. Guy sat next to him. He didn't prompt Christian to continue. His presence was enough to get Christian talking again. He used to hold me tight. He'd be pressed up against me, and I'd feel... It was difficult for Christian to say it out loud. I'd feel him against me. He was... hard. Guy finished his sentence. Christian nodded. He'd rub himself up against me. He wasn't crying any more, and he seemed like he was enjoying himself. I thought that at least he was no longer sad. Mum and Dad always said that me going over there to stay with him was helping him not be sad, that I was company for him. Did you ever tell your parents what he did? No. How long did it go on for? A few years. I tried to stop going, but, well, Mum and Dad worked loads, so it was like free childcare, me going there all the time. Why did it stop? He died. He went fishing with a friend for a weekend. They got into difficulty out on the North Sea, and they both drowned. How did that make you feel? Christian turned to Guy. There were tears in his eyes. I was sad. I loved my uncle. But relieved? He nodded. And you've never told anyone about this? My wife knows. I think there's a difference when it comes to being able to move on. Your abuser died. Mine didn't. You knew who your abuser was. I didn't. I could bump into them at any time. That's the frightening part. That's why it never goes away. That chapter of your life is closed. For me, and for whoever is killing these men, it isn't. It's always there, constantly. You understand why the killer is doing this? Christian asked. Of course I do. I actually wish I had the guts to do it myself. These men, they need destroying. The atmosphere between the two grew heavy. Surely you understand that, Guy said. What if your uncle hadn't died? The abuse would have continued, and it wouldn't have been long before him rubbing up against you wasn't enough. He would have gone further. He would have raped you, Christian. Would you have felt sad then when he died? What if he was still alive now? The secret between you both would have weighed so heavily on you that it could have destroyed your relationship with your wife even before you got married. Your children may not have been born, simply because you couldn't cope with the enormity of the abuse you suffered. Imagine what that feels like. That's what it's like for me. It's what it was like for Paul Chattel, and it's exactly what the killer is feeling. So, yes, I'm pleased he's capable of killing them. I hope he finds them all and fucking annihilates them. They both fell silent. Against the backdrop of a city in lockdown, the silence was palpable. You're a police officer, so you believe in the justice system. You're also a victim of abuse, and a part of you wants revenge. Do you honestly think these men are going to answer for their crimes and go to prison? Yes, I do, Christian replied firmly. I don't. I have to believe that. Otherwise, what's the point in my job? Guy shrugged. I can't stand back and allow someone to kill these men. We don't know how many of them there are, for crying out loud. He dug into his inside pocket and took out his phone. That's actually why I wanted to see you. I want you to take a look at some of these photos. I'd rather not, but go on. Christian selected the Photos app and showed him the phone. Do you recognise this man? Guy nodded. Who is he? George Barker. He was found dead yesterday. We think he'd been dead about a week. He was a Labour MP. Was he at the party on the night Sean was killed? Yes. This man? He asked, showing another picture. Guy nodded again. He was the one who was in the room with me. He was more scared than I was. He was planted there by Richard Ashton so he could blackmail the police into not investigating Sean's death. He's called Billy Maitland. He's a former detective. This one? He showed him a third photo. Guy frowned as he tried to remember. He looks familiar. I can't say for sure if he was there that night or not. That's Adam Ingalls. We found him dead earlier this morning. Last one. Oh, my God. Guy turned away. You recognise him? He's the one who took me to that house on Manchester Road. Are you sure? Of course I'm sure, Guy snapped. I'm not likely to forget, am I? Who is he? Jesus. I need to make a phone call, Christian said. I'll be in touch. He headed for his car at speed, scrolling through his contacts with one hand and fishing for his car keys with the other. Wait! Guy called after Christian. He's not Christian! He stopped when he saw Christian couldn't hear him over the sound of his heavy footfalls on the gravel driveway. He rummaged in his jacket pocket for his mobile, unlocked it, and made a call. Chapter 46. Matilda's phone started ringing as she climbed out of the taxi. She whipped off her face mask, took in a lungful of fresh air, and swiped to answer Christian's call. Matilda, where are you? He sounded panicked. I'm at Endcliffe, she said. I've just got out of the worst-smelling Uber. I wouldn't be surprised if there was a dead body in the boot. What are you doing at Endcliffe? It's where Chief Constable Maynard lives. Are you on your own? Yes. Christian, what's wrong? You sound like a blood vessel's about to explode. He blew out a sharp breath. I've just been chatting with Guy. I showed him a few photos, and he ID'd the man who took him to the house on Manchester Road as Alistair Maynard. Matilda froze. Maynard abused Guy? Yes. Bloody hell. Will Guy give an official statement? Shit, I didn't ask. Probably. But we've looked back over his timeline. There's no evidence of him knowing Ashton. There doesn't need to be, does there? He covered up the Sean Evans murder investigation back in '97, and I wouldn't be surprised if he hadn't told Ashton about Billy Maitland's sexual interests to lure him to Magnolia House. Shit! Do you want me to come with you to see Maynard? Christian asked. I could be there in less than 20 minutes. No, I shouldn't even be investigating this. I don't mind if I end up getting fired, but I don't want to drag you down with me. I don't mind. I put you in this position in the first place. No, it's fine, she said. though her voice shook slightly with nerves. "OK. Promise me you'll call the second you leave his house, and if you don't call within the next hour, I'm sending back up." Matilda smiled. "You're on." She ended the call and made her way to Maynard's house. When Matilda was with other people, when she had someone to talk to, she was fine. When she was on her own, like now, the doubt, the fear, the nerves, and the despondency set in. She started questioning her own ability as a detective and whether she'd see the end of the case without having a nervous breakdown. Where had this paranoia come from? She could hear Diana Cooper Bloody Sodding Smith in her head, telling her to answer her own question. Matilda blamed the shooting. But how much longer was she going to blame Steve Harrison and his brother for her hang-ups? She didn't get a chance to answer that one. As she spotted Maynard in the front garden, digging away at the soil with a fork. Dressed in light-coloured baggy trousers and a beige cardigan, he didn't look the severe chief constable with a face of granite, an aura of malevolence, and an exaggerated booming voice, as if he gargled every morning with a mugful of gravel. He looked like a kindly old grandad, tending his beloved roses. Matilda stood and watched him. His face was soft, and there seemed to be a hint of a smile on his face. He looked blissfully content in his garden. She cleared her throat. He looked up, and as soon as he recognised her, the smile fell from his lips, and the colour drained from his face. She'd ruined his weekend just by turning up at his house. "DCI dark," he said. His voice was soft and quiet. "I didn't expect to see you here." "I need to ask you some questions about Magnolia House." "No," he said firmly, throwing down the fork. "No. I have told you about taking on that line of investigation. You shouldn't be investigating anything. You've been told to prepare your cases for handover." "I'm aware, but 3 men are dead: Richard Ashton, George Barker and Adam Ingalls. They were all killed in the same way. This is linked to Magnolia House and the murder of Sean Evans in 1997. Now, you can do what you like with me. You can fire me, take my pension away, slander me in the press, but I will not stop until I discover who was at that home on the night Sean was killed, and an investigation is launched into the historical sex abuse at Magnolia House." "Go for the jugular. You've got the upper hand here." "Keep your voice down," Maynard hissed, looking around to see if he was being overheard by the neighbours. "No! I'm sorry, but I won't keep my voice down," Matilda said, getting louder. "I'm done taking orders from corrupt officials. I already have evidence of boys being sexually abused at Magnolia House, enough to go to the press and have them slap it all over the front pages." "Al? Is everything all right?" A grey-haired woman called out from the open doorway of the house. She was tiny, not even close to 5 feet tall, but looked a comfortable grandmother figure in her pastel-coloured clothing and flowery apron. She was the perfect match for Maynard. "Shit," Maynard said under his breath. He turned to his wife. "Everything's fine, Claire. Just a colleague from work. Come to see how we're both doing." "Oh." She smiled, but it looked painful. "That's nice. We'd invite you in, but, of course, we're not allowed." "That's fine. Lovely to meet you, Mrs. Maynard," Matilda said. "You have a lovely garden." "That's Al's department. I'm not at all green-fingered, but I do like to sit in it with a glass of wine and a good book." "I'm with you there," she smiled. "Any chance I can borrow your husband to tend to my overgrown plot?" She gave an exaggerated laugh. "He'd be in his element, wouldn't you, Al?" "Claire, do you think you could leave us for a bit? We need a private talk." "Oh," her face dropped. "OK, sorry, I didn't mean to. It was so nice to meet you, dear." She turned and headed back into the house, holding onto the door frame for stability. "Your wife seems lovely," Matilda said. "She is. She isn't well, though." "Oh, I'm sorry. Nothing serious, I hope. Nothing physical. She suffers with... Look, what do you want from me? He folded his arms in defiance. He tried to look the mean chief constable with a heavy brow and white pursed lips, but it didn't work without the uniform. One of my questions is to do with your wife. I'm told she has a connection to all this. Leave my wife out of this. He leaned forward and threatened. Look, I'm not going anywhere until you give me some answers. I've got nothing to lose, so I'm more than prepared to make a spectacle of myself by setting up camp on the pavement outside your home. You have no idea what you're getting involved with here. Yes, I do, she said softly. I've lost my unit, my team and my job. I've had my tyres slashed. I've had my car burnt out, and I'm pretty sure I'm being followed. I know this is all connected with a massive cover-up, but I don't know exactly who is involved. I do, however, have a witness who has named you as someone of particular interest. Now, you either talk to me now, or I go to the press. And before you say anything, I'm aware it's blackmail, but I'm getting desperate here. Maynard thought for a moment. He looked around him and settled his gaze on Matilda. He relented. Go round the back of these houses. There's an overgrown kennel, but you're slim enough to squeeze down it. I don't want this conversation in front of prying eyes. Matilda felt herself relax at the prospect of finally getting answers. Thank you. When Matilda stepped into the Maynards' back garden, she had to dust herself down. The overgrown kennel was more like a wilderness. She was lucky it was still only spring, and the trees and bushes weren't teeming with life yet. The garden was long and narrow. Perfectly manicured evergreens acted as a border with the garden next door. The grass was neatly trimmed and lusciously green. It would put Centre Court at Wimbledon to shame. There was a square of decking towards the house, and a pristine set of garden furniture sat in the middle of it. Alistair Maynard stepped out of the conservatory doors and closed them behind him, leaving his wife to look through the glass, a perplexed expression on her face. He pulled one of the cast-iron chairs away from the table and sat down, inviting Matilda to do the same. He made sure they were more than the required 2 meters apart. Let me tell you what I need to say first before you start with your questions, he said. His legs were together, his hands sandwiched between them. There were so many conflicting emotions on his lined face. He looked confused and frightened, appalled and sad. Okay, Matilda said, trying to get as comfortable as it was possible to get on cast iron. I'll start with Richard Ashton, and I'll tell you how my wife fits into this, and it starts much earlier than 1997. God, I need a drink. It was a while before he began. He looked as if he was marshalling his thoughts, trying to get his story into some kind of order. My wife was an accountant. She worked for Thornton Wright. I don't know if you know them, they're a big local firm. My husband used them, she smiled. Ah. Anyway, one day they got a call from Ashton Developments, who were looking for new accountants, and, apparently, a mutual acquaintance had given Richard Ashton my wife's name. Thornton Wright sent Claire round, and she began working on their behalf for Richard Ashton. That was in 1995, and things were going relatively smoothly. I was a detective inspector in 1997, and when I was told about a child being murdered at Magnolia House, of course, I investigated. On the first night, I had a visit to my office by Richard Ashton. I'd only vaguely heard of him from Claire. I didn't know anything about him. Jesus, I really do need a drink. Can I get you one? He asked, standing up. No, I'm fine. Alistair went into the house and returned less than a minute later with a large measure of whisky. He sat down before he took his first swig. I don't usually drink until 6 o'clock, but... Anyway, where was I? Richard Ashton came to see you at work. Oh, yes. Like I said, I didn't know him, and had no idea what he was going to say. Well, you've seen him. A great big barrel of a man. He was a frightening figure. He waltzed into my office, slammed a heavy ledger down on my desk, and said for the past 2 years my wife had been helping herself to his money and squirreling it away into a private bank account. I didn't believe him, obviously. I know my Claire, she wouldn't do that. But he had all the information, all the evidence. There was indeed a private bank account in Claire's name, with over £500,000 in it. Deposits going back 2 years. It was as if she'd started embezzling from her first day in the job. What did you say to Ashton? I didn't at first. I was so stunned. I knew, hand on my heart, that Claire was not this type of person. She didn't need to be. We were both earning good money. We didn't have any real debt. And we had a good holiday every year. There was no reasoning behind it. I told that to him as well, but he was all for getting an official investigation going and having Claire charged with fraud. She'd have gone to prison. I couldn't allow that. It was lies. It was all lies, he said, getting more and more frustrated and upset. It was a set-up, Matilda asked. Of course it was. Ashton had arranged it all so he could ask me not to investigate the Sean Evans murder in return for him dropping the charges against my wife. Which you did. I had no choice. Claire, he bowed his head. She fell apart. She was never the most confident sort of person, and when Ashton came round to the house one night to threaten her with prison if I didn't comply, well, she lost it completely. She ran upstairs screaming. By the time I'd got Ashton out of the house and went to her, she was in the bathroom looking for pills to take. I had to protect my wife. Matilda nodded. She fully understood. Years later, I realised the whole of that night was a set-up. Ashton had arranged for Billy Maitland to be there so it would disgrace the force if it came out, and for Miles Ogilvy to be there to keep Peter quiet. I heard that Donald Eddington was there. He was leader for Sheffield Council at the time, which explains why Ashton Developments suddenly started winning contracts for housing estates. Did you ever find out what happened to Sean Evans? No, he shook his head. I don't think anyone knows how he died or where he is now. Does the name Duncan Shivers mean anything to you? No, I've had this conversation with Ridley. You think Ashton created this Shivers character to act as an adoption liaison to get the boys away from Magnolia House? Yes. I think you're right. Ashton was a psychopath. That's the only word for it. He was a manipulator. He was a narcissist and a sadist. He delighted in seeing others squirm, especially if they were in a position of power and he could lord it over them. Who told you to close down the Homicide and Major Inquiry Unit? It came through as an official email from the Home Office. To be perfectly honest, we can't afford a dedicated unit in the current climate, but I wanted to keep it in operation. You and your team do amazing work. He gave her a faint smile. She ignored it. Do you know a man by the name of Guy Grayston? No. He was only a child when you saw him. D.I. Brady showed your photograph to him this morning, and he named you as the man who sexually abused him at the house on Manchester Road that we used to interview vulnerable witnesses. What? That's a lie, he fumed, his face reddening. I've never abused anyone in my life. I wouldn't. I'm not like that. He's going to give an official statement. He will go to court, stand up and tell everyone that you picked him up from school in your white Volvo, drove him to Manchester Road and raped him on more than one occasion. Oh, my God, no, you've got it all wrong, Matilda, he said before downing the rest of his drink. I'd get a call from Ashton. They'd come completely out of the blue. He'd tell me to go to a school and a boy would get in the car and I was to drive him to Manchester Road. I never got out of the car. The boy did. He went into the house. There was someone there waiting for him. Who? I don't know. I never knew. How did Ashton know about the house in the first place? He had Tony Bates in his pocket. I assume Bates told him. Did Tony Bates abuse any of the boys? No. When his wife died, he fell apart. Turned to drink and gambling. He was in serious debt. Ashton gave him money. Did Ashton kill Tony Bates? I don't know. Maynard shook his head. He looked defeated. By the end, he was a heavy drinker and smoker. It's possible he could have nodded off in his chair with a lit cigarette. Ashton could have seen him as a loose cannon. I really don't know, Matilda. There is someone else out there who was at Magnolia House in 1997, on the night Sean Evans was murdered, who is pulling a lot of strings to silence me. I don't think my unit being closed down is simply bad timing. Someone arranged for the forensic store to be broken into and vital evidence stolen. Someone arranged for my car to be destroyed. Who is doing this? She asked, almost through gritted teeth. I don't know, he replied warily. The only way to save your department, I suppose, is by appealing to the PCC. That might work. I don't care about my department, Matilda exclaimed, standing up. Well, I do, obviously. But my main priority is these boys, these men, who are still living in torment 23 years later. I can't help you. I never knew who else was involved. I only knew of Richard Ashton. Matilda, the article in the newspaper, has it had any effect? She nodded. We're getting calls through all the time from men saying they were at Magnolia House and abused there. Are they naming their abusers? Some are. Ashton has been named, as has George Barker, and Peter Ogilvy has given me another dead MP, Lionel Barlow. So, that's 3 men you can name. Yes. Do it. What? Name them. Get another article printed. Arrest them. Interview them under caution and charge them if necessary. I'll hand in my resignation. I'll have no say in how this case goes then, and I'll be out of reach of whoever else was in league with Richard Ashton. Matilda sat back down. She studied him. You know, don't you? What? You know who else is involved. I have my suspicions. You're not going to tell me? He shook his head. Why not? The evidence needs to lead you there, not rumour. She nodded. She knew he was right. I'm so sorry for everything you and your wife have been through. So am I. This is going to destroy South Yorkshire Police, isn't it? I think so. Chapter 47. Matilda felt buoyed up in the taxi back to her house. She sent a raft of texts to Christian, Sian, Finn and Scott, asking them to be at her house for 7 o'clock. She then sent a text to Danny, asking him to come for 8. Despite learning to appreciate his journalistic skills over the past few days, she didn't want him listening in on sensitive police information. She closed the front door behind her, shook off her jacket, and went into the living room where Adele and Scott were watching the news. "Should you be in my living room?" Matilda asked Scott. "I think we're in a bubble," he said. "Are we?" "I have eggs and toilet rolls," he said with a cheeky smile. "You're welcome any time," she said, sitting on the sofa next to him. "What's Baldrick saying now?" she asked, nodding to the television as the Prime Minister was in the middle of a press conference. "I've no idea," Adele said. "He waffles too much for my liking." "Say what you want about Theresa May, but she never scratched her arse at a press conference," Scott added. Adele leaned forward, picked up the remote and turned the TV off. "So, Scott said you've been doing some sleuthing." "Yes, I think I'm turning into Jessica Fletcher." "Have you uncovered anything?" She sat on the arm of the sofa and sighed. "To be honest, I'm not entirely sure." "Oh, Jessica Fletcher would be more confident, Adele smiled. Jessica Fletcher was the world's most prolific serial killer. Nobody stumbles across that many murders without having something to do with it. Now, I'm hungry. I haven't eaten since breakfast. Have you had anything? She asked Adele. I had a sandwich at work. Have we got anything to cook a meal with? I think there's some pasta. I've got some meatballs in the freezer, Scott said. I'd rather not eat anything in the shape of balls at the moment, Matilda made a face. Corn mince? I could make you both a spag bowl. I didn't know you were vegetarian, Scott, Adele said. I'm not, but it's better for you than meat, full of protein. I don't think we should have a healthy eater in our bubble, Matilda said. But if he's willing to cook for us, Adele grinned. Swings and roundabouts. Go on, then. I'm going to grab a quick shower. Matilda said she'd fill them both in on what she'd uncovered when everyone was there, so she wouldn't have to repeat herself, and the topic of the coronavirus was off the menu. All three sat around the table in the kitchen, eating Scott's delicious spaghetti bolognese, and chatted about trivial topics. It was light and fun, and they all relaxed and laughed as they sipped red wine, water for Scott, and forgot about the pandemic and the dark deeds some people were capable of. "Can I say something?" Scott asked. He placed his knife and fork neatly together on his empty plate and sat back. "Well, I'd like your advice, really." Matilda and Adele looked at each other. Scott looked worried. "Is everything all right?" Matilda asked. "The other day I had a text from Donal, and we've been chatting, and things have been, progressing." Adele smiled. She placed a hand on Scott's. "Scott, I've said this to you many times. I don't know how else to say it before it'll sink in. Chris would not expect you to live the life of a monk." Scott's eyes filled with tears at the mention of Chris's name. "I know, it's only been 15 months. You can't put a time limit on these things. If you want to go out with Donal, see where things lead, then do so. I want you to be happy. Chris would want you to be happy." "I miss him so much," Scott choked. "So do I," Adele said. "But we can't live in the past, can we?" she added, looking at Matilda. "No," Matilda agreed. "Scott, do you really want to end up like me? It's 5 years today since James died, and I'm still pining for him." "Don't wake up in 5, 10, 20 years' time and realise you've missed out on so much because you couldn't let go." "Besides," Adele said, "there's no harm in going on a couple of dates with Donal. Test the water, see where it goes. Enjoy yourself." Scott smiled. He looked at Adele and Matilda in turn. "Thank you." "One word of advice," Adele said. "If you do end up getting married, don't take his surname. I don't think I could call you Scott Youngblood." "He's got the perfect name for a pathologist, hasn't he?" Matilda laughed. The doorbell rang. "It's never 7 o'clock already, is it?" Matilda asked, looking at her watch. "Should we be having all these people in the house?" Adele asked. "Well, no, but we'd all be together at work in the briefing room anyway. We're just bringing it into the house. The government don't give a tiny rat's arse about the police, Adele. Shop workers, restaurant staff, office workers and teachers can all stay at home. Police officers and those in the NHS have to suck it up and fend for themselves. It's as simple as that." It was a little after 7 o'clock when the last to arrive, Finn, entered the dining room. He elected to keep on a face covering. Matilda was standing at the wall with the photographs of the boys from Magnolia House, while Christian, Sian, Scott and Finn were sitting, dotted around the room as far apart as was comfortable. Adele had decided not to join them and was in the living room watching TV. The theme tune from Murder, She Wrote could be heard through the walls. "Did we all clap for carers on Thursday night?" Sian asked. There were nods of agreement from around the room. "Do you think there'll be a clap for police officers?" Finn asked. "I'm guessing you've all heard what happened to Debbie Fielding at Darnell." "What?" Matilda asked. "Uniform were out breaking up a party of about 50 people crammed into a tiny flat. This bloke grabs hold of Debbie and starts spitting in her face. It took 3 officers to get him off her. She's having to self-isolate now." "People aren't taking this seriously, are they?" Sian asked. "They would do, if they listened to the science, and not what the neighbour's aunt posts on Facebook," Finn replied. "I bloody hate social media." They fell silent as they reflected on all this. Then Matilda filled them all in on what she'd learned in talking to the Chief Constable. Despite Richard Ashton being a member of the Paedophile Liberation Front in the 80s, saying he believed what he was doing was right, he didn't believe his own words. "How do you know that?" Scott asked. "A person with strong beliefs will stick by them no matter what. Ashton didn't. He knew he was a paedophile and used every trick in the book to cover up his crimes and avoid punishment. He murdered Sean Evans deliberately in order to blackmail the men he chose to be there on that night. Unfortunately, we don't know how many men were there. Ashton, Barker and Ingalls were and are now dead. Billy Maitland is safely in prison, and Miles Ogilvy killed himself. That's 5. Donald Eddington, former leader of the council, was also there. 6. We can assume he's on the killer's hit list, but as he has advanced Alzheimer's, is it worth the risk to kill him? We need to find out who else was there that night before the killer gets to them. I think we need to concentrate on finding the killer and leave the exposing of child abusers to Danny Hansen. What do you think?" "I agree," Sian said. There were nods around the room. "The forensic report from the Ingalls' house found no sign of a forced entry," Scott said. "However, Paula Ingalls has said she often left a key under a rock if they ever had anyone coming to the house to do any work. If the killer has been following these men for a while to learn their routine, it's possible he could have seen Paula leave a key and had a duplicate made. Also, there's a chair in Adam Ingalls' bedroom and 2 dog hairs were found on the seat. The Ingalls don't have a dog." "A dog hair's been found at the scene of all 3 murders," Finn said. "Ashton's cleaner allowed her to take her dog occasionally. But what if the killer has a dog and it's come from him? Is there any way we can find out the breed from the hair?" "I'm not sure. Finn, go and ask Adele to come in," said Scott. He nodded and left the room. "Several people on Richard Ashton's road had dogs," Scott continued. "Anthony Rivers had one too." "Who's he?" Matilda asked. "Lives over the back of Ashton's house." "Oh, yes. The train enthusiast who saw something but doesn't want to get involved. Let's hope he has a change of heart when this all comes out and he can give us the final missing pieces." "Guy Grayston has a dog," Christian said hesitantly. Adele stood in the doorway and Matilda asked her the question. "To be honest, without a DNA sample, it's not easy to differentiate a hair sample as being from a dog or cat," she replied. "Structurally, they're the same. The forensic report says dog hair, as it's the most obvious. It could be cat, rabbit or mouse." "You're not helping, Adele," Matilda said with a smile. "I'm not here to help. I'm here to provide facts." "So, an animal hair found at the scene of a crime isn't helpful." "Not without extracting DNA, and that's going to be a lengthy and costly process. There was a study done in America where the cars of pet owners and non-pet owners were checked for hairs. Animal hair was found in the cars of the non-pet owners just as much as in the pet owners' cars. It all depends on who we come into contact with in our daily lives. And we all know about Locard's exchange principle, don't we? Hairs are transmitted so easily. "Is there a way to find out if all the hairs come from the same animal?" Finn asked. "Yes, if you can extract DNA from the hairs, but then you'll need to match the hairs with a particular animal. It's not going to be cheap." The room fell silent. "May I go now?" Adele asked. "Yes, Thank you, Adele. Round of applause for Dr. Keane, Matilda said sarcastically and began clapping. Everyone joined in, and Adele bowed as she left. I've been chatting with Guy, Christian said, and he said there were 5 other boys besides him and Sean Evans who were at Magnolia House on the night of Sean's murder. Paul Chattel is one, also dead, which leaves 4 others. Keith Smith, Johnny Black, Robert Chalk, and Jamie Cobb, he said, reading from his notebook. Is one of those 4 the killer? Scott asked. More than likely, Matilda said. She looked to the photographs on the wall and felt a great sadness wash over her. Usually she felt contempt for a killer, taking the law into their own hands. But these boys had been abused and ignored for years. It was perfectly understandable for one of them to snap. Guy also said that Sean was good friends with Jamie Cobb. We could start with him. Have you tried to track them down? Matilda asked. Not yet. I've looked on social media and I can't seem to find a match with any of the names. Well, we have their names and roughly know when they were born. Phone the tax office up and go from there. They'll have their national insurance numbers and addresses, Sian said, although the tax office will only speak to an accredited financial investigator, and I'm no longer a part of the force. You'll have to go to the Financial Intelligence Unit and speak to someone and keep your fingers crossed that it won't get back to anyone. Let me look at the electoral register first, Christian said. I might get lucky. If not, I'll risk FIU. Sian, did you read through all that stuff I sent you? Matilda asked. Unfortunately, yes, I did. Sian leaned down and pulled an iPad out of the bag she'd placed under her chair. Before Matilda went to speak to Chief Constable Maynard, she emailed all the statements Danny Hansen had sent her, along with the phone calls he'd recorded with the killer, and asked Sian to go through them. There are statements from more than 60 men here, and more than 40 of those went to Magnolia House, Sian said, scrolling down her report. Some have named names. Adam Ingalls and Donald Eddington are named. A couple of the boys have mentioned a man with a scar that, to me, sounds like a burn mark on his left arm. That should definitely identify one of the blokes. Peter Ogilvy said Duncan Shivers had scars from a burn down his left arm, Matilda said. So, Duncan Shivers, whoever he is, didn't only steal the boys away, he took part in the abuse too, Finn asked, adjusting his face mask slightly. Also, about these phone calls Danny is having with the killer. There's something about them that's troubling me, Sian said, sitting back in her chair, a deep worry line on her forehead. In what way? He's recorded a few of them and, well, they don't sound like how you describe the calls you're getting. You're getting calls as well? Finn asked. Matilda waved him to be silent and told Sian to carry on. You've said he sounds in pain, tormented by what he's been through, that he's conflicted about being a killer. But the person calling Danny sounds stronger, more determined. There's no, what's the word I'm looking for? Fear to his voice. Do you think it could be 2 different people making the calls? Matilda asked. Hang on, Sian said, searching on her iPad for a particular file. Are you thinking there are 2 killers? Finn asked. No, I was thinking of one killer and a prank caller. But which one is the prank caller? Scott asked. If it's the person calling me, then he deserves an Oscar, said Matilda. Here we go, Sian said. The room fell silent and she played the recording. I'm in pain, Danny. I know. I can help. I really can. There is no help for me. There is. I know you've been through a lot in your life, but there's more help available for you now than there was years ago when you were a child. You can still turn your life around. It's too late. It's not. I've gone too far. I can understand why you think that, but you're a victim here. You're not going to go to prison. They shouldn't be allowed to get away with what they've done. They won't. Look, I know the people in charge of the investigation. They're good people. They'll make sure your abusers are caught. I need to finish what I've started. I can't stop now, I can't. Let me help you. How can you help? Tell me who abused you. I can get them prosecuted. He's untouchable. Nobody's untouchable. He really is. Who? The call ended. That's not the person who's calling me, Matilda said. That's definitely a fake, Finn said. How do you know? Scott asked. It's subtle, but he's disguised his voice. Can we listen to it again? Sian replayed it, and they all leaned in and listened intently. He says the word help twice, Finn said. Each time he pronounces it differently. Once he drops the H, and the second time he doesn't. He's trying to disguise his accent. Why do people do this? Make false claims about crimes? I don't understand it, Scott said. It's attention-seeking. There's something lacking in their lives, and they need to feel important, Finn said. Be quiet a moment, you two, Matilda said. She had a pensive look on her face. She chewed her bottom lip as she thought. Finn, what was it you just said about his accent? I said he was disguising it. Yes, and why would someone do that? To avoid us knowing who he is? And why would someone do that? Sian cottoned on to what Matilda was getting at. Because the caller knows that we'd recognise his voice. Because we already know who he is. Precisely, Matilda smiled. Give that woman a promotion and a 20 grand pay increase. I'm not coming back. So, let me get this straight, Christian began. The caller is ringing Danny Hansen, pretending to be the killer, and disguising his voice because he knows journalists usually record their conversations and is worried about being recognised? Yes, Scott answered. But if he has information, why not just tell Danny rather than pretend to be the killer? Maybe the information he has will give away his real identity and he doesn't want to get involved, like that train bloke me and Finn spoke to. No, I don't think that's it at all, Matilda said. I think the person calling Danny is someone on a par with Richard Ashton who abused the boys. He's panicking now they're all being killed off and there's a risk of exposure, so he's making these calls, drip-feeding us misinformation to lead us in a different direction from where we should be looking. This is pure misdirection and manipulation. The real killer is calling me, not Danny Hansen. Trust me, I know torment when I hear it. So, we just ignore him then? Sian asked. No. We listen to him and collect the information to try and ID the caller. Matilda looked to Christian. Their eyes met and he quickly looked away. Christian, she began. I know what you're going to say, he interrupted. I saw it in your eyes when Adele was talking about dog hairs. I have to. What is Guy's alibi for all 3 murders? It's not him. You don't know that. I do. It's not. He's not the killer. I'd know if he was. Christian, he has the motive. He turned up at Paul Chattell's funeral, even though nobody else did. It was obviously on his mind. He's still in contact with Peter Ogilvy. He can't let go of the past. It's not him, he said quietly and unconvincingly. We need his alibi, she said firmly. And if he doesn't have one, we have to consider him as a serious suspect. Christian shook his head. Guy is not the killer. He's been helping us, for crying out loud. I hope you're right. So, what happens next? Where do we go from here? Finn asked. Well, we need to wrap this up quickly. As soon as Maynard hands in his resignation, whoever is pulling his strings will realise he's got very little time left with someone in his pocket, so he'll want this to go away. We have enough information for this to be made public. Danny Hansen is due here any minute, so I'm going to ask him to write an article and name names." "That's risky," Sian said. "Do you think he will?" "We have the statements from the men who were abused at Magnolia House. He'll just be reporting the facts as told to him, the same as with every other story he's worked on. As soon as it's printed, Christian, I want you and your team to go and question everyone connected with Donald Eddington, George Barker, Lionel Barlow, and Richard Ashton. We need to know who knew what they were up to, who their closest friends were, who else might have been involved, and any connections between them all. It's what we'd do under any other circumstances." "Will do." "We're reaching the end game now," Matilda said to the room as a whole. "If everything goes as planned, we'll be able to expose a paedophile ring and stop a killer before he strikes again. But we need to work together and coordinate. As soon as I've spoken to Danny, I'll let you all know what's going to happen." "Do you think we'll be able to get the unit reopened?" Finn asked. "I bloody hope so," Scott said. "I'm being threatened with sodding COVID patrols." "Will I have to come back and work my notice?" Sian asked. "I've told you, you're not going anywhere," Matilda reminded her. "I've already set up a Facebook page for Mission Impossible." "Oh, God, that's terrible," Finn said. "Come on, all of you, out of my house. If we're going to start with painful puns, you can all leave." Everyone stood up and started to leave. "I'll message you all later once I've spoken to Danny. Remember, talk to no one about all this. Act like everything's normal." "Apart from a deadly pandemic and the entire country being locked down?" Scott asked. "Well, yes, apart from that." Chapter 48. Matilda decided not to tell Danny she thought the calls he was receiving were fake. If he believed them to be genuine, it would help when he spoke to the supposed killer and, hopefully, get him to reveal more about himself. Knowing the truth might belie that. She knew journalists were good at lying and cheating and deceiving, but she had no idea how good an actor Danny Hansen was. Could he pull off such a con to a man whom she assumed was a master manipulator? "Are you adding more photographs to that wall?" Danny asked as he entered the dining room. He placed his satchel on the table with a thud and sat down comfortably without being offered a seat. He was getting too pally with Matilda, and she didn't like it. "No, there's the same amount there as before. Any more calls from the killer?" she asked. "No, thank God. I mean, I know I should be sympathetic towards him after everything he's been through, but bloody hell, he's cutting their balls off, for crying out loud. What kind of a diseased mind comes up with that idea in the first place?" Matilda knew the real answer to that question. The person capable of such an unheard-of act was someone who had been drugged and raped from a young age, never sought help for their problems, and never found justice. But now wasn't the time or the place to go into that, and she didn't think Danny would understand. "Danny, I need you to do something for me," she said hesitantly. She hated having to be at the mercy of a reporter, especially Danny Cocking Hansen of all people. She would never forgive him for sneaking into her hospital room while she was in a coma, taking photos of her and plastering them all over the internet, the bastard. "Sure," he smiled at her, and she felt her flesh crawl as she mentally signed a contract with the devil using her own blood as ink. She smiled back. She wondered if he could tell it was fake. "I want you to write another feature." She could feel the sweat running down her back. "You've got more than 50 statements from men saying how they were abused at Magnolia House, yes?" "Over 60 now," he said, grinning. "And they mentioned Richard Ashton by name." Danny reached into his satchel and pulled out his iPad. He scrolled through various folders before selecting the one he was looking for. 56 men mentioned Ashton by name, 4 mentioned Donald Eddington, and 1 mentioned George Barker. Matilda took a deep breath. I need you to write the story and get it published. Talk about the systematic abuse at Magnolia House, everything Ashton was up to, and name names. Really? We need to get an official inquiry opened into Magnolia House and a reason to officially investigate Donald Eddington and the others, and hopefully find out about anyone else who's still alive and involved. But you're not on the force anymore. You can't make sure this happens. I know, but Christian can. We need this in the public domain so people know about it and it won't get swept under the carpet. This isn't based on rumour. This is fact. We have actual evidence of abuse and names have been given. 4 men mentioned Donald Eddington. He was the leader of the council, for crying out loud. Who knows what other lines of corruption he was involved with? Only you can start this process. Danny blew out his cheeks. I suddenly feel very sick. Matilda stood up and pushed her chair back. Oh, come on, Danny. This is a journalist's dream come true. You get to expose a massive paedophile ring and bring down some top people. We're talking MPs, leaders of councils, people high up within the police force. This is a massive scoop for you. He stood up and went over to the window, looking out into the darkness, but seeing only his reflection looking back at him. I don't want to get sued or anything, he said quietly. Why would you get sued? You have evidence. The onus will be on Donald Eddington to prove the allegations aren't true, and he won't be able to do that. As soon as the abusers' names are mentioned, you're going to get more victims contacting you, naming them. I know it. Look at those boys, Danny, Matilda said. She went over to the wall of photographs. They're children. They're 8, 9 and 10 years old. They'd all had tragedies befall them. They're separated from their parents through no fault of their own. They were scared. They were vulnerable. And Richard Ashton and Donald Eddington and George Barker took advantage of that and used them for their own sick, perverted pleasure. 12 of them are missing, presumed dead. Sean Evans was murdered, she said, pointing him out. And one of them is calling you in absolute torment because he can't get over what happened to him more than 20 years ago. You can't allow this to continue any longer. You need to expose these men. Then let the law do the rest, she said, hoping she'd won him over to her side. It was a while before Danny reacted. When he did, it was with a simple nod. Give me a couple of days. This needs to be written sensitively. Matilda sighed with relief. Thank God for that. She needed to throw him a bone, or he might end up vomiting on her carpet. If I didn't despise you so much, I'd kiss you, she said with a smile. Danny laughed. You're a good woman, DCI Dark. Matilda waited a few long seconds before she spoke. I'm supposed to say something nice about you now, aren't I? It would help. Matilda chewed her bottom lip. It was causing her considerable pain to think of something pleasant to say about a journalist. I like your hair. What conditioner do you use? Chapter 49. Matilda stepped out of the shower, dried her hair with a towel, threw it in the laundry basket, and reached for her big, thick dressing gown, which she wrapped around her and tied at the waist. There was fresh bedding on the bed, and she loved getting under the duvet, fresh from the shower. Ian Rankin waited for her on the bedside table, and she was keen to immerse herself into a fictional world and leave the horrors of reality behind for a few hours. She was about to pop downstairs to make a cup of tea when her mobile rang. The caller had withheld their number. She guessed it was the killer calling, and sat down on the edge of the bed before swiping to answer. "Hello," she said softly. There was a lengthy silence before the caller said anything. "Have you found out why people abuse children yet?" A wave of sadness swept over Matilda. The killer was going through hell right now. If only he'd tell her who he was and allow her to help him. I wish I did. I really do wish I could answer your question. I think there are many different factors, and each abuser will give you a different answer. There's obviously something seriously lacking in their lives that's made them that way. Maybe they were abused themselves and... You see, that's what I don't understand, he interrupted. He suddenly sounded animated. Why would someone who's been abused become an abuser? When you've visited hell, you know the horrors that are there. Why would you put someone else through that? I'm not sure. I think maybe they're trying to make sense of what happened to them by putting themselves in the abuser's position. You'd need to speak to an expert about this. Maybe they're incredibly lonely and need someone to know the same pain they went through, so they'll have a connection, another person to talk to about the darkness, he said, a heavy sadness in his voice. Don't you have anyone to talk to? Matilda asked. Adele appeared in the doorway. She mouthed, asking if Matilda was talking to the killer. Matilda nodded. She came and sat beside her on the bed, and Matilda turned the phone to loudspeaker. No. Talking to a therapist isn't easy. They just tell you textbook information. They speak words, but there's no emotion behind them. I understand that. Does it help you, talking to a therapist about being shot? She looked to Adele. Sort of, she struggled to say. She didn't want to lie to him. In what way didn't it help? It's like you said. I cried my eyes out, talking to my therapist. I opened up and spilled my emotions, and all I got back was jargon. Exactly. It's like talking to C-3PO. Matilda smiled. It helps to talk to someone who's been through what you've been through, so they fully understand what you're saying. Yes, you're right. Matilda looked to Adele again, who smiled and gave her the thumbs-up sign. Only... he began, then stopped himself. Go on. Over the years, I've spoken to many people who've been abused. They've told me their stories, but none have been similar to what I went through. None have had the same impact. I've still not been able to understand why it happened to me. He sounded on the verge of tears. It wasn't just you, though. There were others there. You weren't singled out. Ashton and his friends took advantage. They abused their position. There was nothing you could have done differently to stop it happening. I don't think you should dwell on why it happened to you. But that's what I need to know. I asked Ashton. I asked Barker and Ingalls, and they couldn't tell me. Why couldn't they tell me, Matilda? She wanted desperately to give him an answer, but she couldn't. I don't know. I wish I did. I have a gun, he stated. I bought it from a bloke in a pub down Pittsmore. Can you believe how easy it is to buy a gun these days? I spend hours sometimes at my kitchen table with it pressed against my head, my finger on the trigger. It's the easiest thing in the world to push it, but I can't. I can't. I want to, but I can't. I don't want to die until I'm ready. Matilda wiped away a tear. I will meet you anywhere you want. We can sit down and talk for as long as you want, just me and you. I wish I'd been killed instead of Sean Evans. I'm so sorry you feel like this. The line went dead. Adele put her arm around Matilda's shoulders and pulled her into an embrace. Oh, that poor man, Adele said. There's nothing I can do for him, is there? Matilda asked. I really don't think there is. Chapter 50. I don't know why I thought Matilda might be able to help. I was led to believe she was an intelligent, determined woman. I thought she'd understand, but she doesn't. She just wants to catch a killer. It was 2 o'clock in the morning, and the conversation with DCI Dark had left him shattered and unable to sleep. He sat on the floor in the living room by his dog's bed and snuggled up to him. It was nice to feel the closeness of a faithful companion. The dog was asleep, his head on the killer's lap, breathing heavily and making sweet whimpering noises. He stroked him gently, feeling his soft, warm fur. It was comforting. It was what he needed in his life. It had come far too late. "I'm so sorry," he said, tears building in his eyes, emotion lodged in his throat. "I thought we'd go on a journey together, trips to the countryside and the coast, but I've gone too far down the rabbit hole." He looked down at the dog, who had woken at the change in tone in his voice. The dog looked back at him with big, sad eyes. "I love you," he said. The tears came and rolled from his face onto his dog. "That's the first time I've ever said those words. I never knew what they meant before. I do now." Chapter 51. Monday, 30th of March, 2020. Matilda Dark wasn't suited to having time on her hands. Yesterday, Adele was home, so she had someone to talk to, someone to moan to, someone to complain to. But today she was alone in the vast farmhouse. Just her and her thoughts. Unfortunately, her thoughts were not great companions. She wondered how Danny was doing, compiling his feature. How much of it had he written? Had he contacted a newspaper and told them what was coming? She was standing by the kettle in the kitchen, waiting for it to boil, mobile phone in hand, and kept looking at the screen, checking to see if a text or email had come through. How was Christian doing, trying to track down those 4 remaining boys? It couldn't be that difficult, surely. The kettle boiled, and she made a mug of tea. She didn't really want it. She wasn't especially thirsty, but she was tired of this inaction. She unlocked her phone and rang Sian, hoping she was just as bored. "Good morning, the hound that rocks the cradle. May I help you?" Sian answered. Matilda laughed. "Oh, I do like that one. What happened to Mission Impossible?" "Can you believe there already is a Mission Impossible?" "That's impossible, surely," she said, laughing. "Oh dear, I thought I was the one with the terrible puns. How are you, anyway?" "Bored out of my mind. Now I see why Pat Campbell complains all the time about having nothing to do. I hate not having a job. At least when I was off sick I had my recovery to concentrate on. This is torture. Have you seen daytime television? I could feel my brain cells dying by the second." Sian laughed. "What are you going to do if the unit doesn't get reinstated?" "I suppose I could try another force. Don't you know people in Manchester?" "I do. Do you really want to move out of Sheffield, though?" A couple of years ago I would have said yes. Now, not really. Adele's here, which is great. My mum and sister are close by. Then there's you and Scott and Christian. You could always become my business partner, walking dogs. As great as that sounds, I need a job that stimulates my brain. I'm going bonkers already. Well, unless... Sorry, Matt, I'm going to have to go. Gregory started his Zoom lessons and apparently I'm being too loud. She lowered her voice. I hate how small this bloody house is. I'll call you later. OK, keep me up to date if there's any news on the case. Matilda ended the call and remained standing in the kitchen, looking around. The silence shrouded her. She hated it. She picked up her mug of tea and headed for the living room. On the doormat in the hallway was an envelope. She hadn't heard the postman's van on the gravel driveway, and when she bent to pick it up, she saw it was hand-delivered. It was addressed to her, her name written in black block capitals. She took it into the living room, placed her mug of tea on the coffee table, and ran her finger under the flap. Inside was a card. The picture on the front was of the local countryside. She recognised it as not being far from where she lived. She smiled. When she opened the card and read the message inside, she almost dropped to the floor. "You're a survivor, aren't you, Matilda? But what's the point of surviving when everyone around you is dead?" Those were the exact words Jake Harrison said to her over the phone right before he opened fire, killing many of her colleagues, killing her father, killing Adele's son, and putting Matilda in an induced coma. Matilda flopped onto the sofa and stared at the innocuous card. She didn't need a reminder of that day in January 15 months ago, as it was something she constantly lived with. Her dreams were full of the devastation. She suffered flashbacks and was still struggling with survivor's guilt. But when something like this happened, someone taunting her, it reminded her of just how fragile she still was. As much as she wanted to believe the card was delivered by the same person who set her car on fire, and this was a warning to stop the hunt for Richard Ashton's fellow abusers, she knew it was connected to Jake and Steve. This wasn't the first card she'd received, and she knew it wouldn't be the last. Matilda needed to get out of the house. She had images of someone watching from a distance, using high-powered binoculars to look through the windows, follow her from room to room, getting a kick out of seeing her scared and frightened in her own home. She could feel the walls closing in around her. It was oppressive. It was at times like this she wished she had a dog she could take for long walks. "Screw it," she said to herself. She put on a pair of walking shoes from the cupboard under the stairs, pulled on a padded jacket, and left the house, setting the alarm and securing all the locks behind her. With her hands plunged deep into the pockets of her coat and her head down, she set off walking with determined strides. She needed to clear her mind and didn't care where she ended up. She had no idea how long she'd been walking. The phone in her pocket was purposely switched off, and she wasn't wearing a watch. She was thirsty and wished she'd thought more about this impromptu trek. A bottle of water and a bar of something chocolatey would taste amazing right now. There were no shops open, no cafes or coffee shops. She'd have to wait until she was home. She looked up at her surroundings. The Summerhouse restaurant was locked up and sat in darkness in the corner close to Dore railway station. To her right, the long, steep, winding Dore road led to the village where more shops and cafes would be closed. This felt so strange. It was like living in the days of the end of the world. There was a hint of salvation as she remembered that Dore Road led, eventually, to the home of Sally and Philip Meagan. They owned restaurants. They'd have food in their house. She knew she shouldn't visit. It was against the law, after all, but so was covering up child sex abuse, and someone high up in South Yorkshire Police didn't care about that, so why should she care about visiting a friend in a pandemic? The Meagan family had been through a great deal over the years, and Matilda had been with them on almost every step of the terrifying journey. When Carl was 7 years old in 2015, he was kidnapped from their home one night while Philip and Sally were attending a business awards ceremony in Leeds. Sally's mother was babysitting, and she was killed in the event. Their world stopped turning. It was 4 long, gruelling years before Carl was brought home and life could begin again. Carl had been back for 6 months, and although he was physically well, she knew the psychological recovery was going to be an arduous one, as was her own after the shooting. It was another half an hour of walking before Matilda reached their house, and she was out of breath. Dore Road was steeper than she thought. She pressed the buzzer on the intercom, and Sally sounded pleased a friendly face had come to visit. As Matilda made her way down the gravel driveway, she looked at the high walls the Meagans had built not long after Carl's disappearance, to make it a safer and more secure home for when he returned. It was oppressive, and she could fully understand how Carl felt like a prisoner in his own home, even more so thanks to the lockdown. The walls would never have been built had he not been kidnapped, and the sprawling view of the Derbyshire countryside in the distance would still be there, a symbol of freedom. Now, all he saw from his bedroom window was a constant reminder of what had happened. No wonder he was so keen to move. As she waited for the front door to be opened, she couldn't take her eyes from the walls. She could remember them not being there when she was first summoned to the house when Carl was taken. Now she knew what they signified. She wanted to take a sledgehammer to them herself. "Hello, Matilda, it's lovely to see you." Sally welcomed her with a warm smile. She was barged to one side by two excitable Labradors who wanted to greet their guest. Matilda squatted and made a fuss over the dogs. "I know I'm not supposed to visit. If you don't want me here, I'll go. I needed to get out of the house." "You're welcome here any time. It's a lovely day. Why don't you go round to the back garden with the dogs, and I'll meet you round there with a coffee and some cake. We'll have a catch-up." "I'd like that," Matilda said. She'd felt emotional momentarily, and had no idea why. She stood up and trotted around the side of the house, clapping her hands at the golden Labradors, getting them excited to follow her. By the time Sally came out with a heavy tray, Matilda was already sitting on a garden chair. One of the dogs had brought her a soggy tennis ball, dropped it at her feet for her to lob, and stood back, tail wagging, tongue lolling. "He'll have you doing that all day," Sally said, as she placed the tray on the table. Matilda wondered what the power of dogs was, that they instantly made you feel better about yourself, about life, just by being with you. It was as if a warm energy had washed over her. She was smiling as she squatted to pick up the tennis ball, soaked in drool, then threw it as hard as she could for them to chase. Maybe Sian had the right idea about going into the dog-walking business. Maybe she should join her after all. There was no doubt in her mind that her mental health would improve almost instantly. "Where's Carl?" It was unusual for him to be separated from his dogs. "He's in his room, having a Zoom therapy session. He'll be down soon." "How's he taking the lockdown?" A sadness crept over Sally's face. She let out a heavy sigh. "Not well. Fortunately, he has the dogs to take out several times a day. He hates being tied to the house. This has come at the wrong time for him. It's reminding him of, well, when he was trapped in that house in Sweden, unable to go out when he wanted to." "Is he talking to you about it?" Matilda asked, pouring milk into her mug and wrapping her hands around it. The sun had disappeared behind a dark cloud, and a chill had descended. Sally wrinkled her nose. "Not so much. I have to really press him if I want to know anything, and I don't want to push him away." "Is there anything I can do?" Emotion got the better of Sally, and she clamped a hand to her mouth to stave off her crying. Tears ran down her face. Matilda placed her mug on the table and went over to her, wrapping an arm around her shoulders. "Sally, what's the matter?" "I don't know what to do. I'm at my wit's end, Matilda. He's my boy, my son, but I don't know how to talk to him. Oh, it's painful. I don't know him any more." Matilda squeezed her tightly. "Oh, Sally, why didn't you say something? I thought you were all settled." Sally sniffled hard and wiped her eyes with her sleeves. "It's so awkward. He was fine, but lately he's become withdrawn again. I've spoken to his therapist myself, and he's put it down to the pandemic and the uncertainty. Maybe he's right. He probably is, but we were taking little baby steps forward, and now we've taken one giant leap backwards. The dogs started barking excitedly. They both looked around to see Carl coming out of the house. "Shit," Sally said, wiping her eyes harder, making them even more red than the tears did. "I don't want you to say I'm upset." Matilda covered Sally by standing up and turning to Carl. "Hello, Carl. I've come for an illegal visit." Carl's face brightened. "I could call the police on you. Will you accept a bribe?" "Is it edible?" Matilda frowned. Everywhere decent is closed, and I'm not so good at baking. How about I bribe your mum into making that layered chocolate cake she's so good at?" Carl's face turned into one big smile. "That would be amazing." Sally stood up from the chair. She'd managed to compose herself. "Do you have any idea how many calories are in each slice?" Matilda winked at Carl. "These are desperate times, Sally. We need cake for comfort and support." A light rain started to fall. Sally picked up the tray of tea things and headed for the house. "I'd better check my ingredients store." Matilda and Carl followed, as did the dogs. Carl headed for the living room. He slumped down onto the white sofa. Matilda sat in the armchair opposite. She studied the 11-year-old. He was smiling as he stroked one of the Labradors who jumped up onto the sofa next to him, but his eyes were telling. They were sad. He was struggling with something he was keeping to himself. He reminded her of the photos of the boys on her dining room wall. "Is everything all right?" "Yes, fine," he said without looking up. "You need to get better at lying, Carl. I've been saying I'm fine for years and can spot a fib at 50 paces. He looked up and gave a hint of a smile. "Have you ever had therapy?" "I'm still having it." "What do you think of your therapist?" "Diana Cooper Sodding Bloody Smith." "I like her," she lied. "It took me a while to warm to her. She was too quiet in the earlier sessions. I sometimes felt like I was talking to a cardboard cutout, but she's helping." "Liar." "What do you think of yours?" "He's okay," he said, struggling for something to say. "Only okay?" He smiled. "He's actually a nice bloke. We don't always talk about me being kidnapped. We talk about things going on in our lives, and he sneakily says things that makes me feel a bit better." "That's good. So it's helping?" "Yes. He's told me a lot about himself, too, about his own life. He said I should get a hobby as well, something to distract myself, especially during the lockdown." "That's a good idea." "He's given me a few magazines about model trains. Dad's ordered me one from Amazon to build." Matilda frowned. Something seemed familiar. "Model trains?" "Yes. Dad's found a model of the Orient Express. I think he's looking forward to putting it together more than me," Carl laughed. "We watched the film the other night with the foreign detective and the dodgy moustache. I'd love to go on that train. Can you imagine?" Matilda leaned forward in her seat. "Carl, what's your therapist called?" she interrupted. "Why?" "Just wondered." "Dr. Rivers. I call him Anthony, though." Matilda tried not to show that the name sounded familiar. She could feel the blood pound through her brain as her mind went into overdrive. "Carl, could you ask your mum to make me another coffee? I think I've got rain in this one." "Sure." Matilda waited until Carl was out of the room before she dug her mobile out of her inside pocket and began scrolling through her emails. She found what she was looking for, and, if she hadn't been sitting, she would have fallen to the floor in a dead faint. She selected Sian's number and called her. "Sian, I need you to come and pick me up from Sally Megan's house," she said, her voice stern but quiet. "Why? What's happened? Is Carl all right?" I'll explain everything when you've picked me up. Matilda ended the call, looked to the doorway to make sure Carl was nowhere near the living room, then called Christian. "Christian, it's me. I was just about to call you," he interrupted. "I'm with Guy. Peter Ogilvy's been rushed to hospital. He's caught COVID." "Oh, my God. Is he okay?" "I'm not sure. He's in intensive care." "Bloody hell." She looked over her shoulder. Still no sign of Carl. "Listen, Christian. Scott and Finn went to interview a man named Anthony Rivers, who lives in the house at the back of Richard Ashton's house. They said they thought he'd seen something dodgy about Ashton, but didn't want to get involved." "So?" "Anthony Rivers is Carl Megan's therapist." "Again, so?" "He's a child therapist. I was only talking to Danny on Saturday about how I think the killer is someone who's trying to work out how and why someone would want to abuse a child. The killer even told me that he's been searching for that answer for years. He's spoken to others but never come close. We know the killer was at Magnolia House. What if he became a child therapist in order to meet other children who were abused, to try to understand why he was abused?" "You think Anthony Rivers is the killer?" "I don't know, but it's possible. Can you go around and interview him?" Sure. What are you going to do?" "Try and get Carl to tell me more about his therapist." She ended the call and turned around to see Sally in the doorway with a mug in her hand. Her face was white, her mouth open. "What's going on?" Sally asked. "Nothing." "Sally, where's Carl?" "One of the dogs needed a pee, so he's gone out the back with him. I heard you mention Anthony Rivers. What's wrong?" "I don't know. It's this case I'm working on. I'm wondering who best to talk to about historical child sex abuse, and a child therapist would be the best person, wouldn't he?" "I suppose," she shrugged. "Look, I'm going to have to go. Something's come up. Out of interest, how often does Carl see his therapist?" "Once a week, usually, but since the lockdown they've been having Zoom calls most days." "Why?" Sally frowned. "And they've had one today?" "Yes." "Do they communicate any other way?" "I'm not sure. I wouldn't have thought so. What's with all the questions?" Sally asked, her frown deepening. "Nothing. Look, Sally, do me a favour." She stopped, not knowing what to say that wouldn't make her even more frightened than she already was. "What?" Sally prompted. "Nothing. Forget it. I'll be in touch, I promise." She headed for the door. "Matilda, has something happened? Is there something I should know about?" Sally called after her. Matilda stopped at the front door. She turned and looked back at Sally. "I don't want to alarm you or anything, but can you look at Carl's texts and emails?" "What for?" "I need to know what his therapist has been saying to him." "But that's private, surely." "Please, Sally, will you do that for me?" "What am I going to find out?" "Hopefully nothing." "But possibly something?" "Maybe." Sally bit her bottom lip hard to stave off the approaching tears. "Has he been grooming my son?" Matilda could feel her own tears rising. "I really hope not." Chapter 52. "Is everything all right?" Guy Grayston asked Christian when the DI ended the call. He remained still, a heavy frown etched on his face. "Yes, fine. Guy, does the name Anthony Rivers mean anything to you?" "No, why?" He answered quickly. "It's a name that's come up in our investigation. I just wondered if you'd heard of him. Was he at Magnolia House at all?" "No, I don't know anyone by that name." They were outside Guy's flat in Meersbrook. Christian had popped round again on the off chance of catching him at home. Guy was returning from taking Toby for a walk in the park when Christian pulled up. Guy filled him in on where he'd been all morning, at the hospital trying to get access to Peter, but due to the restrictions he wasn't allowed any further than reception. Peter had displayed symptoms of COVID the previous afternoon, but wouldn't allow Guy to phone for an ambulance, putting it down to a seasonal cold, the many things he had wrong with him, and old age. Eventually he relented when he was unable to breathe properly, and an ambulance arrived at the cottage within minutes. Peter was given oxygen on the way to the hospital, stabilised, and sent straight to intensive care, given the current state of his health. The last Guy saw of Peter was him being wheeled through double doors, a mask strapped to his pale face, flanked by serious-looking medical staff wearing face masks and visors. He hoped he would get a chance to see him again, but something told him his only friend was slipping away. "I need to look into something," Christian said, fishing his car keys out of his pocket. "Will you keep me informed about Peter?" "Sure. Would you like me to come with you?" "Sorry?" "I mean, if this man was at Magnolia House, I might be able to help." "I thought you said you didn't recognise his name." "I don't, but I don't know everyone who was there. If there is something dodgy about him, it might be helpful if he sees someone who's been through the same kind of thing as him." Christian thought for a moment. "I suppose it can't hurt. Get in." He nodded to the car. "I'll just get Toby settled and I'll be right with you." Sian was at the Meagans' house in less than 10 minutes. Matilda was waiting at the bottom of the drive. "What's going on?" Sian asked as soon as Matilda climbed into the car. Matilda filled her in on Anthony Rivers being Carl's therapist. "I don't get where you're going with this," Sian said as she drove at speed towards Netheredge. "I just think that if Anthony saw something in Ashton's house, and Scott and Finn think he did, then, being a child therapist, he should have done something about it. He should have informed the authorities. But what if he remained silent for a reason?" "What reason?" Matilda took out her mobile and began tapping frantically into a search engine. "I don't know. He could have been a child at Magnolia House himself. Maybe he's counselled people who went there and he's taken the law into his own hands. I don't know," she said again, frustrated. "I just get the feeling I really need to talk to him." Matilda found a photograph which she believed was of Anthony Rivers. She sent it to Sally, asking if this was Carl's therapist, and sent it to Christian, asking him to show Guy to see if he recognised him. Sally messaged back straight away, confirming it was Carl's therapist. Christian took a little while longer. Guy wasn't sure, but he looked vaguely familiar. "Well, he checks out, and he's got the correct letters after his name," Matilda said, reading from her phone. "Anthony Rivers is a genuine child therapist and has been working in the field for more than 10 years. He's self-employed and rents rooms in various GP surgeries throughout the city, tending to both private and NHS patients." "Was there an Anthony Rivers on the list of names Peter Ogilvy gave you?" asked Sian. Matilda looked up as she thought. "No, I'm pretty sure I'd have remembered." "Maybe he changed his name." "Maybe. Or maybe he is simply a regular child therapist." "Let's hope so." They pulled up outside Richard Ashton's house. It was locked up and shrouded in darkness. In a street where every house was lit up, it looked abandoned in the shadows, as if it was hiding from itself. Whatever dark deeds had taken place in this house would remain a secret forever, locked in behind the imposing front door, unless someone was brave enough to expose the truth of Ashton's deplorable parties. Matilda climbed out of the car. She felt a chill as the evening temperatures had plunged to single figures. She zipped up her jacket and looked around her. She had no idea which house Anthony Rivers lived in. Sian was on the phone to Finn, getting the information from him. "It's round the back," she said. "Number 83. Matilda ran around the corner with Sian on her heels. They reached the path just as Christian pulled up. He got out and told Guy to stay where he was. "What have you brought him for?" Matilda asked quietly. "I was with him when you called. He was telling me about Peter. He heard me mention Anthony Rivers and thought he might be able to help, if Rivers was a child from Magnolia House." "Does he recognise the name?" "No. He could have changed it, though." Jean said the same. "Come on." All three headed up the path, and Matilda rapped hard on the front door. It echoed around the quiet neighbourhood. She stood back and looked up at the house. There were no lights on in any of the rooms, and the curtains weren't drawn either, despite it growing darker by the minute. Christian went to the living-room window, taking care he didn't stand on any of the budding daffodils in the flower bed. He cupped his hands around his eyes and glanced in. He turned to Matilda and shook his head. "It looks empty." She knocked again, louder, and rang the doorbell. "Are you looking for Mr. Rivers?" An elderly woman from the house next door popped her head out of an upstairs window. Matilda looked up. "Yes, DCI Dark from South Yorkshire Police. Mr. Rivers is helping us with one of our inquiries. You don't know where he is, do you?" "No. He came around earlier and asked if I'd look after his dog for him." "Has he done that before?" "No. He said he might have to stay overnight." "Did he say where he was going?" "No. I asked, but then I'm a nosy bugger. He just said it was business. I assume it's because of this pandemic. He's medically trained, you know. Is everything all right?" "Everything's fine," Matilda said in her best placatory tone. "Would you like me to give him a message when he comes back?" "No, thank you. I'm sure we'll catch up with him." She turned back to Christian and Jean. "Where the hell is he?" "Maybe he's off killing one of the other men," Jean suggested. "Or maybe he has just gone away for the evening," Christian said. "He's never left his dog with his neighbour overnight before." "I don't like this. If he's seen something in Ashton's house, why not report it? Why keep it to himself?" Matilda asked. She walked away a few paces. She was frustrated. She couldn't put her finger on what was niggling at the back of her brain. She took her phone from her jacket pocket and pulled open the front passenger door of Christian's car. Guy jumped and dropped his phone, which he was texting on. She showed Guy the photograph of Anthony Rivers. "Guy, do you recognise this man?" she asked firmly. "I don't know," he said. "Think. I need you to concentrate. It's important." "Why?" Matilda's eyes fell on the lit screen of Guy's phone in the footwell. It vibrated with an incoming message from someone called Jamie. She picked it up. "Who's Jamie?" Guy swallowed hard. "A friend," he said, not looking at her. "Unlock this phone. I need to read the message." "What? You can't do that." "Matilda, what's going on?" Christian asked from behind. "Unlock the phone, Guy," Matilda stated. "No. You need a warrant, surely." "If you weren't hiding something, you'd open this phone to show me." "Jamie. I'm guessing this is Jamie Cobb, one of the other boys who were at Magnolia House on the night of Sean's death in 1997. You know we're looking for him. Why haven't you told us you have his number?" "Is this true?" Christian asked Guy. "You've known Jamie all along?" "No, he blustered. He removed his seatbelt and climbed out of the car, barging past Matilda and Christian. "Why didn't you tell us you were in contact with Jamie?" Christian asked. "Do you know Anthony Rivers as well?" Jean asked. Matilda held up a hand to stop them both asking questions. "Guy, did Jamie Cobb change his name to Anthony Rivers?" Guy refused to turn back to look at them. Christian stepped forward, grabbed Guy by the shoulders and spun him around. "After everything we've talked about," he said, quietly, almost under his breath. "After everything I've told you. And you've been holding back all this time." Matilda and Jean exchanged worried glances. "I haven't lied to you," Guy said. "You haven't been truthful either. You've known right from the beginning who the killer is. You've known where we are in the investigation, and you've been feeding back information to him, haven't you? Christian asked, shaking him hard. Christian, Matilda called out. She pushed him out of the way. Guy, is this true? Guy didn't say anything. Matilda continued. Anthony's been trying to understand what happened for the past 20 years, hasn't he? You've managed to have a life, a job, and get through the day without thinking of the abuse all the time, but he hasn't. He's been searching for answers for 20 years. That's why he became a child therapist, isn't it? He's thought that if he could help other children through their trauma, he'll be able to understand his own. I'm right, aren't I? Yes, Guy said quietly. But it hasn't worked out that way, has it? He's spoken to children, listened to their stories of abuse, and hasn't quite managed to translate it to his own life. Paul killing himself made him realise how screwed up everyone was who was at Magnolia House, and is seeking revenge for you all. Guy nodded. Do you know where he is? He looked away. No. I don't believe you. That's not my problem. It bloody is. Where is he? What's his plan? I honestly don't know. Guy looked at Christian for the first time. Tears were running down his face. Anthony is Jamie Cobb, isn't he? I'm right, aren't I? Matilda asked. Yes. I should have known, Matilda exclaimed. He was Sean Evans's best mate. They were like brothers. You said so yourself. You've known all along who's responsible, and you've kept it from us. Why? Guy wiped his eyes with his sleeves and took a deep breath. They all need to die. For what they've done, a prison sentence isn't enough. They need to die, he said with conviction. We don't do that in this country, Matilda said. We have courts and laws to enact justice. The law isn't working, Guy screamed. Look at Jimmy Savile. Look at Cyril Smith. They went to their graves as free men. Richard Ashton and all his perverted mates. They're people in power. They're politicians. They have money. Corruption oozes out of their pores. As soon as we realised He stopped himself. Matilda, Christian and Sian all froze. All 6 eyes were on Guy. Go on, Matilda prompted. Guy didn't say anything. You were going to name someone then, weren't you? You know exactly where Anthony is right now, and you know who's with him. Tell me. They need to die, Guy said softly. Why? Sian asked. Because they'll never see the inside of a prison cell. It'll be covered up. What do you think we've been trying to do here? Matilda asked. I'm losing my job over this. My unit has been closed down, yet I'm still digging. I will not allow them to escape justice. This goes way above you, Guy said. Richard Ashton, Tony Bates, Alistair Maynard, what do they all have in common? They're all Freemasons. They'll call upon their mates, judges and MPs, and this will all be swept away. There is nothing you can do, Matilda. The only way to get justice for Sean, for Paul, for all the others and ourselves was to take the law into our own hands. Those bastards deserve to die. That's not your decision to make, Matilda said. Let me ask you a question. Have you ever been raped? Have you ever been drugged, stripped naked, violated, had men more than 5 times your age pass you around to fuck, to beat, to hurt, to maim, to put their cigarettes out on? Have you ever been tied to a bed, gagged, blindfolded, and had men come into the room one by one to fuck you, then leave you in the cold for hours on end? Have you ever sat in a bath with a razor blade to your wrists, willing yourself to cut open a vein because it's the only way you can think of to stop the pain from hurting? Have you? Matilda didn't answer. The transformation in Guy was stark and frightening. I thought not. Well, until all of that's happened to you, don't you dare judge me. Guy walked a few paces, then turned back. I was with Jamie when Richard Ashton was killed. We did it together. We pretended to be journalists wanting to interview him about his great empire. We had to sit there for over an hour while he lorded it over us, telling us how he'd made his millions. Jamie injected him, and we carried the fat fucker upstairs. We hadn't discussed how we were going to do it. I wanted to smother him. But then Jamie got out a pair of scissors he'd bought from Amazon, big industrial things. He told me to help strip him and hold up his fat gut. He had it all planned out. He cut off his balls and rammed them down his throat. And you know something? I didn't stop him. What about the others? Sian asked. Guy looked down at the ground. I couldn't stop thinking about what we'd done. I knew it was wrong. It was keeping me awake at night. Jamie wanted to hunt down the others and kill them all. For me, it was just Ashton I wanted dead. Jamie's done all the others on his own. But you've been feeding him information on how close we are to him, Sian said. Guy nodded. I had to. Jamie needs to do this. He's tried everything to silence what's gone on in his head. Believe me, he really has. But the fact they're still out there, living a normal life, it's killing him. He has to do this. But he's not thinking about the consequences, about the future, Sian stated. He doesn't have a future. Standing in the middle of a suburban street in the dark in early spring wasn't the ideal place for a confession. Matilda watched the emotions flutter across Guy's face as he told her about what he and Jamie had planned, how they'd executed it. I do understand, Matilda said. The man who orchestrated the shooting last year, who killed my colleagues, my father, my friends, and left me with PTSD, flashbacks and nightmares, well, he's in prison and he's never coming out, but that's not good enough for me. I keep phoning the prison up to check he's still there. Matilda bit her bottom lip hard. She was shaking with emotion. She could feel Christian and Sian's eyes burning into her. They'd never heard her say any of this before. I don't want him in a prison cell. I want him 6 feet under. I want him dead. I want him in hundreds of little pieces. And I want to be the one swinging the axe. But that's not how we deal with things. Guy looked up at her. Tell me, if you could, if someone brought him here right now and gave you an axe, would you do it? Their eyes locked. Matilda could hear her heart beating loudly in her chest. She tried to picture the scenario. Steve Harrison standing right where Guy was now, and an axe in her hand. She knew Steve would have a smirk on his lips, a glint in his eye, willing her to do it. He'd want her to do it. Guy, where is Jamie now? Christian asked, stepping forward and blocking Matilda's view of Guy. I imagine he's at Magnolia House. Is he on his own? Guy remained tight-lipped. Guy, answer me! Christian shouted. Sian went up to a silent and frozen Matilda, placed an arm around her shoulders and tried to beckon her to the car. He's got kids, Guy said. Jamie said he wouldn't feel comfortable breaking into a house when there's kids there, so we'd have to get him away somehow. Who? Kenneth Burr. Matilda snapped out of her dark reverie. She looked over at Guy. Kenneth Burr, the police and crime commissioner. He was at Magnolia House on the night Sean Evans was murdered. Guy nodded. The bastard! He's been practically telling me it's Maynard behind all this. Jesus fucking Christ, she said, heading for the car. Where are we going? Magnolia House, she snapped. And if Anthony hasn't cut his balls off by the time we get there, I might just do it myself. Chapter 53. Matilda played with the phone in her hand while Sian drove. In the car behind, Christian and Guy followed. She couldn't stop thinking about Guy's question. She liked to imagine she was a sane and rational person who knew Steve Harrison's incarceration was enough to satisfy her. But at the end of the day, the man was a stone-cold sadist. He'd murdered so many people. Those Matilda knew and loved, the survivors, were hurting, and would be for years to come, thanks to his actions. And he wasn't suffering. Yes, he was in a Supermax wing, but he had his meals brought to him every day. He didn't have to worry about paying bills or shopping or shielding against a pandemic. He was well looked after. He was better off than most elderly people in nursing homes. The silence between Matilda and Sian was palpable. Sian kept stealing side glances at Matilda. "I know what you're thinking," Matilda said. "What am I thinking?" "You're thinking about what my answer would have been to Guy's question had Christian not intervened." "I'm not thinking that at all," she said. "Liar." "No, I'm not. I know exactly what you'd have said." Matilda turned to look at her. "You do?" "Yes." "You'd have told him you'd have killed Steve Harrison, chopping him down like a dead tree until he was nothing but pulp, because that's what he wanted to hear. You wouldn't have meant it, though." "Wouldn't I?" "No, because you and I both know you're not a killer. You and I know that Steve is in the best place to rot and suffer in isolation for 23 hours a day, every day, for the rest of his natural life. All on his own, with just his warped mind for company. People like Steve, and my husband, deserve to be locked away for decades and decades to come and die lonely, alone and forgotten. That is the best punishment for degenerates like them." Matilda swallowed hard. She knew Sian was right. The fact Steve Harrison was on the never-never list was enough for her to relax and try to rebuild her life and recover from the trauma of what she'd lost. The law was there for a reason, to stop society descending into anarchy and people seeking their own revenge. Guy Grayston, Anthony Rivers, or Jamie Cobb, as he was originally known, Paul Chattel, Sean Evans, and all the other boys from Magnolia House had been failed by the law. But killing the abusers wasn't the answer. That's why Anthony was phoning Matilda, why he was in agony and conflicted. He wasn't getting the satisfaction from killing that he thought he would. His abusers needed to be locked up and left to rot, like Steve Harrison, like Sian's husband. Death was too good for them. Sian swung the car to the left and smashed through the gates of the overgrown driveway of Magnolia House. "I've always wanted to do that," she said with a smile. "You've buggered up the front of your car," Matilda said. "It was worth it." A red Vauxhall was parked outside the main entrance. "What's the betting that's Anthony's car?" Matilda asked. "Do you want me to call Finn? Get him to run the number plate?" "No. Who else could it be?" They both climbed out of the car and looked up at the imposing, dull, red brick building. Behind them, Christian pulled up. He said something to Guy before getting out and locking the car behind him, keeping Guy secure inside. In darkness, with a full moon behind Magnolia House casting long shadows over the broken tarmac, the abandoned building looked like something from a horror film. The brickwork was tired, uncared for, and crumbling in places. Windows were boarded up along the ground floor, glass smashed in the rooms above. The grounds were overgrown. Weeds sprouted up and drooped under their own weight. Dracula could have used Magnolia House as a weekend getaway. Frankenstein could have used the basement to create his monster. Stephen King could have set his next chiller there. It was a real house of horrors. "What's the plan?" Christian asked. "I've no idea," Matilda said. "Someone like Jamie, he's fragile, unpredictable. If he's already killed Burr, then we can arrest him, but if Burr is still alive, who knows what we're going to be walking into." "Do you want me to call for backup?" "No, not yet," Matilda replied, walking slowly to what used to be the main entrance. The interior of Magnolia House was heavy with dust. During daylight hours, very little natural light made its way into the building, through the cracks and gaps in the boards covering the windows, or the sides of the window frames where the brickwork had crumbled away due to 20 years of harsh weather and neglect. The hallway was long and wide. A staircase to the left looked rickety. Spindles in the banister had either rotted away or been broken by vandals. The wooden floor was covered with a fine layer of dust, dried leaves, and the remnants of what squatters and the homeless had left behind before they were moved on. There was a smell that hung in the air. It caught the back of the throat and left a nasty taste of decay in the mouth. Matilda stood and looked around her. This building held decades of torment, and she could feel it leaching out of the...
Every good journey deserves a moment of rest. Please enjoy this carefully selected music to soothe your spirit. And remember, this audiobook is completely free for you.
walls, wrapping itself around her. She fully understood why Jamie had taken the law into his own hands, hunted down his abusers, and made them suffer for their crimes. As Sian said, incarceration was the best place for these kinds of people. But sometimes justice delivered by your own hand was the best kind. Matilda reached into her inside pocket for her mobile, turned on the torch and held the phone up. There were several doors leading off the meandering hallway, and she had no idea where Jamie Cobb would be hiding. "Shall we split up?" Christian whispered, though his quiet voice echoed around the vast emptiness. "Not bloody likely," Sian said. "I've seen more than enough horror films to know you don't split up when you enter an abandoned building." Matilda gave her a smile. "We stay together." Outside, locked in Christian's car, Guy looked up at the former children's home. It was shrouded in darkness. It was a place of evil, and it caused him physical pain just to look at it. Why he kept coming back here and putting himself through such torture, he had no idea. In daylight, it didn't seem so menacing. In darkness, he could almost hear his younger self crying, biting his bottom lip so hard he could taste blood to stop himself from screaming at the pain caused by Richard Ashton's weight on him as he forced himself inside him. Guy swallowed hard. He didn't cry. There were no more tears left. He tried the handle on the door one more time, but it was no use. Christian had locked him in. He dug out his phone, selected Jamie's number, and dialed. Chapter 54. Anthony Rivers, formerly known as Jamie Cobb, had tried to visit Donald Eddington, but the nursing home staff wouldn't allow him in due to the pandemic. Even when he lied and said he was a relative, they refused to admit him. He turned his attention to Kenneth Burr. His observations revealed a livelier household than that of Adam and Paula Ingalls. Firstly, there were 3 teenagers living at home, and Kenneth and his wife shared a bed. There was also a great deal more security. There was no way he was going to be able to sneak his way into the house one night. The only way to get to Burr was by kidnapping him. It wouldn't be easy, but he'd find a way, and thankfully the pandemic came to his aid. Burr wasn't a man to be kept indoors. He liked to get out for regular exercise and fresh air. He left his home in Ranmore at 10 o'clock every morning to go for a long walk around the park. Fortunately, most people were heeding the advice from the government and staying at home. The streets were quiet and the park was empty. All Jamie had to do was go up to Burr, stick the gun in his back, whisper into his ear what he had planned, and walk him to his car. Kidnapping made simple. As soon as he pulled up outside Magnolia House and dragged Kenneth Burr out of the boot, the PCC looked up at the familiar building, and the look on his face revealed his complicity in the horror that had taken place there. He knew what lay in store for him. "Who are you?" he asked Jamie. His voice was shaking with fear. Jamie grinned. "Allow me to take you back in time to January 1997. Your friend, Richard Ashton, held a party on the top floor of this building where you were each presented with a child to fuck," he spat with venom. "No, wait, you've got it all wrong," Burr suddenly waffled. With a swift movement, Jamie elbowed Burr in the face, knocking him unconscious. He was tired of listening to excuses and denials. The time for talking was over. Actions would now speak louder than words ever could. Jamie dragged him up the steps to Magnolia House, through the dusty hallway and into the main lounge. The comfortable sofas and paintings on the walls had long since gone. The carpet was faded, its original colour a mystery. Wallpaper was peeling from the walls, and paint from the ceiling had cracked and dropped off like giant snowflakes. A few broken items of cheap furniture dotted the room. He found a stable enough wooden chair, stripped Burr to his boxer shorts, and sat him in it, tying him to it, ankles together, wrists around his back. Then he waited until he regained consciousness. It was a long wait. "Good evening, Mr. Burr," Jamie said once Kenneth was awake. Confused, Kenneth blinked hard several times and looked around him, wondering where he was and how he'd managed to get here. When his eyes fell on Jamie, the penny dropped. "Welcome back to Magnolia House. I'm guessing the last time you were here was 23 years ago. You won't remember me, so let me refresh your memory. I was sitting on a single bed in a small room, and you sat beside me, placed your hand on my lap, gave me a cruel smile, and asked if I'd call you Daddy. Then you began taking off my clothes. I was 8 years old." Kenneth was shivering. Was it due to the cold wind blowing through the gaps in the window frames? Or was he scared for the first time in his life? Tears pricked at Kenneth's eyes, and they began to fall. "Don't you fucking dare cry!" Jamie exploded. He jumped up, stormed over to Kenneth, and slapped him hard across the face with the back of his hand. "You have no right to cry. You called me Jonathan while you were fucking me. I've looked you up. Jonathan's your son. Did you fuck him as well? Or did you just want to, but were too afraid you'd get caught?" "Don't, please," Kenneth pleaded. Jamie smiled. "I said that to you when you put your disgusting dick inside me. I begged you not to, but you ignored me. You stroked my hair and whispered that it would only hurt for a minute and that Daddy loves his little boy. Kenneth turned his head away. The tears ran down his face. My, how the tables have turned, Jamie said. You showed me no mercy at all. I cried into that pillow. I begged you to stop and you just continued. So, tell me, Kenneth, why should I stop now? Why should I let you go? Kenneth fought against his emotions for the words. I know it won't make any difference if I say sorry, but I really am. I'm genuinely sorry for the pain I caused you. No, you're not. You're only sorry because I've put you in this position. If you were really sorry, if you really felt remorse all these years, you'd have tracked me down and apologised. You're an abuser, Kenneth. You're vile. You're evil. You don't have a single remorseful bone in your body. That's not true. Okay, what I did was wrong. I admit that. I know there's something inside me that's not right, but Richard Ashton saw that in me and used it against me. I had no choice. Don't! Jamie screamed. Don't pass the blame on to someone else. He didn't force you into that room. He didn't force you to get an erection and rape me. That was all you. You wanted to be there. You wanted to violate me for your own sick pleasure. So don't even think about looking for an excuse, you bastard. Reluctantly, Kenneth nodded. You're right. But the thing is, I've sought help over the years. I've had treatment. I've had therapy. I take medication to stop the urges. I'm sorry for the pain I put you through, but I've learned from it, and I've got help. Is that supposed to make me feel better? Jamie walked away. He went over to one of the large windows, but it was covered on the outside by a sheet of corrugated metal. He saw nothing. He turned back. Can I ask you a question, Kenneth? He asked softly. Of course. It's a question I've wanted answering for years. It doesn't matter who I talk to. I've never been able to find a true answer. Ask me anything. I promise I'll tell you the truth. Why? Sorry? Why did you abuse me? Why me? Why us? What is it about young boys that makes you want to destroy their lives, their innocence? Kenneth looked down. The tears came once again. Eventually he looked up. I've been asking myself that same question too. I don't know. Jamie's face hardened. Wrong answer. He clenched his fist and punched Burr hard in the face, knocking him off balance and sending him crashing to the floor. Jamie went over to the fireplace and picked up the rucksack he had left leaning against it. From inside he pulled out his gun, checked it was loaded, and went back over to Kenneth Burr. What was that? Matilda asked, as she came out of the old dining room back into the hallway. It sounded like something falling, Sian whispered from behind. We could do with a floor plan of this place, Christian said. I think it came from up here, Matilda said, heading for the old lounge. Jamie's phone rang. It was loud and echoed around the room. He pulled it out of his back pocket and answered before it could ring a second time. Jamie, it's me, Guy said in a hurry. The police are here. They know everything. The door to the living room was pushed slowly open. Matilda entered first, with Christian and Sian following behind. It took a while for their eyes to adjust to the darkness, and by the time they had, Jamie had lifted Kenneth up from the floor and had the gun pointed to his head. Jamie? It is Jamie Cobb, isn't it? Matilda asked, her hands spread out wide to show she wasn't armed. You know it is, he answered. His voice was deep and tired. I'm DCI Matilda Dark. I know who you are. I've enjoyed our chats over the phone. He gave a hint of a smile. Matilda, thank God you're here. Arrest this man, Kenneth mumbled as he spat blood. Shut your mouth! Jamie hit him in the face with the gun. Burr cried out in pain. Sian and Christian both winced at the sound of teeth breaking. Jamie, Matilda stepped forward. I know why you're here. I know what's happened to you. You don't need to do this. Trust me, Kenneth is not worth spending the rest of your life in prison for. I've killed 3 men. I'm already going to spend the rest of my life in prison. Do you think one more is going to make any difference? You won't go to prison, Matilda said. I'll make sure you get the help you need. I don't want help, Jamie screamed. I'm tired of people trying to help and understand. I'm fed up of talking. This man needs to be destroyed. He aimed the gun at Kenneth's head, who recoiled in fear. Outside, Guy kicked at the front passenger seat window with his left foot. He banged his walking shoes hard into the glass, but it wouldn't budge. He rained down blow after blow, but all he was doing was sending a shot of intense pain running up his leg. He almost gave up. He gave it one final kick, and the glass shattered into thousands of tiny squares. Guy smiled to himself. He scrambled through the hole, fell onto the gravel below, and ran into Magnolia House. Jamie, listen to me, Matilda said. It's all out in the open. I've got a journalist who's spoken to all the boys who went to Magnolia House. They've given statements about the abuse that took place here. I'm going to get an inquiry open. Kenneth Burr will stand trial for what he did to you. If you kill him, there won't be a trial. He needs to be alive to suffer the consequences, to see his name tarnished and his family disown him. Killing him is not the answer. Trust me, I know. He'll try to cover it up, Jamie said, a sob in his throat. No, he won't. I won't let him. I want to kill him, he seethed, tightening his grip on the gun. I know you do, Jamie, and in your position I'd feel exactly the same. But you've spoken to Guy. He's told you who I am, hasn't he? Jamie nodded. I can help. I will make sure everyone in this country knows Kenneth Burr's name and what he's done. The pain won't go away, Jamie said, choking on his tears. It won't stop just because he's in prison. It will ease, I promise you, Matilda said, stepping forward slowly. Sometimes the best form of justice is what you dish out with your own hand, he said. And if you do that, you'll be the one who ends up in prison. He isn't worth doing time for, Jamie. Matilda looked down at the gun and tried not to think of that moment, 15 months ago, when she saw Jake Harrison on the roof of the building overlooking the police car park as he aimed it at her head. Please, Jamie, give me the gun, and I will make sure you get exactly what you need to feel better about things. They made eye contact. Matilda gave a sympathetic smile. Jamie's face softened. She reached out a hand for the gun, and reluctantly, Jamie handed it over. Christian stepped forward and put his arm around Jamie. Matilda handed the gun to Christian, then she and Sian went over to Kenneth to untie him. Well said, Matilda, Kenneth said, his broken jaw muffling the words. I don't know where he got all of that crap from. Matilda shook her head in disgust. He's delusional. He's obviously mistaking me for someone else. He says I need destroying. That's rich. He's the one who should be. You've lied to me, Matilda said. She was on her knees, untying the rope round his ankles. All this time you've acted like you were on my side, but you were looking for a scapegoat. You were covering your own arse. That's not true, he almost laughed. The man is delusional. He's got the whole thing completely wrong. Matilda, Sian said. Matilda looked up. Sian was standing behind Kenneth, untying the ropes behind his back. She signalled to Matilda where she was looking. As Matilda followed Sian's gaze, her eyes fell on his left arm and saw the rippling skin of an old burn injury. Matilda looked at Kenneth, but he refused to look at her. "You're Duncan Shivers, aren't you?" she asked. "What? Of course I'm not," he said, his face reddening. "What?" he asked, as Matilda's glare intensified. "Anyone else would have asked me who Duncan Shivers was. You said straight away that you weren't him, but not who he was." "OK, so who was he?" he asked almost flippantly. He still wouldn't look Matilda in the eye. "My God, it is you, isn't it? You were working with Richard Ashton to get the boys away from Magnolia House. You posed as an adoption agent. You brazenly walked in here and took the boys from Peter Ogilvy and handed them over to Ashton." "You really are talking absolute rubbish," he said with a hint of a smile. "No, I'm not. Whose idea was it, yours or Richard's?" "I don't know what you're talking about." "What happened to the boys? You took 12 boys from here. Where are they now?" "How should I know?" he shrugged. "Are you untying me or not?" "Not until you tell me the truth. Look at me." Reluctantly, he turned and looked down at Matilda, who was still squatting on the floor beside him, untying his ankles from the chair. "You're Duncan Shivers." The door to the lounge opened with a squeak, and Guy Grayston entered. He stood beside Christian and Jamie and watched the drama unfold. Kenneth didn't answer, but his face paled. He swallowed hard, and a bead of sweat ran down the side of his face. "We have men who can put you at the scene of Sean Evans's murder in 1997 and at Richard Ashton's Friday night parties. They'll identify you as a serial child abuser, a rapist," Matilda said slowly. "The burn scar on your arm is a dead giveaway." Kenneth was visibly shaking. "It was all Richard Ashton." "Bullshit," Matilda said. "No, it was. OK, I was weak. He knew who I liked." "Fucking boys," Christian spat. "He took advantage of that. He blackmailed me, he did." "No," Matilda shook her head. "I think you were in it together. You could have reported him at any time, but you came here as Duncan Shivers on 12 separate occasions and took the boys away. What did you do with them? Where are they now?" "I'm not answering any of your questions. You've got it all wrong." "You're lying." "I'm telling you the truth," he yelled. "I doubt you've spoken a word of truth in your life." "You've been telling me to keep digging, that you'll help keep my department open, so I'll think you're a good guy. I have to admit it worked. I didn't suspect you at all. But that was your plan all along, wasn't it? You were making sure it all fell on Alistair Maynard. He was your fall guy." "No." "Have you been calling Danny Hansen as well?" Sian asked. "Have you been pretending to be the killer, giving him information to make sure the finger of suspicion points nowhere near you?" "No, of course not." "Another lie," Matilda said. "Where are the 12 boys you took from here? Where's Sean Evans buried?" "I don't know anything about any boys." "I will leave you tied to this chair all night long if I have to," Matilda seethed through gritted teeth. Matilda looked up, her gaze locked with Burr's. She saw deep into him and saw nothing but blackness. "Where are they?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. A small smile spread across Kenneth's face. A gunshot rang out, throwing Kenneth to the ground. Matilda and Sian dived for safety. They were splattered with blood, and their ears were ringing at the sound of the explosion. "You're a survivor, aren't you, Matilda?" "Sian," Matilda called out. "I'm all right, I'm okay. You?" "Fine, I think." Matilda looked over to the chair and saw a large hole where Kenneth's left eye should have been. The whole side of his face was a mess of broken bone and torn muscle. The smell of cordite and burning flesh was in the air. Matilda turned and looked over to Christian, Jamie, and Guy. They all had exactly the same expression on their faces. She had no idea which one of them had fired the gun. Chapter 55. Friday, 3rd of April 2020, 4 days later. South Yorkshire Police has been placed in special measures following the murder of the Police and Crime Commissioner and his link with the cover-up of child sexual abuse spanning more than 20 years. Chief Constable Alistair Maynard has tendered his resignation with immediate effect, stating that the level of abuse recently discovered should never have happened, and the fact that he is in charge of the police force that allowed it to be ignored has made his position untenable. In a statement, Mr. Maynard says he hopes his replacement will go through the entire force with a fine-tooth comb and rid it of the vermin of corruption. Matilda turned off the television and threw the remote on the sofa next to her. She had no idea what a police force under special measures meant for her or the HMCU team, but she doubted she'd be returning to work any time soon, if at all. She sat in silence and contemplated everything that had happened over the last few days and the fallout from the murders. Danny Hanson's article was due to be published in the coming days. She'd read an early copy and was surprised by the level of professionalism and sensitivity. He'd written a thought-provoking piece. Once it was published, Matilda was in no doubt there would be more damage to South Yorkshire Police, but she didn't care. The boys of Magnolia House, every boy who was abused by Richard Ashton and his sick friends, needed a voice to reveal their story. Matilda dragged herself with heavy legs into the dining room, where the photographs of the boys were still stuck to the wall. She began taking them down and studied each of them in turn. She wondered which were the ones Kenneth Burr had taken away in the guise of Duncan Shivers, what had happened to them, and if they'd ever be found. She hoped so. Not that there was anyone to mourn them. She pulled out a chair and sat down. Warm tears pricked her eyes. She would mourn them. The doorbell rang. She wasn't in the mood for visitors, and when it rang again 2 more times, she realised whoever it was wasn't going to go away. When she opened the front door, she saw the last person she wanted to see standing on the doorstep. "Hello. Mind if I come in?" Christian Brady asked. He seemed to have aged in the last 4 days. The bags under his eyes looked bigger. He looked gaunt, almost grey. Matilda stepped to one side and let him in, closing the door firmly behind him and returning to the dining room to continue taking down the photographs. The silence between them was heavy. Christian cleared his throat. "Any news on Peter Ogilvy?" "He died in the early hours of this morning." "Oh, I'm so sorry." "The nurse I spoke to said he never regained consciousness from when he was brought in. He never knew about the inquiry into Magnolia House." She had her back to Christian. She didn't want him to see how sad she was about Peter's death. It had hit her hard. "He handed you the baton. He knew you'd be able to get an inquiry open. He was happy to leave it in your hands." "I suppose," she sighed. She took the last photo from the wall and turned around. Why have you come? I wanted to keep you updated. I'm afraid we've received some bad news. Oh? Matilda pulled out a dining chair and sat down. She flicked through the photos, not wanting to look up at Christian. We're ripping apart Richard Ashton's house. We found a false wall in the basement that we've taken down, and a forensic team are taking up the concrete floor. Human remains have been found. Matilda closed her eyes tightly shut. How many? We don't know yet. Adele is with the team, trying to get them into some kind of an order. The bones aren't... well, they're not adult. Matilda nodded. She looked down at the photos in her hand. The one facing her was of 3 boys sitting on a wall. It was a sunny day, and they were laughing, enjoying themselves. On the back, 3 names had been written: Wesley Connor, Andrew Fletcher, Ian Macmillan. She wondered if any of these 3 were in Ashton's basement. A single skeleton has also been found in the cellar at Magnolia House, Christian continued. We're assuming it belongs to Sean Evans. Unfortunately, we don't have any DNA to make a match. It's just an educated guess. Oh, my God. Matilda crumbled. She dropped the photographs onto the floor. The bastard buried him at Magnolia House, right under Peter Ogilvy's nose. Christian went around to Matilda and tried to comfort her, but she shrugged him off. She stood up, went over to the window, and looked out into her unkempt garden. Christian cleared his throat again. Jamie Cobb has taken his own life. He hanged himself in his cell at the remand centre he was in. When we searched his house, we found a very detailed account. From his coat pocket, he took out an A5 notebook which he placed on the dining table. Matilda turned to look at it, then up at Christian. Have you read it? She asked. He nodded. And? Christian swallowed hard. He admits everything he's done. He describes everything that happened to him. You were right when you said he seemed to be in pain when you spoke on the phone. He really was. You can feel the pain in every word. A silence grew between them. Christian continued. He talks about becoming a child therapist to help other children who'd suffered abuse and trauma so he could, hopefully, try to understand his own. He was Carl Megan's therapist. He didn't do anything to Carl. I know. I've been to see them. Carl showed me the emails and text messages they'd exchanged. There's certainly evidence of grooming going on, but I don't think Jamie would have done anything to Carl. He was in too much pain for that. Matilda, is something... I need to know what happened to you, Christian, she said, quickly turning to look at her DI. I need to understand your role in all of this. He pulled out a chair and slumped into it. It was a long while before he spoke. I'm sure you've guessed. I was abused myself as a child by an uncle. When Paul Chattel killed himself in front of me last year, when he told me what had happened to him, it brought it all back. I couldn't let it go for some reason. My uncle died before I could get justice. I wanted to make sure Paul and whoever else received justice. Why didn't you tell me? She asked. The anger she felt towards him fell away completely. I couldn't. I don't know why. I just couldn't. Does Jennifer know? He nodded. That's why you were spending so much time with Guy. You wanted to help him where you couldn't help Paul. He nodded again. You should have told me, Christian. I know. I was worried you'd say I was too involved and take me off the case. She thought about that for a moment. You're right, I probably would have done. She watched him as the frustration and pain was played out on his face. She had no idea what he was working on, but assumed he was heavily involved in investigating the abuse cover-up. Finding human remains in Ashton's house and at the children's home would have been hard for him. If his uncle hadn't died, would he have killed Christian to hide his crimes? Christian, about what happened at Magnolia House? Christian's mobile started ringing. He fished for it in his jacket pocket and looked at the screen. "It's Adele. I need to take this." He dashed out of the dining room before Matilda could say anything. She leaned over the table and picked up the notebook. It felt heavy. She opened it and saw the neat, slanted handwriting. She could feel the tears building up behind her eyes, just reading the first line. She couldn't even begin to understand the pain Jamie Cobb had been in. "Sorry, Matt. I've got to get back to Ashton's house. I'll keep you updated," Christian called out from the hallway. "Wait, Christian!" The front door slammed closed. Epilogue. Monday, 6th July 2020. The taxi dropped Matilda off at the bottom of the drive. She looked up at the "For Sale" sign with a massive "Sold" emblazoned diagonally across it. She felt sad. She was going to miss them. The gates were unlocked, and Matilda walked slowly towards the house, her shoes crunching on the gravel. The front door opened, and Carl Megan and 2 Labradors came bounding out of the house to greet her. It was the first time Matilda had seen Carl with a genuine smile on his face. "Today's the day," she said with a lump in her throat. "Yes. You'll come and visit us, won't you?" "Of course I will. I've already chosen which room I plan on sleeping in. There's one at the back of the house overlooking the lake." "That's my room," he said aghast. "Is it?" Matilda asked, knowing full well. "I suppose you'll have to sleep with the dogs when I come to visit then." He laughed. It was natural and warm. Matilda wanted to scoop him up and not let go. "I'm so glad to be going, but I'm really going to miss you," Carl said. "I'm going to miss you too, all of you. But you need this. You need to start your life again." "Carl, the lorry will be here any minute, and there are still some boxes in your room that need bringing down," Sally shouted from inside the house. She saw Matilda and came out to greet her. Matilda couldn't hide her grin at the look of warmth and pure contentment on Sally's face. This was a family who were finally happy after so many years of torturous heartache. Carl headed back in the house, and Sally ruffled his hair as he passed. "How's he doing?" Matilda asked. "He's a new boy. Since that sold sign went up, the change in him is amazing." "I'm so happy for you all." Sally slapped a hand to her chest. "I keep wanting to cry." "Tears of joy." "Absolutely. It's so overwhelming." "Where's Philip?" "Oh, he's in the attic wrestling with a chest of drawers. It's actually quite funny," she beamed. "What are you going to do about the restaurants?" Matilda asked. "They're all being sold individually. We're keeping the business and the name, so the new restaurant in the Lake District will be called Nature's Diner. But we're only going to have one. I think we got too big. Took our minds off what really mattered. With all the extra money, we're just going to relax and enjoy it, and spend time together as a family, and go on a few amazing holidays." Matilda felt her smile begin to wobble. Sally stepped forward, grabbed her by her shoulders, and pulled her into a tight embrace. "Thank you," Sally said into her ear, "for everything you've done for us. Thank you for giving me my family back." Matilda held on tight. She didn't want to let go. Tuesday, 7th July 2020. Matilda and Sian were sitting on a park bench in Millhouses Park, a safe distance apart. The lockdown was over. Non-essential retailers had been allowed to reopen, and the 2-metre rule had been replaced with a 1-metre plus rule. Face masks were mandatory on public transport and in all shops and supermarkets, and there were plans to return to normality by Christmas, providing there wasn't a second wave of coronavirus cases. It was a beautiful, sunny day, perfect summer weather. The park was full of kids running around, dogs off leads, adults chatting and having a picnic with their children. Everyone seemed to be acting like there hadn't been a recent threat to life and humanity, and the pandemic already seemed like a distant memory. It's strange how restrictions are eased because case numbers are down, and people are acting like there wasn't a virus in the first place. It's obvious case numbers are going to shoot back up again. The virus hasn't gone away, Matilda said, sipping her black coffee. I know, and what about when winter comes with flus and colds? Sian added. They looked at each other. Are we being too pessimistic? Sian asked. No, just realistic. How did it go with the Meagans? Did you wave them off? I left them loading the van. I was in the way, so I gave them all a hug and left them to it. I sent them a gift to be waiting for them in Windermere. Sally rang me last night to say thank you. She sounds... I don't know. She sounds like a completely different person. She's happy. She is, Matilda smiled. Sian studied Matilda. You're sad to see them go? I am, but they need a fresh start. Go on, Sian prompted. Matilda quickly changed the subject. So, I'm not to call you DS Sian Mills anymore. You're not to call me DS anything. I haven't given up on you yet, Sian Robinson. Have you heard about the unit? No. You've heard that Ridley has been made Chief Constable? Yes, good for him. He was all in favour of HMCU, so we'll have to see how things go. The force is still under special measures for now. The fallout from Danny Hanson's article continues. Any more arrests been made? More than 100 victims of abuse have come forward. Richard Ashton and Kenneth Burr have been named, as well as Donald Eddington and Adam Ingalls. Also, there's a bloke who used to read the news on Calendar in the 80s who's been named a few times. He's being questioned. It's a shame Peter Ogilvy couldn't see all this happening. I know. I meant to ask, Sian said, taking another sip of her latte. What happened to Guy? Nothing. He should have been charged with aiding and abetting and perverting the course of justice, but Christian managed to keep his name out of it. He's just a witness now. Good. I'm glad. Matilda turned to Sian and studied her. There was something she'd been wrestling with for some time. Sian, at Magnolia House when we were untying Kenneth, I was on my knees untying his ankles. I had my back to Christian and Jamie and Guy, but you were round the back of Kenneth untying the rope behind him. You could see all three perfectly well. Who pulled the trigger? Sian turned to Matilda. Jamie, obviously, she answered quickly. But Jamie wasn't holding the gun. I handed it to Christian. Well, Jamie obviously took it from Christian. You see, at the first opportunity, Jamie took his own life. He killed himself in his cell at the remand prison on his first night there. If he had the gun in his hand when he shot Kenneth, he'd have turned it on himself there and then. He didn't. Maybe, I don't know, maybe he wanted to make sure he put his side of the story to the police in his statement before he killed himself, Sian said, looking straight ahead. Unless he wasn't holding the gun in the first place, Matilda said. Sian turned to look at her. You don't think... Christian? Surely not. Matilda didn't reply. She didn't know what to believe any more. Matilda stayed in the park. Adele said she would pick her up in her Porsche on her way home from work. Matilda walked lazily around the park, avoiding people as much as she could, feeling the warm sun on her face. Her future lay before her, and for the first time in her life, it was empty. She had no idea what to do with the coming days, weeks, months, and years. While the sun was shining, she was going to enjoy her freedom. She'd already transformed her garden and was working her way through the pile of books she had stacked up, waiting to be read. Surprisingly, she was enjoying the nothingness. She wondered how long it would last. Her phone started to ring. She fished it out of the back of her jeans, expecting to see Adele's face smiling at her. It wasn't Adele. It was a number she didn't recognise. She swiped to answer. Matilda Dark. Yes, who's this? Just a friend. I wanted to see how you are. Matilda frowned. I'm fine, thank you. Who is this? I've read about the recent case you've been involved in, the abuse scandal, and the fact you've had your department closed down as a result. Who is this? Matilda asked again. The knife through the tyres of your car. Then the car getting burnt out. I'm guessing you assumed that was the work of whoever was trying to keep you quiet. It wasn't. It was me. And I'm the one who's been sending you the cards, too. Matilda froze. She tried to concentrate on the voice to see if she recognised it. She didn't. All she knew was that it was female. Why are you doing this? Matilda asked. I have my reasons. The thing is, Matilda, I've been taking advice from a mutual friend of ours, and he's told me how to play the long game, and that's exactly what I'm doing. When I'm ready, I'll reveal my hand, and when I'm done with you, you're going to be begging for the hangman's noose. Matilda visibly balked. Her mouth fell open. You look scared. Matilda looked around her in all directions. The park was full of people, and a great number of them were on their phones. Where are you? Matilda asked. I'm right here. Matilda looked all around her. She saw families enjoying the sunny weather, couples walking arm in arm, grandparents playing with their grandkids. She heard the sound of loud conversation and ripples of laughter. Where? She said, trying to keep her voice calm. Keep looking, Matilda. I'm right here. I'm almost within touching distance. Where? She screamed. The people closest to her stopped what they were doing and looked at her with perplexed expressions. She was drawing attention to herself. I'm right behind you. Matilda trembled with fear. Slowly, she turned around. That was The Lost Children by Michael Wood, read by Stephanie Beattie, produced by RNIB Talking Book Studios, Camden. This has been an audiobook from One More Chapter, a division of HarperCollins. Text copyright 2022. Production copyright 2022 by HarperCollins Publishers, all rights reserved. Michael Wood asserts the moral right to be identified as the author of this work. Thank you for listening.